Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. It's a very happy Tuesday. Good to be with you. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. We're with you till 10 a.m. The show is Payne and Pendergast. And Seth, I wake up this morning.
Yeah.
As you sit on your all-in-the-family sofa this morning out in Oregon.
I'm in Springfield, Oregon.
Springfield, Oregon.
Yeah, just helping the kid move into college, and I've got a great Airbnb here, and I think the neighbors are far enough away that my loud voice won't
booming.
If we get a knock at the door from the officials, from the cops at some point.
Yeah, because it's even earlier out there than normal, right? Well, we're 2 hours difference, right?
Yep, 4 a.m.
Hey, man, I just got the days of the week, all right? The time zones,
Hey, I don't know if the listeners are aware of this or not, but it's a different time in Oregon.
Some aren't, probably. I think you're giving our listeners a lot of credit. You know how many listeners probably have to go to a map to see what the time difference is between here and Oregon? More than you would think. More than you would think.
Yeah.
2 hours.
I have to do it myself sometimes. It's 2 hours, yeah.
4 a.m. out there. All right. So as you sit out there this morning and as I sit here this morning and the Astros lose last night to the Padres, no big deal. The Mariners didn't play. So the one thing I am thankful for is in the standings now, we are at a stage where the Astros and the Mariners have finally played the same amount of games. So I don't have to crunch all the numbers to figure out. No, it's 4 games, man. They've played the same amount of games, 4 games. Astros are leading. I don't know what the magic number is, but it's dwindling by the day. But last night they lose 3-1. But I am thankful, Seth, for 2 things based on things that happened yesterday. I was just thinking about this as I'm looking at the rundown. I am thankful for D'Amico Ryans, and I am thankful for C.J. Stroud. And it is because last night on Monday Night Football, the Eagles and Nick Sirianni allowed the Atlanta Falcons and Kirk Cousins to waltz down the field in Philadelphia at the end of the game and steal that game 22-21. We'll talk about that in a second. So I'm thankful for D'Amico Ryans because he's not Nick Sirianni. But even more than that, I am thankful for C.J. Stroud that he is not Bryce Young.
Oh my gosh, man! Boy, we're in dicey territory with Bryce Young. This is
done.
Man,
we should update the people just who don't know.
Yeah.
He got benched yesterday in Carolina. 19 games into his NFL career, Bryce Young is benched. And I listened to plenty of Carolina radio yesterday afternoon as the news was breaking, and the consensus seems to be 2 things. 1, this is a David Tepper decision. David Tepper's the owner, the very intrusive owner. And 2, Bryce Young he's cooked. He's Zach Wilson. He's Trey Lance, fill-in name of highly drafted quarterback here who's moved on to other things. That is Bryce Young now.
I think, and it's hard to – honestly, it's really hard for me to drum up a whole lot of pettiness and saying take that, Bryce Young. He seems like a nice kid, and it seems like he works hard, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
But in taking delight at just everything and all the narratives collapsing and falling onto themselves, and the Texans being in the exact opposite situation with their quarterback, that part is fun. But I think also you just look at, regardless of whether it's D'Amico Ryans or Nick Caserio or C.J. Stroud or anything else, you look at the differences in ownership around the league. And in Carolina, man, it looks like they are on track to be the new Washington Commanders.
Yes.
In which you have an owner that has a hair trigger on making decisions, thinks he's smarter than everybody else. The one thing that I saw yesterday in a comment from a Panthers fan was, whenever you hear somebody had an epiphany in Carolina now, you know that it's Dave Tepper.
Yes.
So Canales, the new coach, had nothing but confidence and support for Bryce Young last week. and they were behind him all the way.
Dude, he said on Sunday, I watched Canales' press conference after the loss to the Chargers. He was asked about benching Bryce, and we'll have the audio later. He's like, no, Bryce is my guy. He's our quarterback on Sunday, like 24 hours before.
One day later, and all of a sudden, hey, you got to do what's right for the team right now. And I'm not sitting here acting like all they had to do was stick with Bryce Young and he would have been just fine. Who knows exactly what the right decision is, except that it's just this erratic decision-making from 1 month or 1 week to the next, in which this owner just seems to – he comes from a world in which – in the financial markets and in the hedge fund world that he was in, a lot of active trading, not necessarily a long-term strategy, just ADHD to the extreme. And that's how they're operating their football franchise. So it's just that's nice to see. If you look at, I think the Texans were painted as that when in reality, looking back on it, there was a whole lot of turmoil, or just there was a transition phase after Bob McNair passed away in which they were trying to find exactly what the right structure was. But where you can sit now and look at what the McNairs are willing to do and the support they're willing to give their football people, and that their football people make the right decisions once they have them in place, it's just night and day between the Panthers and the Texans.
Yeah, you're right. I should throw the McNairs in there too. C.J. Stroud, DeMeco Ryans, and the McNairs, because you just laid it out. You laid out the Tepper side of this thing. You're absolutely right. Like, that's even as the Texans were where the Panthers are now in terms of the standings and just the roster and everything else. There would never be a point, if we were to ask that question and when it got really bad, do you think Cal McNair is going to step in and tell Lovie Smith or David Culley or even, or DeMeco Ryans or whoever what to do with the quarterback? Like, never. Like, the answer is never. Cal would never do that, ever.
I think looking back on it, every GM is going to make personnel mistakes or what have you. I mean, sometimes it's hard to even call a lot of personnel decisions mistakes because it's like a batter. It's like a major league batter. If he's going to make a lot of – if you call every strikeout a mistake or every flyout a mistake, that's just not the way it works.
Right.
But I think – by far the biggest mistake this organization has made, the Texans, is in the selection of David Culley as the coach that year. It just because I don't think the Texans were trying to outright tank, like just intentionally be as miserable as possible. They knew it was a reset year, and they knew that, hey, you're probably going to have better draft picks because of this season. But I think that they were also trying to establish a culture of some sort, and Culley just wasn't that guy to set that culture. Lovie Smith would have been the best bridge coach, but ultimately at the end of the day, if you look at the Panthers going back to last season, it was so erratic from week to week, where Frank Reich lost his play calling duties and then took back his play calling duties, and then Frank Reich is gone, and it's just so many sea changes from 1 week to the next. It's really hard to establish anything like that.
Yeah, it's tough. And I got thinking this morning too, because the Panthers didn't earn the pick, air quotes, earn the pick. They got them Bryce Young. They traded up to get it. The Bears had that pick, and they traded with the Panthers, and on paper that turned out to be a really good trade. Other than the fact that if the Bears had just stayed at 1 and drafted C.J. Stroud, they would be the ones on track to win 11 or 12 games this year, not the Houston Texans. Actually, technically, the Texans are on track to win all 17 games this year on pace.
That's just math.
That's just math. Don't shoot the messenger. That's just math. But I got thinking about this because a lot of people point out, like, oh, it turns out the Texans, in getting that number 2 pick, they were really lucky to get that number 2 pick, because they were going to take Bryce Young with the first pick, and they really dodged a bullet with Bryce Young. To which I would say, I know as you pointed out many times, maybe they weren't going to take Bryce Young. There's a chance they did like C.J. Stroud better, but and Bryce may have been different here. I will point this out: it was Carolina trading up to get Bryce. The Texans had a chance to trade up to number 1 if they liked a quarterback enough. They stayed at 2. They were comfortable being at 2 and with whoever was there, taking whoever's there. So even if they did have Bryce at the top of their big board, they weren't thirsty enough to give up assets to go get him. At the very least, they viewed those two guys similarly, Bryce.
Yeah,
and
no,
CJ.
and this isn't this is not hindsight by me or anything. This has been my consistent thought all along, was that I don't think people were as unanimously sold on Bryce Young as a lot of the media narrative became, and then B, I do think that at the point in the process when the trade was made or when the Texans were trading up, I honestly don't think either organization knew exactly who they were going to pick. I think they thought that both those guys were worth a number one overall pick, but it's not as simple as just, oh yeah, they were going to trade for Bryce Young. Everybody knew it. For one, the Panthers subscribe to the S2 test service.
Yes.
The Texans do not.
Correct.
For whatever reason. So you've got this analytically minded owner that thinks he's smarter than everybody, and this S2 cognition test that Bryce Young aced and C.J. Stroud was awful at seemed to be a big talking point in a lot of ways. And I don't think it's, and I'm not even saying that as giving credit to the Texans or anything. I think there are a lot of teams in the league that looked at Bryce Young and saw what an outlier he would be in terms of being a smaller guy who's not actually all that athletic playing quarterback in the NFL. And when you see him in person and watch him work out versus C.J. Stroud in person, I think there was a lot more disagreement over whether you should take a flyer on Bryce Young than a lot of the media types said.
Yep, I agree with that. Middle screen's up early, and I thought about this yesterday when he just texted in. Pretty ironic that Bryce was the one who was named the starter from day one, and Stroud had to beat out Mills and Keenum. And it's true. Like, this whole thing, especially you juxtapose it to the way the Texans brought along C.J. Stroud early on, it is really a referendum on bringing in a highly drafted young quarterback, whereas the Panthers treated it like a coronation of Bryce Young, like he had already accomplished something by being the number one overall pick. The Texans drafted C.J. Stroud knowing full well he was eventually going to be the guy they chose to be the franchise quarterback. I don't think they knew he would turn into this so early, but it is. I think it is when you look at the two franchises and how they handled it. There's something there. There is something there. All right, off and running on a Tuesday. Monday Night Football last night. By the way, Atlanta 22, Eagles 21. We didn't really dig into that, but Eagles might have saved the Falcons' season last night by allowing a late touchdown in that game. We'll get to that in headlines a little bit later. Hey, let's and the Astros lose last night if you're just getting in your car 3-1, because I know a lot of you got in your car, probably went to bed knowing that game started at 8:40 last night. All right, let's get back to the Texans. Two big things coming out of the game on Sunday night. What should the punishment be for someone who had to defend himself Cobra Kai style on an opposing bench? And two, where are these hip drop tackle penalties that we've been discussing? Joe Mixon wants to know. We will get to that coming up next. But first, breakfast tacos. How do breakfast tacos sound this morning? Sounds pretty good to me. Get over to your nearest Taquerias around us on the way in and get yourself some breakfast tacos. Or make tonight the night that you want to go out, watch the Astros. It's a night game a little later again. If you want to head to one of the Aranda sports bars here around town, maybe you're craving some authentic Mexican cuisine tonight. Make tonight, like it is Tuesday. That's usually the day where people eat those mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas. Get to Taquerias Arandas. They bring you the best flavors in town. And you Astro fans, they've got something extra special just for you. If you head over to any of the Taquerias Arandas locations, Arandas Seafood, Arandas Bakery locations, you get a chance to win exclusive autographed items from Houston Astros superstar shortstop Jeremy Pena. Hey, when the Astros are back in town later this week, don't forget to visit Taquerias Arandas and Arandas Bakery inside Minute Maid Park during the game. You can visit taqueriasarandas.com, but get to those Arandas sports bars locations. 14 of them around town. They're all right inside a Taquerias Arandas. And watch those games. They're an official sponsor of the Houston Astros. Get that delicious Tex-Mex food. It's Taquerias Arandas.
Coach D'Amico's defense got the job done in a 19-13 win over the Bears.
They played amazing. Shout out to them. We lean on each other, so I'm super proud of them boys.
Is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of great things on tape. I mean, first and foremost, we were just excited to get the win, right? And I think for me, it was a team win, right? When we needed plays on offense, they made plays, right? We needed the kicking game to step up. Right, Emi had an outstanding game. Again, I mentioned it yesterday, but I think he's one of the only kickers in NFL history, back-to-back weeks of over 3 kicks over 50 yards. So Emi is playing lights out for us, and that was one thing that definitely stood out in the game. And defensively, just seeing the guys just swarm. You know, we talk about the D-line and what they did with all the pressures, but just watching Petrie and watching how relentless he was, every rep. No matter if he was rushing, no matter if he's in coverage, like he was all over the field, sideline to sideline, playing relentless. And it was just exciting to see, our style of play on defense just showed through the tape from all three levels of our defense. All the guys were playing with great effort. All the guys were playing physical. Just love to see that style.
In the moment on Sunday night, it got frustrating because the Texans should have won by more. You know, if you just look at even just something as basic as the fumble by Cam Akers that would have made it 26-10, stuff like that. And a lot of the times, the Texans have played way more close games than they have blowouts on either side since D'Amico got here, Seth. And I think in a lot of these games, there have been junctures in the game where if the Texans just didn't make a mistake or if they just made a play, the game plays out very differently and it's not as close. You know, 2 days later here, I take a step back and I watch a game like last night, and I'm like, you know what? I feel good. I feel really good about this team right now. You know, they're not going to go committing 12 penalties in every game. Like the things that the Texans need to fix.
Yeah.
And the fact that they get to fix it while they're 2-0 in a league that's 2 weeks into the season, there have been more landmines out there on the schedule for good teams than I can remember. And maybe it's because we finally have a really good team here and I'm more acute to it or in tune with it. But I'm happy with where the Texans are right now. Like I feel like a lot of fixable stuff.
A lot of the things that Bill O'Brien said through the years that we got tired of are 100% true. Yeah, it's an 8-8 league, et cetera, et cetera. It's really hard to win football games in the regular season. I think in going off a really small sample size early in the season, I'll just make it as simple as looking at the box score in a lot of respects of these last couple weeks. There's some weird things that happened that kept it from being a convincing victory. But on a down-by-down basis, you feel really good about the way the Texans physically competed with their opponents.
Yes.
And the Bears, by and large, did not compete offensively. They flat out, Caleb Williams' yards per attempt, and everything else, just like how effective he was as a passer. There's some things that look all right, but really he was just dinking and dunking when he could, but he did not have anything available to him downfield. The Texans were blitzing the hell out of him. It was an uglier day than perhaps even the stat line would suggest for a guy that had a couple interceptions, really had 3 interceptions with one. I don't look at Caleb Williams yet as a guy that like, well, yeah, he was throwing the ball up because he knew there was going to be a flag or what have you. No, he was at a point in the second half where he was just desperate to make anything happen. But it's been against a couple of questionable quarterbacks, and I don't think the Texans' defense is a finished product, but really the biggest thing that makes me feel better about anything else is that they've tackled really well.
Yeah.
Like that last year they were one of the worst tackling teams in the league. They were second in the league in missed tackles, and they averaged 7.6 missed tackles per game. In the first 2 games, the Texans have a total of 5 missed tackles. I think they're just fundamentally a more sound defense.
Oh, I hadn't heard that number. 5 in 2 games for the entire team.
Yeah.
That's great. I like that a lot. So is Sam Darnold the toughest test they've had so far, quarterback, between Anthony Richardson and Caleb Williams?
I think this version of Sam Darnold, because I think they're doing the classic Kubiak-Shanahan thing up there where you've got a coach that runs a Kubiak-Shanahan style system, and the quarterback has answers. And it just like we've seen with guys like Matt Schaub or anybody else, when you put them in a system and they've got answers to the test, and on any given play, as long as they grasp the system, you might get the best out of them. I think Sam Darnold might be going down that path right now. And he's also got a really good defense on the other side.
Got a good defense?
Not a fluke that Brian Flores' defense has looked really good for the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent on that side of the ball, and Kevin O'Connell's a really good coach. So maybe it's the combination of Darnold and O'Connell versus the combination of Richardson and Steichen and the combination of Waldron and Caleb Williams. I do feel like, especially in Minnesota, this is the first offense that they'll be playing that feels like they can string together like a 9 or 10 play drive against the Texans.
Yeah,
I never felt like I never felt like the Colts were going to be able to do. Once you saw that they had corralled Jonathan Taylor early on in that game, like they had an answer for Taylor in that game in the first half. I'm like, all right, the only way the Colts are beating them is the way that the Colts ended up scoring on drives, which was to get one gigantic chunk play and minimize the margin for error. And I felt the same way about Caleb Williams, especially with that crowd on Sunday night.
I think with Sam Darnold, especially because, look, you go back to, he's one of the many examples of guys that when you watch the highlight reel from training camp of his rookie year. You think, oh my gosh, this guy's incredible. He's fantastic. But he needed to be refined, and he needs limits. He needs guide rails. And if he takes all the experience he's had and genuinely absorbs this offense and plays by those guidelines, he still has that ability for the deep balls, for the play action, for all that stuff. And, I mean, there's just so many examples now. Geno Smith is probably paramount of a guy that just his first few years struggled to show any of the potential that he had that made him drafted as high as he was. And yet, okay, once he gets some stuff beat out of him and he finds himself in the right system, yeah, this might be a really viable NFL quarterback.
All right, so the things coming out of the Sunday night game that were big talking points yesterday, the first one was Azeez Al-Shaair and the incident along Chicago's bench after Azeez just absolutely tattooed Caleb Williams on a hit. Legally, yeah. No, he drove him out of bounds, but Caleb Williams was in bounds when he got hit. Azeez Al-Shaair did not get flagged by the referees. He would have been flagged by Chicago's bench and their staff and all the players over there if they could have. So Azeez wound up in a situation where he's just in a sea of orange jerseys who are very angry with him. And along the way, he may or may not have punched a Chicago player, helmeted player, in the head. And it turned into a kind of a bit of a melee. The two teams separated. We went on with our evening. Here was D'Amico Ryans on what happened with Azeez Al-Shaair along the Chicago bench.
From my perspective, seeing Azeez, he had a big hit on the quarterback, and everyone goes, everyone gets a little antsy when the quarterback gets hit on the sideline, but if the quarterback stays in, he's going to get hit. And now I think everybody's a little sensitive when there are big hits in the league. We still play a physical game, and you're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us. That's just how we operate here. And, what happened after that, Azeez is, of course, he's surrounded by a lot of their players and also some staff, and they are surrounding him. We got people pushing Azeez and kick, so we have to, as the game, we have to be better, right, from protecting all players involved, especially when something happens on the opposite sideline. Just have to be better. And we know, from Azeez's perspective, we, can't throw punches or anything like that. But just overall, we just have to be able to protect players, and it goes both ways. When you got guys surrounding one of our players and ununiformed staff that's surrounding and in that little mix-up as well, that's a problem, and we have to get it fixed.
D'Amico is the most polite conveyor of a future ass-kicking that I've ever heard in my life. You're going to get hit hard when you play us. That's just how we operate over here, okay?
He's said a few things in the last couple of years that I think, if said with a different tone of voice from a different guy, if it were Bill O'Brien, then it would be headline material. I mean, that pep rally where he said, hey, when a team wakes up the next day, we want them to feel like they played the Texans. Mm-hmm. The message was almost like, yeah, we want to hurt people. And yet he phrases it just properly to make it sound like, hey, that's just D'Amico playing with passion. Yeah.
That's what we do.
He's basically in that moment calling out Eberflus and his entire staff for their professionalism, and yet I wonder if it's even being played like that in Chicago or anything. I think in Chicago they're more upset about their offensive line and probably absorbed with that to worry about D'Amico.
Yeah. Are we there with this defense right now in terms of just the culture of it and the physicality? Do you think the Bears were feeling it when they woke up on Monday morning? Are we there?
Yeah, I think that there were definitely I think, for one, just Caleb Williams himself taking so many clean legal hits. Yeah. I mean, there were times in that game where, man, in the old days, he probably would have been in the hospital. Some of those clean shots, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson both had absolute murder potential shots at him, except they can't bury their helmet and everything, so they tackle, and he still goes down pretty hard. But man, he took some shots, and that's on the quarterback where it's relatively easy. But I think the tackling alone, you've seen where it's not even necessarily the big hits as much as the sound and secure, solid hits where guys are getting wrapped up as they're getting hit that excite me. It's just a more physical defense so far this year than it was last year. They tried like hell to be physical last year, but it wasn't it just wasn't disciplined enough. Whereas now I feel like they've got they're more like a prize fighter. That there's an aggression, but it's a professional aggression where you got to kind of you got to be scientific about it.
Did you see the picture? I sent it to you. Yeah, I know you were traveling yesterday, so you may not have seen everything I sent to you. But I posted it on my Twitter account, so I'm not talking about something with Seth that other people can't see. If you want to see what I'm about to talk about, you can go to @Sean T. Pendergast. Did you see the picture I sent you of Danielle Hunter's sack? Danielle Hunter's helmet is touching Caleb Williams, and he did not see Danielle Hunter coming at all. Like, he's still, looking downfield, holding the ball as if he's cocked and ready to throw it, and Danielle is in his face. That had to be jarring.
And, I think some of it, too, I would imagine right now in Chicago, because this always happens, people are upset that on the Will Anderson play, they had a tight end trying to block Will Anderson.
Yeah.
That's 100% fine. That's a play that people run throughout the league where it was play action and they try to make it look like the tight end is kicking out the defensive end on a play action. The problem was the Bears have not – they're too sloppy offensively and haven't set it up well. Will – and this was a classic second-year move by Will – Will wasn't just recklessly flying upfield on that and got lucky. Will made the right read and that he was ready to play the run, but wasn't fooled by the fake and just slipped that block by the tight end. And that's why Caleb Williams he had no chance on that play. That's where Caleb Williams is in trouble for the rest of the year if the offense doesn't get their act together.
Yeah. You say you're saying classic second-year play in so much as he never would have made that play as a rookie.
I don't think so.
That's how he's advanced.
Either if he did, it would have been because he was recklessly flying upfield.
Yeah.
He would have gotten lucky on that play, where I don't think he's that guy anymore. You could tell by his footwork that he actually made – it was a read that he made, and it ends up looking like he's just flying into the backfield.
That's great.
But the Danielle Hunter trade hit the shot that you sent me.
Yeah.
One of our listeners pointed out that I guess Mina Kimes said he looked like a flying squirrel, which is what I had said early in the morning yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, you did. You were first.
I will point out that, look, she went to Yale. She couldn't get into Cornell. I called him the squirrel missile.
Yeah.
You can't – yes, he looked like a flying squirrel, but that's just too easy. Squirrel missile is what he looked like, yes.
Spice it up a little bit.
Yeah. It's like a squirrel on creatine.
There you go. Let's get this in here because Joe Mixon ankle injury is going to be a big story this week. D'Amico Ryans, have you looked into the possible hip drop tackle on Joe Mixon?
Yeah, whenever there are plays of that nature, as the hip drop or the issue with Aziz on the sideline, we always want to send those into the league to make sure we're correct in what we're saying to our players. We just want to make sure we're coaching our players the right way and make sure we're within lines of the rules and playing the game the right way. So we always try to send those plays into the league to make sure we have clarity, so our players have clarity when they're on the field so they can play as fast as possible and leave no doubt.
Mixon was a little less diplomatic on Twitter. He said NFL and NFLPA made a rule and an emphasis for a reason. Time to put your money where your mouth is, end quote.
Yeah, this is a classic instance. It's one of those things where everybody hates the hip drop tackle rule until all of a sudden protect them. Yeah. Everybody hates the cops until all of a sudden you need the cops.
That's right.
Hey, where were you?
I said I hated you.
Why didn't you come when I called? Here's the one thing. If you're old school and you hate that they're trying to legislate various things out, you can be old school and also want the hip drop tackle banned, because every single hip drop tackle could be avoided if the defender would just actually keep driving his feet through contact and make a clean and classic tackle. It's lazy and it is dangerous. And if you wanna try to retain your old school toughness, just point out, if you just keep driving your feet through the tackle with good form, you don't have to hip drop tackle. So I'm calling the cops on this one too. I need them.
Okay.
I need them.
Yeah, the cops, the NFL. All right, headlines. We'll get to the Astros. They lose last night. The home stretch is here for them. Monday Night Football, catastrophe in one city, season saved possibly early on in another, and a number one overall pick benched. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next.
Ability Trees is who you want on your side in the city of Houston if you have trees. So many of you listening who have houses, most assuredly.
Drive. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Astros. They lose last night in San Diego. San Diego's hot team right now, man. They're in the lead right now for the final wild card spot in the NL, 2.5 games over the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're actually only 3.5 back of the Dodgers in the NL West. The Padres are closer to the Dodgers than the Mariners are to the Astros right now in their division. 3-1 the win. Yu Darvish, really, really good. Best outing since being sidelined for more than 3 months. We remember Yu Darvish from back in the 2017 World Series, Game 7. Spencer Arrighetti, 3-1 was the final score, so the bats went dry last night. But Spencer Arrighetti, another solid outing. I would say probably the biggest story coming out of this game, Spencer Arrighetti did something that several other pitchers couldn't do over the course of 141 plate appearances. He struck out Padres leadoff hitter Luis Arraez last night. First time in 141 plate appearances, Seth, that he struck out. Take that, Padres. How do you like
that
them?
Spin rate. That spin rate with none of the spider tack involved and what have you.
Hell yeah.
Take that. That's
right.
a canister of Zinn, not spider tack in his pocket.
That's it, man.
I got to find my spider tack. I used to travel with it, but now I don't have it with me here in Oregon, just in case.
Never know when you're going to need sticky fingers. Yeah.
I needed a space-age sticky substance. I just never knew. So I'm in the Pacific Northwest right now, Sean. I might have needed to climb a redwood or something. So Spencer Arrighetti, who's turning into a kind of a strikeout maven. Looking, doing a lot of things that make you feel good about him going into the playoffs. So that, as much as you can derive from a loss in this weird September feeling where, boy, man, there's a lot to be uncomfortable about with the Astros, and yet everybody else is kind of complying within the division at least to not make you that uncomfortable.
It is interesting. The two of the guys that are kind of, I'm saying on the bubble, like I think Kikuchi's pitching really well. Like he's less on the bubble than other guys. Verlander does get things straightened out. I feel strongly he'll be the third guy behind Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. I just think there's a moving of the goalpost for Verlander that will go on that doesn't happen for the other guys. If we wind up in a situation where Kikuchi and Arrighetti in particular, because they are just such swing and miss guys, that they're not part of a rotation, it'll be really interesting to see how they get deployed in the postseason, like how they get used. Do they get brought in like leverage situations towards the middle of a game where you need someone who's not going to give up contact? Are they going to come in with runners on second and third and one out in a situation in like the fifth inning of a playoff game? Because you need guys that can strike guys out in that situation.
And Arrighetti is exactly the guy too that, I was reading the article in the Chronicle this morning that talked about how Arrighetti has turned into this reliable pitcher, and I agree to a certain degree, except he's still very capable about once every 4 outings, potentially having to be yoinked after 2/3 of an inning. So that's I think you gotta wonder going into it. All right, what do we really have in Arrighetti, and am I going to have a hair trigger with him in the playoffs? And I don't think it's going to hurt his confidence or anything. He's rebounded from that already multiple times in his rookie year. I think you just got to be on alert for it and be ready with either Blanco behind him or Kikuchi or however you handle it to piggyback in the playoffs.
Yeah, Arrighetti's ahead of schedule, man. Like he's not even supposed to be here, and he's certainly not supposed to be pitching like this. And I think he probably realizes that. Like everything's a learning experience. For him. It's not like, you don't have to worry about how it's going to affect clubhouse morale or anything like that. Or his psyche, I don't think. Like, your point, like he bounces back. He's very resilient.
I think, that's what you see within his good appearances is he is very resilient. He's learned to trust his defense behind him. He doesn't panic when he doesn't quite have control. He's been able to reel it back in. And the silver lining on some of his blow-up bad performances has been, he's come back the next outing and been just fine. So I think use him however you want. Don't worry about destroying his confidence. He's a veteran in a lot of respects, mentally and emotionally, I think
it's a good assessment. Yes.
3rd down 5. The ball at the 8 of Philadelphia. Cousins in the gun. 3 receivers right. Looks into the nickel. The shotgun snap. The center block. The line drive throw. Far side. Caught. Touchdown. At the pylon, London caught it chest high. Touchdown, Atlanta. 34 seconds to go.
That was Kevin Harlan on the call, a game you heard right here on Sports Radio 610. Cousins to Drake London, 34 seconds to go. Extra point good from 48 yards because London got an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty after scoring the game-winning touchdown last night. And the Atlanta Falcons beat the Philadelphia Eagles on a drive that Kirk Cousins orchestrated inside of 2 minutes after the Eagles, Seth, had taken a 21-15 lead. They were up 18-15. They were on the tail end of a 9-minute drive in the fourth quarter, and they had a third down play, 3rd and 3, and Atlanta no timeouts left, and they decided to throw a pass to Saquon Barkley out in the flat. Dropped pass by Saquon Barkley, stops the clock. Eagles are forced to kick a field goal. Saquon catches that ball. They're taking knees in Atlanta territory, and the game's over. So there's a lot of heat. I was listening to WIP on the way in this morning, our sister station up there. A lot of heat on Nick Sirianni for choosing to throw the ball there. A lot of heat on Saquon Barkley for dropping the ball. A ton of heat on your former DC, Vic Fangio, for allowing a game-winning touchdown drive to Kirk Cousins in prime time.
Man, Fangio, it's interesting if you were to go from fan base to fan base around the league, where Fangio, who's now been in the NFL for he might be in his 5th decade in the NFL. Yeah. He's forever. He's been a coach. Sometimes it's brilliant, and sometimes it's just not the right fit, and it's 2 games into the season. Who knows? But I do know just from the year in which the Eagles lost their last Super Bowl, but they had a really good defense most of the year. They like guys who blitz a lot, and Fangio doesn't blitz a whole lot. And if it's not going really well, I could see it turning really rapidly. I feel bad because I love Vic Fangio, but it just sometimes he's got to have the right personnel for it to work. I think as far as Saquon Barkley goes, look, it would be hard for me to sit here and gloat over Joe Mixon versus Saquon Barkley at this point, because you don't know Joe Mixon's how healthy he's going to be in the next couple weeks. Yeah. But with Saquon Barkley, I would point out that there is very much a boomer bust with him, and that, the highlight stuff is incredible. The potential is crazy, but he also gets tackled for no gain quite a bit. And, he's not known as a pass dropper or anything, but in this moment, he was not the chosen one that the Eagles fans thought he was.
No, he had a good game up to that point. I think he had 22 carries for 95 yards. Like, he had a good game. It's just unfortunate, man. Like, he dropped the ball there. You got a chance to close the game out there.
I think the biggest thing that you and I both miss is that Cataldi, the radio host up there, has retired, Angelo, so we weren't able to tune into him and listen to him freaking the hell out about last night.
I'm guessing Philly people, no disrespect to the guys that do the morning show up there now. It's a good show, but, man, like on days like this, after a Philadelphia team just completely collapses,
he's a guy that we fell in love with as he was delivering a rant about how much he hates the Astros.
I couldn't help but love the guy. Yeah, like he's just.
I was actually talking to Meltzer and Gallant about this the other day. We were talking about how, man, it does seem like in sports talk in general, including on television, even on ESPN, it's just, the nerds have taken over a little bit too much to where all of a sudden guys like Mad Dog Russo are kind of a breath of fresh air.
Yes.
Where just give me some guy that's just giving raw emotion, not making any sense as he's talking, like screaming about what he's angry about. And there is something to be said for that. I just kind of miss, like, all right, can I please just be angry without not having to run the EPA through a calculator first?
I don't need to know why they're a disgrace. I just want to hear that they're a disgrace.
I just want to commiserate with somebody else who's talking about the same things I'm feeling about.
Bryce Young stinks, and that's why he's benched, because he stinks. Yeah, and Bryce Young got benched yesterday, by the way. That's our last headline there. Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider.
Ooh.
Yeah, he was on the call.
He's a big meathead.
He is.
He's not going to tell us about EPA. Nope. And there'll be no algorithms coming up next.
He's going to be telling us about eating and why Deion Sanders is clownish for throwing the football under 2 minutes to go in a game he's up by 19. Ross was on that game on Colorado State this week. And we'll talk some NFL with our Odyssey NFL Insider, Ross Tucker, up next.
Bayway Chevrolet. Look, you don't have to think too hard about this one.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. And right now on the line, our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise.
Ooh.
Mayo game day. Be delicious. Hey, Ross, I enjoyed the call on Colorado State on Saturday night. I thought you did a great job. My wife and I watched the whole game. I really admired how you danced around on the broadcast, just how ridiculously low the football IQ was of the Colorado State quarterback. You did a very diplomatic job of that, I thought. He was a mess, that kid. I felt bad.
Well, first of all, thank you for the compliment, Sean,
Yes.
and thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. That game was sort of a bummer in the sense that last year's game was absolutely incredible
Yes.
and electric and went to double overtime and all those things. And so I was very excited because I thought Colorado State's supposed to be better this year. The game was in Fort Collins. It hadn't been there since 1996. So they were telling me that it was, and evidently is, was the biggest event in the history of Fort Collins, Colorado. Because so often that game has been played at the Broncos Stadium at Mile High. So it was sold out forever. The atmosphere was, I would say half the student section at least was filled 2 hours before the game, and they were just yelling at all the Colorado players. And then, unfortunately, Colorado State, really could not have played much worse. Their best player was hurt. They shot themselves in the foot a million times. You referenced their quarterback, Braden Fowler-Nicolosi. He's kind of a gunslinger.
Yeah.
And he had a couple of costly turnovers. He's from somewhere in Texas, Aledo. Is that near you guys? Aledo? I don't know where.
I don't think so. I don't know where that is. Yeah, not sure.
I think it's between Westview and Bel Air.
So it was a bummer that and I don't really ever care who wins. As a broadcaster, I love close games because that's more fun for me. But also, they had so many students there.
Yeah.
And they really didn't give them a single thing to really get excited about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just, I love the sport. I want when there's a good crowd and it's a big deal, I want those people to be excited and fired up and have cool things to cheer about and get fired up about. And they just were never really able to do that for them. And Colorado has a couple of fantastic players in particular. The Travis Hunter kid is
he's good.
It's crazy what he's not just playing both ways. He's playing almost every snap both ways, and he is excelling on both sides. You know what I mean? It's not like, he can play both ways. No, he is if you just looked at, like, if you listed the top 5 receivers in college football, he's one of them. If you listed the top 5 corners in college football, he's one of them.
Yeah.
I mean, think about, Seth can tell you this, think about just like how many meetings he has to go to.
Right.
Think about what practice is like. Like, I'm there, and I'm annoyed I didn't say this during the game. I went to their practice. The defense wears black jerseys. The offense wears white jerseys. Travis Hunter wears a gray jersey, so he can go on either one.
That's
Crazy.
wild. That's wild.
Hey, Ross, what on the NFL side of things, from a perspective of somebody obviously outside the city of Houston, Texans are 2-0. I think the offense has not necessarily been the fireworks that people anticipated, and yet here I think most Texans fans feel pretty good about the team in total. How do you look at the Texans right now after 2 games?
Yeah, I think the way they've won these games makes me feel even better about them. You know, coming into the season, the last thing I was sort of concerned about, like the known entity, was just, you know, obviously C.J. Stroud in the passing game, especially with Dell back and Nico Collins and Diggs and whatever. The 2 sort of unknowns were how well they would run the football and then the defense. Well, you know, especially in the first game, they ran it very, very well. And then the defense, I mean, they looked awesome against the Bears. Now, how much of that is the Bears? I don't know, but Danielle Hunter looks special still. And I think that the 2 most common denominators of Super Bowl caliber teams, I would say, is obviously quarterback number 1, you know, sort of like an MVP level quarterback. And then the other one is a dominant defensive line, you know, usually led by one guy, but a dominant defensive line. And so that's pretty impressive what the Texans have right now. I mean, I think I had them, you know, 4th or 5th in my power rankings. And I think you can make an argument right now that they appear to be the team with the best chance to knock off the Chiefs.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people saying that this week, Ross. They've got an interesting matchup this weekend because they head up to Minnesota before a couple of games with Jacksonville and Buffalo coming up. So, you know, those are big home games coming up with a division rival, and then Buffalo's going to have a lot of juice because of the whole Diggs thing. And this Minnesota game is just in sort of a weird spot coming off of Sunday Night Football. You're heading up to Minnesota, and Minnesota's 2-0, and Sam Darnold looks good a couple games in. What are your thoughts on that matchup this weekend?
Yeah, well, number one, I think, and with every passing year, I think this more and more, coaching is so important. I mean, think about like the Packers and Malik Willis, right? I have never seen that young man look even halfway competent as an NFL quarterback in a couple years in Tennessee. Now he goes to Green Bay, and after 2 weeks, he leads them to a win, and he looks pretty good. And I think the same can be said. I mean, this is Sam Darnold's 4th team, and he already looks way, way better in Minnesota than he ever looked with the Jets or the Panthers or even last year with the Niners. And so I just think, you know, it's a real tip of the cap to Kevin O'Connell, Matt LaFleur, some of these coaches. And this is going to be a tough game for the Texans. Mm-hmm. The thing that maybe surprises me the most about the Vikings right now, they lead the NFL in sacks. You know, they let you guys get Danielle Hunter, and yet they lead the NFL in sacks in part because they have the most exotic defensive scheme in the NFL. This is going to be really a good challenge for Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. Greg Cosell talks about this all the time on my show on Thursdays, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. So last year, think about this, guys. Brian Flores and the Vikings, their D coordinator, led the league in the amount of 3-man rush and the amount of 6 guys or more rush. So standard is kind of a 4-man rush. A lot of times people will bring an extra guy for a 5-man rush. And so teams are kind of used to that. Whereas Flores, like, goes to extreme. What song is that? I go to extreme. Anyway,
Billy
Flores
Joel. Yeah.
Yes. Anyway,
that's exactly who Brian Flores likes to be compared to.
Billy Joel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Flores. He told me that the main reason why he does this because he was hoping someday on Houston radio I would compare him to Billy Joel.
Right.
But darling, I don't know why I go to extreme. How good? Like scale 1 to 10. How terrible was that?
1.5.
It was better than the Texans' attempt at the Sunday Night Football.
That's
song
true.
that they did
Yeah,
on the
that's
broadcast.
true. Yeah.
Do you think I have a question. Was it bad enough that you think we lost? Like, did people turn the channel, or was it so bad that people are laughing and they're still here?
No. It's so bad people are laughing, and so bad we'll make a hotkey out of it. I promise you that. It'll get used again at some point.
What's a hotkey?
It means that it'll get like it takes like little sound bites, and Ben our producer will just drop them in at some point. So sometime when something extreme happens in the future, we're going to play you singing "I Go to Extremes." You won't.
Well, anyway, Flores is going to like after the game. I don't know if you guys saw it, but Brock Purdy, the Niners quarterback, said to Flores after the game, "Your scheme is crazy, man." So that's the big challenge for Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud this week. It's the most exotic scheme in the NFL. It'll be fun to see whether or not they're up to the challenge.
Well, that's where, in Ross, you as a former offensive lineman, and you've played for some really smart coaches and coordinators. The offensive line right now is perhaps the biggest question mark for the Texans, especially with their starting center banged up. That's what I'm nervous about this week is that they've made some mental errors, more so mental than physical errors in the first couple games. And versus Flores, who blitzes a lot, like you pointed out, and can do it in exotic ways. Give me some hope for teams that have fixed this stuff mid-season or on the fly. Just being able to just clean up some of the mental errors and miscues to where guys are just coming free, and it's because the O-line looks inept at times.
Yeah, well, as you know, first of all, it's a pet peeve of mine, and most of it might be the offensive line, but it's important to note that, a lot of times when a guy comes free, it's not the offensive line's responsibility. Mm-hmm. I mean, the offensive line's usually pretty good about knowing who they should block. If they're not, it's either the center or it's the quarterback typically, unless they point out the right guy and then one of the other guys still doesn't block him. But then so often, sometimes it's the responsibility of the running back and they don't get him. Sometimes they're supposed to let the guy come and then the quarterback's supposed to get rid of it. I think people know it's called a hot route or a sight adjust or whatever. And so there's a bunch of different people it can be when guys are coming free. I think that they will fix it, but as you know, Seth, like the Eagles never fixed it at the end of last year, and it cost them dearly. The way the NFL works is if you are showing an issue, it's not like, they're having trouble with the blitz. We shouldn't blitz them as much. Like, no. It's they're having trouble with the blitz. Send everybody and try to kill the quarterback. That's how the NFL works, and so that's what they're going to try to do. On Sunday. If they feel like the Texans are having that issue, I would be surprised if Flores does not try to heat them up early and often.
Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL Insider. You can get Hellman's at Walmart, Kroger, your local grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Hey, Ross, before we let you go, we'd be remiss not to ask you about last night's Monday Night Football game, given your ties to the Philadelphia Eagles. Is Philadelphia burning to the ground tonight? Have you checked in on your people there?
Oh, it's bad, man. Bad. It was Nick Foles' retirement night. It was Jason Kelsey was there, for everything. I mean, it was the home opener, and they were not able to seal the deal late. It's like the perfect storm for Sports Talk Radio in that there were some star players that literally dropped the ball and, cost them the game. And then there's a lot of questionable decisions. It's like it's ideal if you want to get engagement on radio or social media because they elect to throw the ball on 3rd and 3 with a minute and a half left. The Falcons don't have any timeouts left. They're inside the 10. Saquon Barkley's wide open. Then he drops it. And so the question is, the debate is it all on Saquon, or should they have just run it? And I think you can make pretty compelling arguments either way. So gonna be one of those days, really gonna be one of those weeks. And now what's really crazy is before the year, it was okay, they play the Packers, and then they played 3 NFC South teams. So you're like, okay, that's not bad. Well, now they beat the Packers, but now they lose at home to the Falcons. Now they play the Saints, who are now my number 2 team in the Ross Tucker Football Podcast Power Rankings. They look amazing. And then they got to play the Bucs, who are also undefeated. So you don't really know. Like, that's the funny thing about schedules. You guys probably thought before the year, oh, at Minnesota, Sam Darnold.
Yes.
That's a win.
Yep.
And now it's a tough game.
Yeah, it's crazy. 25-1 on Nick Sirianni, first head coach fired. Is there value there?
No, that would surprise me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if he didn't get the whole year at least. And they still have a good team. I think they'll have a pretty darn good year, but we'll see.
Okay. Well, there you go. Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. Ross, we'll do it again next week, man. That was fun.
Sounds great. See you guys.
All right, see ya. That's Ross Tucker. I was thinking about that just now. If we had more time with Ross, I would have told him about our NFL head coach death pool that you and I do. People are really intrigued by that, by the way. I've had a few people.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they like that we do that.
Yeah.
So for those that don't know, Seth and I have done this exercise for a few years where we each pick 4 head coaches before the season starts, with the goal being to try to have one of those 4 be the first one fired. And I don't know if you and I have ever captured it or not. I have to go back and look. It turns out maybe just drafting the Carolina head coach might be the right thing to do, because Rule and Frank Reich have been the first ones fired the last 2 years, and Canales may be on thin ice right now. Who knows? Neither of us picked Canales. You picked Nick Sirianni, though. And, yeah you had Nick Sirianni. I'd say your pool took a nice boost last night. Stock up.
I did it based on the perceived rift between Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, and if there's a rift between the head coach and the quarterback that you just gave a huge contract, that coach is gone, man. So we'll see. I don't want to make it happen. You said we hope we make it happen. I don't want to get the guy fired. I'm just looking at.
I want to be right.
Yeah. People arguing about whether or not they should have passed in that situation to Saquon Barkley. Look, catch the football, and it's a good play call.
Right.
And I think that's always
Barkley, man.
You always have to look at it and say, all right, whenever the offensive coordinator is looking at a situation where the defense is 100% selling out because to stop the run because they assume you're going to run, well, yeah, then pass.
Right.
It reminds me, it's a different game situation, but one year we lost to the Colts up in Indianapolis, and it was really ugly. And it was a year where I think we had started off all right, and this didn't seem as ridiculous as it might sound when Capers said, hey, listen, after the game, he told us, hey, remember what these guys were doing? They were passing on you at the end of the game when the game was already in hand. And I think I remember talking to Kylie Wong about it afterwards. We're both sitting there like, yeah, we had 9 guys in the box. Of course he was
Manning
passing. Yeah. I don't think Peyton Manning was trying to rub our noses in it or anything. We had 9 guys in the box, and they probably weren't going to be able to run successfully. So he passed, and they scored a touchdown late in the game, but it wasn't like they were trying to run up the score. You got to sometimes just call what makes sense based on what you're seeing on defense.
Yeah.
What Ross was talking about with the blitz and Brian Flores, how he just really mixes things up really well. A lot of that always has to come down to your personnel on defense. You can scheme up all kinds of great stuff on the whiteboard that looks like it's going to confuse a quarterback, but you got to have the personnel that's smart enough to carry it out, and Minnesota does a really good job of that. Brian Flores does a really good job of it. The thing that I'd be most nervous about as a Texans fan was that last week, Chicago in the first half wasn't all that successful when they blitzed. The Texans had, I tallied it up yesterday. I don't have it in front of me. I think it was just one negative play versus the blitz in the first half, where in the second half they had one positive play versus the blitz.
Yeah.
The blitz was more effective as the game went on, and the Texans didn't adjust to it nearly as well. There was, one play where it wasn't on the offensive line like Ross had alluded to. It was a late blitz from a linebacker that got CJ sacked. And that's where guys winning downfield and CJ understanding where to go with it. that's the cat and mouse game between CJ and Bobby Slowick versus Brian Flores. It's going to be really interesting against Minnesota.
It's really interesting, too. Jalen Hurts last night. Like, look, you're right. That play to Saquon Barkley, that's not on the play caller. That's not on Kellen Moore, who's their OC.
Yeah, catch the football.
Catch the football is absolutely right. Because Saquon Barkley was wide open. I promise you the instructions to Jalen Hurts, given that the Falcons had no timeouts left, was only throw it to him if he's wide open. Otherwise, tuck
take
it,
the sack.
Take the sack, keep it in bounds, let the clock run at least, and then you're kicking the field goal, but you've burned 40 more seconds off the clock.
You know what? That reminds me of when, people criticize the play call when Matt Schaub in the 2-14 season versus Seattle threw that pick six when the Texans had the lead and they could have closed the game out. People were criticizing the fact that Kubiak called for a pass. But like, no, that's on Schaub to not throw the football.
Correct.
Like it was all he had to do was take a sack in that moment. You got to trust your football players to do the right thing at some point,
especially
instead of just following the football 101 playbook.
It's funny, Jalen Hurts makes $50 million a year, and you look around, Seth, and it's almost like, Bryce Young is an indicator as to how hard it is to find a high-level quarterback in the draft. There have been a slew of quarterbacks drafted in the first round over the last 3 years, and the only ones really worthy of a conversation as to whether they're a potential long-term answer are C.J. Stroud and Trevor Lawrence. The rest of them are all on second teams now and backups and, going back 3 years now. It's almost like the big second contract has evolved into this next decision that has a 1 in 3 chance of working out. It's just way more expensive because you look at the guys that are the top paid quarterbacks, and for a variety of different reasons right now, I think the fan bases are probably awfully skittish about these guys. I'll start with Deshaun Watson and count upward because Deshaun got the most guaranteed money, but average annual value, he's behind several guys now because he's at 46. But Deshaun Watson, clear trepidation. Kyler Murray's gotten off to a good start this year, but I think there's no way the Cardinal fans have felt good about it the last couple of years. Jalen Hurts now, who knows what they're saying in Philly. Lamar Jackson, I think they're fine with. Justin Herbert's on like his third coach now. Jared Goff in Detroit, can he get them over the top? Tua might retire. Trevor Lawrence Trevor Lawrence himself. We'll hear it in the 8 o'clock hour. Said we suck at his press conference after the game on Sunday. Jordan Love's got a knee injury. Joe Burrow's got a wrist injury. Cowboy fans, how excited are they to have Dak getting $60 million a year after getting the doors beat off him by the Saints on Sunday? Like this, the big contract for the quarterback has evolved into like the second draft. You know what I mean?
Right. No, and it is. The high pick in the draft is almost just the entry cost.
Yes.
To get into this 3-year window of trying to figure out whether your guy is the guy in that first 3 years. So what makes it really interesting is, all right, then you still have, for most of these guys, including Tua Tagovailoa, who had these, there were people arguing that the Dolphins shouldn't be giving Tua that contract based on his injury history alone. So that becomes that you've paid the cost of entry, which is draft a quarterback high, and then 3 years later, most of the time you're taking another gamble as to whether you leverage your organization's future on a guy that's not 100% proven yet. So, I mean, and because the quarterback's position is so valuable in modern football, teams are willing to do it. The other side of it, though, is you see more and more teams willing to bail on the guy really quickly. I mean, it's just, and there's almost, there's no shame in it. They a year or two into it or even less, they're just Josh Rosen. They're like, nope, this isn't the guy. Got to move on. Take Kyler Murray the next year.
Dude, and Rosen was the 10th overall pick. The Panthers punted on Bryce. The Panthers punted not just on a number 1 overall pick yesterday, because I think Bryce is done in Carolina. I don't know. I don't know that he's wired to come back from this in Carolina. He might need to go somewhere where he gets a new shrink or a head doctor or a Kubshanistan.
His father's a psychologist.
Well, he's got
he's
good.
He's fire his father.
Good. He doesn't have to. Yeah. You're right. You're fired, Dad. They punted on Bryce Young yesterday, 19 games into his career. And that's not just a guy they drafted number 1 overall. That's a guy they traded multiple picks that are still playing out. And DJ Moore, a high-level wide receiver, for the right to draft Bryce Young. They traded 2 firsts and a second and another pick and DJ Moore to move up 9 spots to get Bryce Young.
Okay, well, I'll just go even one further into just the whole matrix of all of this. The other thing we're seeing now, though, too, is that, oh, wow, guys like Geno Smith, perhaps Baker Mayfield, all these other guys that get written off relatively early in their career, maybe we should have stuck with them.
Maybe.
So in Carolina, they could have both made a mistake in trading way too much for Sam Darnold, but they could also be criticized for, hey, you let Sam Darnold walk out the building. Look at what he's doing right now.
Minnesota, yeah.
Baker Mayfield and Cleveland, all of these different guys.
Yeah.
It's a mess. All of that serves to tell Texans fans just, man, be happy and grateful for what you have, because I don't think we're going to be having these conversations with C.J. Stroud, and a lot of it is just random luck of the draw.
Yeah, it's a minefield, dude. It's an absolute minefield, and the Texans managed to navigate it. It would appear, it's still early in C.J.'s career, so we'll see. But I feel great about where we are right now. I feel good about the defense too. It was cool to hear Ross say that, because I kind of agree with him. Like I am actually more bullish on the Texans now, despite the fact we haven't seen the offensive fireworks we anticipated. If you had told me before the season that we were going to get like these numbers offensively, like that Stephon Diggs would be held to this, and in the Bears game, like they'd have all this sort of trouble, I would have said, all right, well, they probably found a way to win one of those games. I wouldn't have said they were 2-0. I probably would have said 1-1. But that was cool to hear Ross Tucker have those observations on the Texans.
Well, I think that if there's one thing in general you can say about a team that wins a Super Bowl, it's that they got to be able to win in multiple different ways.
No doubt.
You see all the time teams that have great passing offenses, but then they get into the playoffs and they can't run the ball, or defenses that are really good at racking up regular season stats, but they can't stop the run or whatever else it might be. I think the interesting thing for the Texans right now is that they went against their typecast defensively. DeMeco Ryans blitzed more than he's ever blitzed as the defensive coordinator of the Texans, maybe as the 49ers defensive coordinator as well. So, all right, does that become something that they do a lot, or is that something they had to do in the moment? And if it is something they do a lot, if they become a hyper-aggressive blitzing team, can they hold up to it over the course of the season, or do they start to have some tendencies? The biggest thing they have going for them is that it looks right now like they have 2 cornerbacks who can play a lot of man coverage and do really well at it. If you're going to blitz, you got to have cornerbacks that can play man, because they're going to be exposed at times if the protection holds up, if the blitz doesn't get home. So, yeah, I mean, it could be right now. I get excited about that defensive performance and what they did versus Caleb Williams. But what about the veteran quarterbacks where it gets a lot dicier, and maybe they've got healthy and capable wide receivers? What's it look like then? Because sometimes it's really, Tom Brady in his prime. You're going to blitz Tom Brady in his prime? That's a lot tougher to do.
No doubt. You got Sam Darnold, who I'm not a huge fan of, anybody who listens to this show, but there's no denying he's been very good the first 2 games of this season. He'll be at home. He's well coached. So you got that coming up. You got Trevor Lawrence. Who knows what type of desperation Jacksonville might be in at that point. They're 0-2 now to start the season. I haven't looked to see who they play this weekend. And then you got Josh Allen the week after that, who Josh Allen's an early MVP candidate here 2 weeks into the season. They played very, very well.
I think the other thing about DeMeco and the way he called that game versus a rookie quarterback was that I think after the first couple series especially, you realize, okay, all right, this kid can do some of the simple stuff, and he's taking the easy opportunities. That's when you decide to, all right, well, let's just go ahead and crank up the heat. And this is the script against young quarterbacks. We've seen it so many times with young quarterbacks in Houston. Case Keenum as a rookie came in and, wow, looks pretty good. He's doing some promising things. So then defensive coordinator said, all right, well, let's see how he does when we turn the burner up to high.
I start banging the blitz button.
Yeah, and he looked like a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
But that, again, that's harder to do versus veteran guys. It's not just as simple as, all right, that's it. That's enough. We've had enough. Just send in the hounds. It's like in any movie from a medieval warfare where the the king or the general of the dominant army is watching his troops kind of struggle with the Huns or the barbarians, and he's like, all right, send in the cavalry. And then they trample everybody underfoot.
Longshanks from Braveheart.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, send him in. And his assistant's like, sir, do we really need to send them in? Some of our guys are going to get killed. And he's like, yes, but we'll kill some of theirs too.
Yeah. What is that, the heavy horses? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Send in the heavy horses.
Jags actually play the Bills on Monday Night Football this week. So you might – in Buffalo. So they get an undefeated Vikings team this weekend, the Texans do. Then they're, in all likelihood, going to get a super desperate Jacksonville team in Week 4. I mean, Jacksonville's probably going to be 0-3 going into that game.
Yeah, this Minnesota game, I think it was one that in the offseason we talked about, okay, this is interesting because, man, Brian Flores' defense was good last year, but they have Sam Darnold, and it's hard. I think a lot of people are going to be saying, I told you so, if Sam Darnold continues doing what he's doing, because I almost based on just a visceral dislike of Sam Darnold for reasons I can't even explain. I don't like Sam Darnold, and I want him to fail. Yeah. If he does really well, I'm going to have to eat a lot of crow.
I hate his face. I can tell you why. I hate his,
it's as simple as that.
He's the originator of my face theory about quarterbacks and head coaches. That before you place that bet, not saying you got to bet against them all the time, but just look at the faces of the head coach and quarterback, and if you're ready to bet on that team, ask yourself, are you ready to bet on a guy with that face? And I would tell anybody looking to take the 2.5 this weekend with the Vikings to do that. Are you surprised the Texans are favored by 2.5 in this game in Minnesota?
That's a really healthy spread versus on the road in a dome versus a really good defense.
Yeah.
I am a little bit surprised. If I were to be completely objective and cold-hearted about this, I might have to bet on the Vikings and just hope for a 1 or 2 point victory by the Texans.
Buy it up to 3, baby. That's what you do. Buy it up to 3. You talked about the Texans.
I don't know what that means.
That means you buy half a point. You lay a little bit extra to go from 2.5 to 3 points.
Sean, I'm sitting on a ticket that's 40-1 for Kamari Lassiter Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about your little machinations of how to buy points or however that all works.
I propped you up on Twitter yesterday about that. Let's hear from D'Amico Ryans. Let's hit Lassiter, Ben. Here's D'Amico Ryans on Kamari Lassiter's home debut this weekend, in which he got his first NFL pick.
Yeah, it was really cool to see Kamari. The work that he's putting in is really cool to see him, reap the benefits of that, right? And getting the pick is a matter of not just him, but it's the rush, speeding up the quarterback, and it's Kamari having really good hands. That was a difficult catch to make as well, so it was really nice play by him. But man, credit to him. The kid's been consistent. I talk about it all the time. He's been consistent where he needs to be every single play, and he doesn't press to make plays. Some guys get in the spot and they try to press to make a play, and then you end up putting yourself in a bad position. He's in the right position all the time, and he benefited yesterday from being able to make a pick.
The stats on Kamari Lassiter 2 games into his career, 10 targets against him, 3 catches. So quarterbacks are 3 for 10. Quarterbacks are 3 for 10 for 28 yards and a pick throwing at Kamari Lassiter. A 0.0 passer rating when targeted, and he's got a Pro Football Focus grade of over 80, which is elite. And I know we with the PFF warning label that PFF's not an exact empirical rating, but when you're on the fringes of it, if you're down in the 50s, you're probably pretty bad. If you're up in the 80s, you're probably pretty good. And I know just from watching every snap of Kamari Lassiter so far, for the most part, he's been really, really good so far this year.
And I think the challenge, too, in that game where you've got Derek Stingley traveling with DJ Moore, that's a challenge for Derek Stingley, obviously. And I think sometimes you got to remember that when you do that, the downside is also that your other guys might be playing a little bit out of their normal positions. And for Kamari Lassiter, it was a big one. He spent the entire training camp playing on the right side, and every snap in the preseason playing on the right side. All of a sudden, early in that game, he's playing on the left side, which doesn't sound like it should be a big deal, except that everything is completely different from what you as a rookie facing NFL caliber offenses has been. And I thought, and again, maybe early on a little bit, it didn't quite look like it was snapping for him in that game. and he caught on really quickly. So that part of it, that challenge, even though it might sound minuscule, it's something. And the fact that now the Texans have shown this ability to have Derek Stingley travel with the team's best wide receiver, that's another thing that makes you way more capable of blitzing.
Oh, yeah.
So for a guy that hasn't traditionally blitzed a lot, I think as long as Derek Stingley is healthy, D'Amico feels a lot safer blitzing.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't think that the risk reward is nearly as much as it was, say, last year.
Here's D'Amico yesterday talking about Derek Stingley Jr. in the game he had against DJ Moore.
Yeah, schematically, we do a lot of different things, and for me, defensively, whatever it takes, that specific week, that's what we'll do. Stingley was matched up, on DJ Moore. Thought he did a really nice job, and to see him go attack the football, that was big time for us, and that's what we need Stingley to do.
Are you excited? Well, let me back up. Do you think that they'll deploy Stingley against Justin Jefferson the way they did with DJ Moore this weekend? Do you think they?
I think, I'll be surprised if they don't, at least a little bit, and that makes it. I guess the other part of it though too is as the season evolves, where's the trust factor with Kamari Lassiter, and then it might just become kind of a non-issue. That all right, well, if we really like Kamari that much, I think the difference between Kamari and Stingley is still that like 40 times a side and what have you, Stingley is more of an elite mover.
Yeah.
I think he's elite fast in a way that you probably trust him right now in tracking somebody all over the field. But as Lassiter continues to prove himself, if he continues to prove himself, maybe it just doesn't become as much of a factor. You see Stingley doing it less, not because they don't trust him, but just because they trust Kamari Lassiter as well.
We've said, look, Stingley's gone against Justin Jefferson before. A little LSU on LSU violence there, right? I mean, they were teammates at LSU. All that video out there, Stingley going against Jefferson and Chase in practice back in the day,
Well, we saw Lassiter had gone against A.D. Mitchell in practice a lot. And whoever knows whoever else's tendencies, I don't know if there was a coverage bust or not, but it didn't seem to help when Derek Stingley let A.D. Mitchell, when Kamari Lassiter let A.D. Mitchell just run right by him.
They both did. Stingley and Lassiter both had plays.
Well, right, game. but Lassiter had the practice experience,
the history with him. Yeah, no, for sure. Back to your analogy. This text is hysterical. Your analogy of the war general just sending in the reinforcements.
Yeah,
send in the Rock Boys.
Yeah.
Picturing Whitney and Jacob Martin riding in on a bunch of ponies.
These guys have never seen a Pete Townsend air guitar quite like this.
That's right. Yes. That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast. There are a lot of cities right now, a couple in particular that are very, very, they're very upset, and they're upset with some of their own. I blame C.J. Stroud for this, and I'll explain why coming up next. Men's T Clinic. Testosterone, if you're getting older, and some of you drive it in your car right now, you're just tired every day, you lack energy. You're like, you know what, today I'm going to the gym, and I know in a few weeks or months I'm going to start to look better.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, we're going to get super petty about some of the quarterbacks who are inferior to C.J. Stroud around the NFL.
I love the petty cast.
We'll petty cast it at 8 o'clock today. We'll power rank the power rankings at 9 o'clock today. I am going to guess right now, I'm going to get on the record here at 7:45. We will check the power rankings around the league and power rank the power rankings at 9 o'clock. I'm going to guess, Seth, that the Texans are going to be in the top 5 of all 5 of the power rankings that you and I look at on a weekly basis.
Yeah, I think so, especially because a lot of power rankers early in the season go almost strictly on record. McLean does this. There'll be a team that's definitely a pretty good team, but starts off 0-2, and he'll put them like 25th in the power rankings.
They do. They go on record, and I think playing a primetime game against a big city opponent. I know the Bears are not a prominent, like they're not the Chiefs or the Bills or a team viewed as a team like that right now, but that's the 3rd largest city against the 4th largest city. I'm guessing that had a pretty big audience on Sunday night. I'm guessing a lot of people saw it. And I'm guessing a lot of people saw the same thing that Ross Tucker saw, or, people, we here in Houston see the Texans a certain kind of way. I like hearing people outside the city and what they have to say about it, especially in exercises like that, where he's like, wow, man, like I didn't realize the defense was that.
That was, and trying to be objective about it. I'm reading stuff from Chicago people yesterday and around the league, and I think that as a Texans fan, immediately after that game especially, I think a lot of us were really frustrated because the second half was so annoying in so many ways. It was easy to kind of forget about what the defense had done in the second half because there were so many miscues and missed opportunities on offense that it was frustrating afterwards. I think the vast majority of people who are a little bit more objective than us watched that game and thought, wow, the score doesn't really reflect who the better team is here. Yes. So that made me feel a little bit better. I was kicking myself all day yesterday for kicking myself too much. I was like, why can't I just enjoy this win? D'Amico told me to enjoy the win, and yet I'm not enjoying it.
It's funny, too, and this goes into what I wanted to talk about in this segment. I just looked at a text on the text page. Someone said in Chicago, they're already ready to move on from Caleb Williams. Callers up there, which I could see. I lived up there for 3 years. Like, Chicago is sort of like a Midwest version of the Northeast where they're crazy. They're crazy about their football, and it's great. I'm guessing the majority don't want to move on from Caleb Williams, but I'm guessing the lunatic fringe may want to move on. CJ has set an unrealistic standard for rookie quarterbacks around the league, and we saw it all offseason. Every segment about Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels and all the other quarterbacks taken in the top 12. Which of these guys can have a Stroud-like effect in their rookie year? And the answer is probably every year, probably going to be none of them. Like CJ had arguably the greatest rookie year in the history of the league. And so when Bryce Young gets booted after 2 games in Carolina, CJ Stroud is baked into that storyline, especially because he was drafted right after Bryce Young. And that's an impatient owner up there. I would be willing to bet that if C.J. Stroud weren't what he is for us here, Bryce Young might still be the starting quarterback in Carolina, based on who ownership is up there.
I think that it's if you think about some of the best quarterbacks in the league right now and what it was like for them their rookie years, Burrow got injured but was doing some really promising things. I think it was easy for Bengals fans to see what he had in Burrow. I think Josh Allen's first couple of years were, even though they made the playoffs in the second year and lost to the Texans in the playoffs, I think that was more of a dicey intro to where people were not 100% sold on him, and then he all of a sudden just turned on the afterburners in whether year 3 or year 4, whichever it was.
Year 3, and that's when he got Diggs.
I think that a lot of them, if you look at just various random power rankings of quarterbacks, it's almost best to go to one of 2 teams. Either a team where, like the Chiefs or like the Ravens were with Lamar Jackson, where you can sit and be a backup and learn the NFL game, and then you go into an already good an already competitive team. But then in some respects, it's almost better to go to a team like the Bengals where it's not like the expectations aren't necessarily as high and people are more inclined to hate the owner than the quarterback. And credit to Burrow for doing what he did his rookie year. He wasn't winning football games or anything, but he looked really good. The situation you step into probably really matters. I think the other thing with the Bears is they've just got recent history of taking a quarterback really high in the draft and him not working out, and just they're probably hyper attuned to stepping into the same mess.
Dude, and I would say yes with Fields, and I would say with the Bears in particular, they've never had a good quarterback ever in the history of their team. Like Jay Cutler has all their passing records. Like they've never had they've never had a great quarterback. Like most franchises have had at least one quarterback that you can bandy about for Hall of Fame candidacy. You know what I mean? At least, I mean, maybe not a Hall of Famer, but you at least can discuss it with a straight face, being a Hall of Famer. The interesting thing about Mahomes and Lamar Jackson, I'll throw Jordan Love in there too, right? Jordan Love got drafted 26. He sits and watches Aaron Rodgers drafted 24th or whatever. He watches Brett Favre. That is the way to go, probably. I mean, that's probably a better recipe for long-term success than getting drafted by a crappy team high in the draft. You know, the problem with that is it comes with a late first-round money as opposed to getting, you know, number one overall. Like the money dips pretty quickly outside of the top 10 in that first round. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got to, like, if you have you don't have a choice in the matter. Teams are going to draft you where they draft you. But if you're like hoping for something as a quarterback, you're right. Like for sustainability, if it's like the smart thing to get excited about would be to get drafted by a really good franchise that has a culture and a history of putting good things around you, as opposed to like, I just got picked by the Panthers, number one overall. Yeah, dig me.
The Steelers, man, where, okay, they're going to have a competitive season no matter what, no matter who's their quarterback and what have you. If you can just step in and you've got the right offensive coordinator, that's a pretty good environment.
Yeah, like the Steelers drafted Kenny Pickett 20th overall a couple of years ago. When that fails, that's on Kenny Pickett. That's not on the like Bryce failing is a lot to do with the team he got. I don't like Bryce might not be good, but it has a lot to do with the atmosphere that he's in and the environment. If you fail as a Steelers quarterback, that's on you. You know, that's how I feel about that. So yeah, I think C.J. Stroud, man, like C.J. Stroud is setting unrealistic expectations. Like, look, C.J. Stroud, you could tell in week 2 of his career that there was something there. Caleb Williams just spent week 2 running around getting chased by Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson and Azeez Al-Shire for a Sunday evening. You can text the show 713-572-4610.
I was looking forward to hearing this Chris Long cut because I haven't heard it yet.
We haven't gotten to it yet. Okay, yeah. Let's get to it. Here is Chris Long. People love C.J. Stroud, man. Chris Long expressing this exact sentiment, that C.J. Stroud's made it hard on future rookies.
I mean, he made a throw on 4th and 1 on a knee. Yeah. So, you know, sometimes he didn't even need his legs. But I've always been impressed with his subtle pocket movements. You know, the guy you had for a very long time in New England, he wasn't the fastest. CJ's not the fastest, but he is very aware of what's going on. He's always got his eyes downfield. And that 3rd and 11 throw was incredible.
Unbelievable.
I mean, he's just, and he's got these guys in the media, people like us, fans, all messed up because we think there's going to be another CJ every year. That's not the way it goes looking at rookie classes.
You have players that get coaches fired, and you have players that keep coaches around for a very long time. And he is one of those players that's going to have DeMeco Ryans there for a very long time.
You know, and I think that, honestly, is one of the things, if you're Bobby Slowick, that's probably tough. I mean, if he gets a head coaching opportunity, it's tough to leave C.J. Stroud and go into the unknown of whichever one of these quarterbacks that we just discussed that don't work out or abject bust or what have you, that's who you're going to hinge your hopes and dreams on. But maybe it just makes it, I mean, does it make it easier to turn down $20 million from the Panthers? I don't know. $20 million per year from the Panthers. I would say if I'm Bobby Slowick, I would make the decision, all right, if the Cowboys want to throw $20 million a year at me to go coach Dak Prescott, I can deal with Jerry Jones. I'll be all right. But I'm not going to – no amount of money is worth me going to commit career suicide in Carolina with Dave Tepper as my owner.
No.
And an unknown quarterback of the future.
Yeah. That's I'd rather, as an OC taking a head coaching job, I'd rather take an already good quarterback and try to get him over the top than I would this unknown rookie, and can he be C.J. Stroud? especially after being with C.J. Stroud for a couple years.
Well, if C.J. ends up building on and consistently doing what he's been able to do as a young quarterback, it almost comes like that. It becomes that disease of Tom Brady that so many people out of New England have succumbed to.
Yep.
Is that they get out of that nice little bubble where they have Bill Belichick manning the defense, and you've got Tom Brady as your quarterback, and all of a sudden you realize, oh, I'm not as smart as I thought I was.
Right.
Oh, this is crap, because you try to do some of the same stuff with a young quarterback that you did with CJ, and it doesn't always go that way. Well.
That's right. All right. We are off and running here on a Tuesday. Good to be with you. Up next, we're going to pettycast it. We've got C.J. Stroud. Other cities have janky-ass quarterbacks. We're going to get super petty about how bad those quarterbacks are, including one that was almost here, that got benched, and was reportedly caught completely off guard by this. We will get to all that coming up next. But first, Liqueur 43. If you need a little pick-me-up, this morning or maybe later today or just whatever.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sometimes people like to ask us, why is it that you guys poke fun at other teams' quarterbacks so often on this show? Because we're petty. We're petty.
I love the people. Every now and then we get somebody that tries to point out some immutable law of life and expects us to adhere to it.
Right.
Hey guys, on Sports Radio / streaming.
Lay off.
Hey guys, why don't you just sit and pray for 4 hours a day and then go do kind acts of charity? Go die. That's what I say to you.
Yeah,
you coming here looking for a good human being? Mike, why are you listening to Sports Radio?
That's right, man.
I'm wishing death upon you. Sometimes people think I'm joking when I do. No, I genuinely, we're all going to die. I want you to die sooner.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
That's what this is the guy that's wishing death upon you, and you're asking, why do I take joy in the misery of other quarterback situations?
There you
My
go.
goodness.
As Tyrion once said on Game of Thrones, if you've come here for justice, you've come to the wrong place.
Yeah, get a grip, man. Understand the way life works sometimes.
All right, and
petty AF.
And for the petty Houstonian, yesterday was a big day because Bryce Young benched.
Quarterback, I'd love to see this thing just continue to take the next steps offensively right now.
Will he start next week?
Bryce, our quarterback. We're going to just continue to shore up and fix the things we need to fundamentally from a scheme standpoint. All those things. These are all valuable reps. These are all valuable games. We'll learn a lot from this game, and hopefully we'll take another step this week.
Yeah, okay. The people wondering, I had heard that clip. I had watched that press conference before the decision was announced yesterday for them benching Bryce. And a lot of people had not. So there were a lot of people guessing as to, and still are, a lot of people guessing, is this David Tepper, the owner? Is this Canales? I think if you watch the press conference on Sunday and you see Canales saying that, it's like very clear Dave Tepper got to Canales at some point between that press conference and Monday afternoon and said, yeah, this kid's done. we're moving on. We screwed up.
Hey, listen, I'm about to turn you into a fraudulent liar, okay?
Right.
But don't mention me in the press conference or anything.
Yeah.
When you look at this point, if you go and accept that job with Dave Tepper, call it what it is.
It's on you.
You're taking the money.
Yeah.
You know, like you're a woman that's convinced yourself that you're actually in love with the billionaire that you're about to marry. That you're sure. Yes, he's got a history. Are there some unexplained murders of various other women in his past? Sure, but it definitely wasn't him because he told me it wasn't.
Right.
Did you see how rich he was? That's what you're doing.
Yep.
You are a money grubbing QB hoe if you take that next job.
Which I don't judge. That's a lot of money. It's life-changing money. If you want to go do it, go do it. You're not doing anything illegal, but you are sabotaging your future as a coach. You're putting a ceiling on what you're ever going to be.
They're never going to accept you back at the nunnery, I'll tell you that much.
That's true. There are certain places you can't ever go again. Yes.
We have a higher moral standard on this show, Sean. It's one thing that's I've long said that we try to do things ethically and never wish death upon anybody.
The most moral show in Houston, yes.
That's what gets the clicks.
Oh, completely. Here was Bryce Young on Sunday. They were booing in Carolina. The few fans that were still there were booing Bryce Young. Here's Bryce Young on hearing the boos.
Bryce, a lot of boos in the home stadium today. Is that something you hear and something that bothers you?
I respect the passion that the city has for the team. So, obviously that's part of it. So I respect the passion of the city.
Okay.
I respect the passion.
Yeah.
The athletes are in a tough position to ever give their true feelings on people booing or anything. It's not even if you're doing really, really well, people don't like being admonished for anything.
Right.
So I would think that modern athletes might be better accustomed or better prepared for the boos because they've grown up seeing so much hate on social media, especially star players. So it's not any surprise to them that, like, wait a second, there's an ugly side to fandom?
There's anonymous ugliness? People who will never say this to my face are booing?
Wait a second.
Yeah.
People would be mean when there are no consequences?
Nobody told me this came with life.
Goodness gracious.
He handed me a life manual, and there was no chapter about this.
Yeah, I think the bubble of playing in college sports that used to be, that is no more. Because all these kids have seen the ugly side of it. Maybe they haven't heard it specifically as boos or what have you. But I think that Bryce Young has probably got other things to worry about than whether or not people are booing.
Apparently, it wasn't just the booing from the crowd. Apparently, there was frustration boiling over on the sidelines with Bryce himself. Some of his teammates, he was asked about that.
Bryce, we saw some frustration boil over on the sidelines, I think it was around the third quarter. Can you explain what happened in that moment and what's leading to a lot of this frustration that seems to be going on with this team?
We're all competitors. We all want to win. Obviously, again, not the start we wanted, and it's frustrating. But at the end of the day, on the sidelines, just trying to get it right for the next series, for the future, for whatever it is. Always want to be constructive, make sure that we're communicating. It's not back and forth of or pointing fingers. Just want to talk through things. And again, we have emotions, all competitors. But at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to do on the sideline.
I sent you the video of this press conference, the one that we pulled this audio from, Seth, yesterday. And I've said this before, both on the air and to you privately. Bryce needs a PR agent that will explain to him the optics of how he looks at these press. He already looks like a little kid. He can't be showing up with sleeveless T-shirts. Deshaun Watson has a ton of issues. Showing up looking like an adult at a press conference is not one of them. You know what I mean? C.J. Stroud, same thing. Like, Deshaun shows up at a press conference where he sucked in that game, but, man, dude's got on a nice suit, and he looks the part. Bryce has a sleeveless T-shirt, which only accentuates the fact that when he gets uncomfortable, he starts scratching his arms and holding his arms and cupping his shoulders and hitching his shorts. He's got so many nervous tics, man. He's a mess right now. So at least he doesn't have to do Andy Dalton gets those press conferences now. Bryce doesn't have to do them anymore.
Some of the frustration that people were talking about, Adam Thielen was wide open and multiple times and just didn't get the ball. And he was pacing around on the sideline. He looked very, very frustrated. I do think that, body language matters for quarterbacks. I think sometimes people probably overestimate or harp too much on body language at other positions. At quarterback, it matters. You're the captain. You got to be able to stand up there and exude confidence no matter what the situation is. And I don't think even in good times, as a boy amongst men, Bryce Young doesn't seem like that guy. No. It's not just his stature. That's where I'm almost kind of like, dude, where is get a little bit of that little guy bravado. The guy that's a badass. He might be 5'8", but you'd never fight him because he's got that kind of that weird confidence and psycho to him that he's going to figure out a way to beat your ass. Be more like that.
There was a viral video from 10 years ago of some little dude that walked into a New York bagel shop that was 5'2" and ready to fight everybody in there. Bryce needs to go watch that. You Google it. I promise you'll find it, Bryce. Go find that. I want to get to the AFC South here in a second, but we would be remiss not to go back and look at week one, snap one of Bryce's career and listen to, I believe it's Anish Shroff is the play-by-play guy, or Anish.
Anish?
Anish.
Oh, Anish.
Anish. He's actually Andre Ware's broadcast partner for college football on ESPN. He's the radio play-by-play guy for the Panthers. Here's what it sounded like with Bryce Young taking the field in his debut back in 2023.
And now we get to see the start of this new era. Bryce Young in the huddle. bounce of youth. Shiny helmet gives him a seraphim's glow. Eyes as wide as the Sphinx. And if he is what this franchise and this fan base believes he can be, the hour of the Panther begins with this shotgun snap.
Yeah. Spoiler alert, he was trash.
That's a guy that's done a lot of acid, man.
That's a guy who's trying too hard.
It's just like 18 metaphors in
bounce of youth, seraphim's glow. Man, that guy. How many times did that guy rehearse that in the mirror before he got to the game that day? Oh boy! All right, so that's Bryce.
I feel bad for Bryce Young. I feel
that's not how you do a petty cast. You can feel bad at 8:20, not now.
I forgot we were doing petty cast.
Petty cast, yeah. All right, this will be easy because this is the.
He needs to come back. You know what he did? He needs to dye his hair, dye his beard red or something. Like do something.
Yeah.
Can he grow a beard? He probably can't grow a beard. That's part of the problem.
He's got a beard. He's got a beard, but you think a full beard. Well, he's got the little tuft of hair on his on his chin.
And that makes it worse. That's like the kid that's trying to grow a mustache.
No, it looks fake. It looks fake.
Right.
Yeah, it looks
fake.
When
the kid outside the 7-Eleven just trying like hell to get those few whiskers. Yeah.
All right, let's get the AFC South. Let's get petty about the AFC South. Anthony Richardson, they're all 0-2, and they're all 0-2 with really, really crappy quarterback play. I'm going to get petty about this. This doesn't have anything to do with the quarterback. Here was Chris Ballard, GM of the Colts, the night that Leatu Latu fell to them to the 15th pick overall. First defensive player in the draft. Edge rusher for the Colts.
We had the best rusher in the draft.
I'm so much smarter than everybody else. You got the best defense. He's got one tackle in 2 games.
I wonder
sacks,
why
no TFLs, one tackle.
I wonder why the best pass rusher in the draft was available at this position, and nobody else had drafted him yet. Could it possibly be that there just weren't that many good pass rushers in the draft? Texas City, you can't let him back in.
No.
It's just I know people from Texas City. They don't talk like that.
Yeah, no.
Best defensive player in the draft.
All right, we're back to the petty cast.
Totally, dude.
Everybody's stupid except me.
Nobody else was smart enough to do all this. Did you see that throw Anthony Richardson had?
Would you?
One of the nearly 50% that he. Oh, if he's so bad, how come he completed nearly 50% of his passes?
Exactly. There you go. That's petty as it gets right there. All right, let's get to the Jags. They're 0-2 as well. They named their stadium for the day Trevor Banks Stadium on Sunday. It's usually Everbank Stadium. They've got some marketing agreement with Trevor Lawrence now, the most overpaid quarterback in the NFL. He went 12 for 30 and lost to Deshaun Watson in the battle of 2 former Clemson quarterbacks. Here was Trevor Lawrence after the game.
Trevor, how stunned are you by the offensive performance in the last 6 quarters?
Yeah, I mean, we suck right now, so I don't pretty shocked. Obviously we had a great offseason, great training camp, and we got to figure it out. So we know we got a good group, we got good players, and we can be a really good offense, but clearly we're not. So everybody's got to take accountability, look in the mirror, and fix it. I got to play better. I'm the leader of this offense. It's on me. The wideouts got to play better, the lines got to play better, running backs got to play better, got to coach better. I mean, it's everybody, honestly.
All right, good enough. We got you, Trevor. You're going 0-3 this week.
In talking about accountability, you couldn't even get the word out properly.
Right.
This Trevor Lawrence, my God. But I can just imagine, though, the pitches for that bank.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, have you come across a financial windfall that you'll definitely never get again? You want to be sure you preserve that money. I got to get him talking to Trajan Wealth. Yes. You can speak for Trajan Wealth. Like, hey, look, you get an inheritance, you win the lottery or what have you. Don't be like so many others that have squandered it. Be sure you preserve it for the future and for future generations.
I think being a Jags fan right now, I would be terrified. That's your guy, man. That's your guy for the next however many years. All right, last one in division. Will Levis was terrible once again. I love this segment. Will Levis was terrible once again on Sunday. he duck pin bowled a ball to a wide receiver laterally, backwards, and it ended up getting scooped up by the Jets. I mean, they were in striking distance, and the visual from that game that will be indelibly etched in everybody's brain moving forward was new head coach Brian Callahan of the Titans saying to Will Levis, "What the F are you doing?" as he's coming off the field. Here's Brian Callahan explaining his emotions in that moment.
I think the camera caught it pretty clear, if I had to guess. So, yeah, I was upset. It was dumb. It was the same exact thing he did last week, and he cost us points in the red zone. And that is what it is. He's a grown-up, and he knows better. And so, I was really irritated that he cost us 3 points in a game that we probably needed it.
I don't know. I can't remember a head coach actually calling something dumb from his quarterback.
I can't, but if it were, I would say that Bill Callahan, his dad, might have done that back in the day.
Growing
the apple
up,
didn't fall far from the tree when he was he was a head coach at one time.
I know. I wonder, man. I mean, this is the thing with Will Levis. This is why it's interesting. In the pre-draft, things had gotten ugly for a while where people would just put out anything and everything from anonymous scouts and quotes about guys' personality or character or anything. So now you got to read between the lines a little bit more. And you know who it was with Josh Rosen. Nobody would ever come right out and say it, but it sounded, from what I could tell, people kind of thought he was a D-bag.
Yes.
You know, they just kind of felt like he was a D-bag. But nobody wanted to be the Nolan Naraki that lost your career over it.
Right.
And I think with Will Levis, it's just that's the tea leaves that I read. And some of the stuff, when I talk about the stupid hits that he takes, I've had a few people say, well, Seth, I mean, wouldn't you credit him with trying to grind out extra yardage? No, because you have to understand, you have to be a connoisseur of Will Levis' stupidity the way I am. It will be 2nd and 15, and he'll be 3 yards past the line of scrimmage, and he'll take a hit to get an extra yard or something to make it 3rd and 12 instead of 3rd and 13.
Yeah.
It's idiotic.
No,
he is an idiot.
No,
he's a moron, and it's fascinating.
Ben's dying right now. How many different ways you could call Will Levis stupid. Hey, let's get one more in here.
He's dense.
Yeah. Let's get Pat. We like
got pudding for brains.
We got
thick in the head, this guy.
Yeah, numbskull, you nimwit, you numbskull, you mini.
Nincompoop.
Guy doesn't have the sense. That's Ballard calling somebody stupid.
We got the best tip player.
Bo Nix. Here's Bo Nix, Denver quarterback, getting asked, hey, take us through that interception.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Drop back, do it to the other team.
I respect
I
that.
kind of like that, actually. Yeah. Actually, the Bo Nix, you have a 1 week reprieve from the Pettycast based on that answer, Bo Nix.
Well, hold on a second. Let me set the scene for you. Give you the down and distance, exactly game situation. I dropped back. I had to, at that moment, I felt like I had a seraphim's glow. My eyes were as wide as the Sphinx. And then I threw it to the freaking defender. Are you dense? Are you Will Levis?
Yeah.
Did you see what happened? That's what happened.
All right. Hey, let's take a look ahead at the Minnesota Vikings. A little factoid about the Vikings and the Texans, and I'm surprised as few people know about this as I was kind of hearing around the dial yesterday, but we've got that for you. A look ahead, first look ahead at the Vikings and a matchup I hope we see in this game a lot. That is coming up next. Prize Picks. I was on some Prize Picks last night. Those are the fun nights where you can
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you on a Tuesday.
That was good advice for me. That's probably good for the kids as well.
Oh, yeah? You want me to give
I have a hard time whenever I have to, every now and then I get suckered into writing something for somebody.
Yeah.
And the hardest thing I have with writing these days is that as I'm writing, I know that I could make it that much better with some factoid that, I should throw in a stat here. And then I'm off to the internet. And then 3 hours later, I come back to what I'm trying to write. So when you write, because you write a lot, do you pretty much, you have the material that you're going to write that article with, and that's it? You're not going to go you're I've got this, and I'm going to write the article, and then I'm done.
I do, because a lot of what I write crosses over with what you and I talk about. I use a lot of what we use on the show, and I'll turn it into an article, or I'll take an article that I write, and I'll make it a segment on the show. So there's a lot of overlap. The thing for me, that it's not so much a stat, but there's a lot of times where I write, and for those who don't know, I write an article a day for the Houston Press, mostly about football, but some baseball. And the hard part for me is that I'll know that there's some sort of video out there that can really make the article pop that supports it. That's the hard part for me, because I go get the video off of Twitter, and I'll go to Twitter, and the first tweet that I'll see before I can go find the video has another topic. I can use that for the show. And now all of a sudden I'm culling topics for the show, and I'm like, oh, crap, I meant to write this article and finish it by 11:30. You know, that
so
kind
it's
of
best,
thing.
You almost want to go back to the days where it's okay, these are my source materials, and this is what I'm writing, and that's it.
Yes.
Because you could write a novel about every damn topic out there in the world. I could write a novel about my pinky. It's hard, Sean. It's hard. There's just so much information out there.
About your pinky.
Well, it's been a lot of places.
Okay, there we go. And scene.
Written. It's going to be an earth-shattering work of
your pinkies. I can't wait for the movie.
From the perspective of Seth Payne's pinky.
We made a movie about the book on Seth's pinky.
These calluses, these calluses are earned, and the rent is due every day.
That's right. Thanks, JJ. Here's D'Amico Ryans on his early impressions of the Texans' opponent this weekend, the Minnesota Vikings.
Minnesota, good man, really good team. They're coached really well. Their defense is playing great. I think they've held opponents to under 25 points so far. So their defense is playing really lights out. Offensively, they played well yesterday. Had some big explosives. See, they're playing well together. So we'll get further. We'll get more into those guys as we go throughout the week. But 2-0 team, and we know Minnesota is always a tough place to play. That crowd there is they're always loud. They make it challenging on us from an offensive perspective. So already know going into it, we have to be on it with our cadence. We have to be on it with our pre-snap communication all the way across the board.
Yeah, these are two games in. These are two teams that are pretty similar in how they've won their first two games. They've gotten it done more so with defense than offense. The quarterbacks have been efficient. You know, C.J. Stroud is a better quarterback than Sam Darnold, but Sam Darnold, I'll give him credit. I'm not a huge Darnold guy. He's been good these first two games. They're both 2-0. This is one of the, I don't even want to say under the radar, this is one of the better games of the weekend, I think, as we go into week 3.
It really is. Yeah. And I think Brian Flores' defense is for real. We get to see Jonathan Grenard again, playing on a very good defense. So
Blake Cashman?
Blake Cashman, that's right. So there are a lot of, now it's not like Grenard and Cashman are guys where you're like, yeah, screw those guys. I like both those guys.
Right.
And those guys kind of aren't the screw that guy type of thing.
No.
I don't expect any juicy tidbits about how D'Amico has wronged them or something.
No, they both got paid.
Yeah,
D'Amico did right by them.
D'Amico did pretty well for them, right?
Yeah.
So I think that the biggest thing, honestly, is that, hey, we've seen this movie before, Kubiak-Shanahan style system where a quarterback, you get the absolute best out of a quarterback, whether it be Matt Schaub or Sam Darnold or whomever else. And Sam Darnold right now is averaging 9 yards per pass attempt.
Yeah, that's...
I think more. A lot of 9+ yards per pass attempt. He's got a guy like Justin Jefferson where they're going to try to run the ball, take their play action, deep shots, all of that stuff. And especially early in the season, you don't necessarily have a whole lot of film on them. I guess you do have film on this offense and what they like to do with their play calling. But this, when it comes to marquee matchups, really the two things are Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter versus Jefferson. And maybe they shadow Jefferson with Derek Stingley.
Yeah.
But then also just Brian Flores versus Bobby Slowick. Flores is a longtime defensive coordinator and coach in the league. and he's going up against Bobby Sloak, still a young offensive coordinator.
Yeah, a one-time Texans finalist for the head coaching job here. I know there's a lot of Texan fans out there that know this. I was surprised how many didn't. But the Vikings are one of two teams the Texans have never beaten, I believe. I believe the other one's the Eagles. I don't think the Texans have ever beaten the Philadelphia Eagles before. The Texans are 0-5 all-time against the Vikings. There is one massive disturbing trend with all 5 of these games. In all 5 of these games, the Texans have trailed by double digits at halftime. So these are games, and again, these go back to when you were a player, Seth. You played them in 2004. I don't know if you remember the game, but Dante Culpepper threw for about 400 yards in that game.
Yeah, we were in the old dome. I think it was the last game in the old dome.
Oh, the old Metrodome?
Yeah, I think it might have been the last game there before it deflated.
Randy Moss was on the team back then.
I'll tell you what, just whether it's the new stadium or the old, it gets loud up there. It gets really, really loud, and it can get ugly really fast if you're not on your P's and Q's on offense. So I remember when I was in Jacksonville, I was injured at the time, so I watched this atrocity on top. I don't think I even watched the second half as a player on the team. But they went up. The Jaguars went up and started Jonathan Quinn, the rookie out of Middle Tennessee State or someplace.
Oh, boy,
and that poor kid. And that was back when they had the Vikings had some freakishly good pass rushers.
Yeah.
It got really, really ugly and really, really loud in a primetime game. So it's a tough place to play. It's a tough place to play.
Yeah, tough place to play. So.
That's all right. I remember this. We had to start a rookie offensive lineman who was awful, and because somebody got injured, and this rookie came in, and there was film on him, so John Randall and the rest of them knew how bad he was,
dude.
And John Randall started barking as soon as this offensive lineman came on.
Pee streaming down the poor kid's leg.
John Randall just barking like a crazed dog.
Oh my God!
So excited. They were getting in fights over who could line up over this kid.
Oh my God! They're 5 losses, 0-5, 5 different quarterbacks for the Vikings. This is the lineup of quarterbacks that have beaten the Texans: Dante Culpepper, Gus Frerotte, Christian Ponder. Remember that one, 2012. That if the Texans beat the Vikings at home in 2012, this is 2 weeks after the Letterman jacket game. If they beat the Vikings at home in Week 16, they clinch a bye in the first round, and they lost 23-6 to Christian Ponder. Sam Bradford in 2016, which was kind of the first game where you're like, ooh, Brock Osweiler might be bad at football. He might not be very good at football. And then Kirk Cousins in the final game of the Bill O'Brien era. The Bill O'Brien metaphorical beheading game was the Minnesota Vikings at NRG Stadium.
The worst thing about that game was, remember the picture that he took with Dom Capers and Gary Kubiak on the field beforehand? It was all 3 coaches. At that point, there had only been 3 coaches for the Texans, and all 3 of them were on the field because both Capers and Kubiak were coaching for the Vikings. They had a nice picture beforehand. Dude. That felt like some Game of Thrones Red Wedding stuff right there, man.
Dude.
They saw I could imagine the McNairs watching that picture and being like, "What are we doing here? Let's just."
Who knew the number of head coaches in Texans history would double over the next 3 years? From 3 to 6, real fast.
I need to go find that photo of those 3 guys standing together and just make it, use the Instagram filter. It looks like a grainy old one from the 1960s or something.
Yes.
Back when times were more simple and innocent.
Yep. So, man, 0-5, trying to get off the schneid against these Minnesota Vikings. Should be a whole lot of fun. People enjoyed the Pettycast. You guys are killing me this morning. Thanks for the laughs, fellas. Someone on here said, guys, dude, y'all stop. And I'm like, is this one of those guys that doesn't like it when we make fun of quarterbacks? And the very next text from him or her says, I am rolling, ha, 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 ha. So people enjoy
I was wondering, that some of the times, you reminded me during the Pettycast to really embrace the Pettycast and tap into the most petty and worst aspects of my personality.
Yes.
We need to be more like that. I gotta forget that sometimes, it's we talked about you don't have to be talking about EPAs and algorithms all the time. Sometimes we just need to display the ugly things that people want to say or can't say or what have you. Just expose our innards to the world.
There you go.
Like,
yes.
There was a part of me, I was fighting it, man, even, I don't know if I want it. There were frustrating things happening in the second half of the Texans game on Sunday night. They were making it last longer and longer and longer. And at one point, I felt really bad about myself where I was like, we should just move on with the broadcast.
Oh.
All right. I know, yes, he's fine, okay?
Yeah, okay.
He looks fine.
I was going to say.
Just roll the poor guy off the field and start playing football.
I was
all right?
say,
it's not a neck injury. Yes, I feel awful for the old guy that he fell down. Could you please just roll him off the field and get going? I'm guessing he was saying that. I'm guessing that the poor man from the chain crew that fell over was like, all right, guys, come on. Can we move this along, please? This is a little bit of overkill.
My favorite part is that 15 seconds ago, you were still dancing around the fact that you were talking about moving the chain guy. And finally, you reach a point where you were like, no, get a spatula and get this guy off the field
I wanted to jump in. Because I felt bad for him.
Yeah.
And yet at the same time, honestly, I
wasn't on the field.
I felt empathy for him, and that I've been in that situation where you have a little bit of a scare, but then they got to follow medical protocol, and you're kind of like, oh boy. I mean, like, all right, is this really all that necessary? I feel like I'm putting. God, the worst part about all that was Collinsworth saying, "Oh, it's a brotherhood, this league of ours."
Chain guy?
People really care, and I like that. Yeah, I mean, okay, Collinsworth, just settle the hell down.
The guy's a Walmart greeter during the week, and he holds the chains on a Sunday. What the hell are you talking about, Collinsworth?
The brotherhood.
Brotherhood.
Well, I feel like Collinsworth, somewhere in that broadcast, he said that he's played every single position in the game of football, and I want to fact check that.
Yes.
I don't know if he's ever been a nose tackle.
Yeah, your regular Mauricio Dubon. Thanks, Collinsworth. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, speaking of the Astros, all right, 12 games left, 4-game lead. How close are we to the best version of this group of Astros? I think there's still a couple more boxes that need to get checked here over the next week and a half. We'll discuss coming up next. Get yourself some Flight by Yingling today. I know I'm going to. After
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You shouldn't feel bad, Seth, about your take on the chain guy that fell backwards on his head on Sunday and had to be carted into the locker room. You shouldn't
didn't have to put it that way.
You shouldn't feel bad. Well, I was just trying to be a little descriptive there. But it appears as though the text page, which is never a cesspool of hate or impatience.
Never.
Ever. Agrees with you on that.
It wasn't like we were criticizing that poor man himself.
No.
It was just the way it felt during that second half when it was the game after a really fun and entertaining first half. It turned into molasses on a winter's day.
Yes, it was molasses.
It was just, man, it was one thing after the other. It was just slogging along, and then there was a stoppage, which was more time for Collinsworth to talk. And
Are you not a Collinsworth guy?
I like him. I used to really not like him. He used to be really kind of snarky and kind of just cynical. Then he changed, and I liked him. But now I feel like he phones it in a lot of ways, partly because he's involved in PFF, and I think he thinks that PFF preps him for games better than it actually does. And I don't like it when the color commentator obviously hasn't done the same research that other guys have. Like Charles Davis or some of these other guys, when those guys watch a game, sometimes they'll say things where I'm like, God, I'm kind of embarrassed, that I didn't think of that or I didn't know it when this is the team that I talk about all week long.
Mm-hmm.
Like they do I like Adam Archuleta for the same. I think Adam Archuleta gives you some real insight into the way teams operate and everything. The guys that phone it in annoy me because they're not telling me a damn thing. I was waiting for Collinsworth to say something about the fact that Derek Stingley was tracking DJ Moore. I'm like, why are they not talking about that? Charles Davis or Adam Archuleta would have said that. Yeah. Even Tony Romo, who doesn't do his research, I think would have noticed that. But so he annoys me a little bit.
Yeah. When Collinsworth's a former receiver too, like he should be in tune with that.
Make me feel drunk. You know what drops my panties these days? Or not drunk, dumb. Make me feel dumb.
Right.
That's what drops my panties. Just tell me something that I'm like, oh, crap, that's a really good point, and why didn't I think of that?
That is a weird fetish. Brandy, make me feel stupid. Oh, yeah. How close are we? Astros lose last night 3-1 to the Padres. Padres are a pretty hot team right now. They're only 3.5 back of the Dodgers in the NL West. They'd be a playoff team right now in the NL. How close are we to the best version of the Astros? They're a healthier team now than they were, a month or two ago when they're missing Verlander, missing Tucker.
Yeah.
There were other little bumps and bruises along the way. How close are we to the best version that we're going to get of this year's Astros?
Okay, the big questions would be, I think, annoyingly all health-related, whether it's Altuve, Bregman, Kyle Tucker, all those guys. How are they going to fare on through late September and on into October? Verlander, I'm feeling better and better about. He's not there yet, but we've seen him multiple times in his long career fix little mechanical issues after coming back from injury and then be just fine. So I feel good about him. It's really, if you want to be explosive and high-powered and threatening, are those guys who are your very best, some of your very best players on the team, how are they going to fare through the rest of this month and on into a playoff run? That's what makes me nervous.
Yeah.
So what do I say? I would say 70%. There's 70% there of this version of the Astros.
I think they're close. For me, at least, they're closer to 100%. The biggest questions for me, you nailed it on the health, and I forgot about Bregman because Bregman's still playing every day. But you're right. Like the gremlins in the elbow is an issue.
Those gremlins don't just disappear.
Right,
you know?
right. They're not. Those gremlins are not Astro fans. They're neutral. They're just like, we're just here to hurt his elbow. Sorry about it. We're just here to hurt his elbow. So Bregman. Tucker getting back to peak Tucker, but Tucker hit a home run over the weekend or in one of these games. It was over the weekend. Pinch hit home run. So that was good to see. So good to see Tucker get that power stroke back. Presley is a bit of a concern for me right now because I think Espada is going to go very by the book in close games in the playoff, and the book for the Astros right now says you throw Abreu out there in the 7th, you throw Presley out there in the 8th, and you throw Hader out there in the 9th. And Presley, after a stretch of extended extreme reliability, has hit, by his standards, a pretty rough patch here over the last month or so. So that's another one.
With Altuve, it's just the little scare with the side muscle or the oblique or whatever. I guess it's just that he's had very few off days this year, and as he gets up there and in age, we've seen him play banged up in the playoffs before or kind of beleaguered. And it put enough of a scare into me that, all right, we got to keep that in mind that some of these aging guys, it's not as simple as like, oh, yeah, they're the playoff Altuve. He'll show up. He'll be fine.
The interesting thing that they could be facing here, the last two series of the seasons, they get done with the San Diego Wednesday, and then they head into the last 10 games of the season. They play 4 at home against the Angels. The Angels are bad. They just swept them in Anaheim. I would be disappointed with anything less than 3 out of 4 against the Angels and hopefully sweep that series. What gets interesting, Seth, is the next 3 games are against Seattle at home. That's the last home series of the year. So how close is Seattle going to be to the Astros? And then the final series of the year is at Cleveland. And right now, it may not even matter because the Astros are 5.5 back of the Guardians right now to try to catch them to get a bye in the first round of the playoffs. The Astros have never, in a normal length season, had to play during this run of dominance since 2017. They've never had to play a wild card game or a wild card round before. They did in the COVID year, but everybody had to. What gets interesting is if they get themselves within 3 games of Cleveland, where they can catch the Guardians and avoid that. Do you go all in doing that? Because if you go all in doing that, you may very well be jacking up your rotation for the wild card round if you don't accomplish your goal against the Guardians.
Here's what I think. I think the problem with the wild card round is that it's just random. I mean, you could have the best team. Let's say hypothetically the Astros hadn't gotten off to a horrible start and they'd played 500 baseball over the course of those months or what have you, and then they go on a tear. And yet they're sitting there at the 3 seed. But boy, the team is really, really strong. I don't care if you've got the best team in the history of baseball. You get thrown into a 3-game series, and a lot of it just becomes dumb, stupid, random luck. Mm-hmm. And I think that you got to go all out because of that 3-game series. You got to go all out to do everything you can, because that's your best opportunity of it might be the most certainty or control you have over actually advancing past that round is if you don't have to participate in it at all.
So you would go what you're saying is if you can catch Cleveland at the end of the season, you go all out to try to avoid the wild card round and catch Cleveland? Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then because if it's successful, then then obviously you're going to be right back to starting. I think I feel like it's putting the cart ahead of the horse too much. If you start thinking like, well, no, we want to be sure that we're good
ready for the wild
duration of everything, and I'd say no. The best way to you have in the regular season, especially if you have a good team, your best chance of the odds would probably be your chance of getting that wild card, depending on how hard it is. Like you have more control over that than you do in a 3-game series where that team is throwing their best out at you.
Yep. It's going to be an interesting choice for Joe Espada. I think they would go for it. I think like you laying up over those last 3 games, I don't see that.
It's bad juju too.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a kind of thing that permeates. You go back to the Giants trying to beat the Patriots in the last regular season game, and people thought like, why are you doing that? Because the Giants couldn't improve their positioning or anything back in 2007. But Coughlin said, no, we're going to go and beat them. And they didn't beat the Patriots. The Patriots went undefeated in the regular season.
Played them well,
but
though.
guys on that Giants team, after they won the Super Bowl versus the Patriots, said that did something for them. It just kind of injected a kind of juice into them that they don't think they would have had otherwise.
Hunter Brown tonight on the Hill. Hunter Brown trying to bounce back from one of his lesser starts since he's become Hunter Brown, capital H, all caps Hunter Brown back in May. All right, let's do it. Next segment. I predicted earlier the 5 power rankings that we use on this show when we power rank the power rankings. I predicted earlier Texans going to be top 5 in all of them. We will find out. 9 a.m., power ranking of the power rankings is next.
Hey, power rank your plan for your financial future. If you had to stack it up against various other people, it might not be as high as you want it to be. Go to Trajan Wealth. It's as simple as that. Just like look, you've done a good job. Think of yourself as a quarterback. You've done a good job. You've made the good.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Let's power rank the power rankings. Tuesday morning, man, they all come out like around 8 o'clock. I love it, and it's so much more fun now. When we started doing this a couple of years ago, we were like, hey, the best power rankings out there, and we're to be very transparent, the higher you rank the Texans, the more we like your power rankings on this show. So it's nice.
We'd get excited about them cracking the 20s.
Having a 2 in front of it, like, oh,
yeah.
SI.
That doesn't mean, 20 or 21. It was, oh, wow, they're 29.
27. Ooh,
that's not bad. Look at that, making moves in the world.
That's it, man. They live in the lofty atmosphere of all the big cheeses at 25. Yeah.
It's like, hey, my wife showered today.
That's
yeah.
right. Yeah.
Things are looking up, huh?
She
It's been a while, but she showered.
She bought deodorant, yeah. Those days are over, man. And I'm telling you right now, I said earlier in the show, I said my prediction based on the fact that the Texans are they're 2-0. They're winning games in ways that people didn't expect them to win necessarily. People love defense when it comes to just buying into a team. They love offense to watch. They love defense when it comes into buying into the viability of a team winning a Super Bowl. I said they're going to be in the top 5 of all these. Last week they were top 5 in a couple. They were like 6th, 7th, 10th in one. That person, idiot. So let's see where they are. Are they in the top 5 in the 5 power rankings that we use for purposes of this exercise? We power rank the power rankings. 5th place on the power rankings is SI.com. And they are 5th place because there are multiple outlets that have the Texans in this particular spot, but they believed the least in the Texans last week. They had them all the way down at 10th. They now have the Texans at 4th.
What? Oh, that is a leap.
4th. The worst of the rankings for the Texans is 4th. We can get nervous about this if we want to, but here's what Connor Orr, who does the SI Power Rankings, says about the Houston Texans. 12 pressures and 5 sacks is impressive. Okay, they had 7 sacks technically, but I actually like what Connor Orr did here. 2 of their sacks were like tackles of Caleb Williams scrambles at the line of scrimmage. So there were like 5 real sacks in that game. You know?
Yeah, Elshire's sack, which was one. Honestly, Elshire's sack was, I think, probably maybe one of the biggest welcome to the NFL moments for Caleb Williams, because he did a great job scrambling. He really did. It was impressive. Like I said, I almost say it without snark. He had some of the most athletically impressive sacks and interceptions I've seen. He was very elusive, and yet it wasn't the Pac-12 anymore.
No.
Just like the actual Pac-12. It is not.
They're making a comeback.
That is right. Man, it's a different deal when you scramble in the NFL. And it's not that it's ever easy, but it's a lot harder in the NFL.
Yeah, so here's what Connor Orr says. 12 pressures, 5 sacks is impressive. Seeing DeMeco Ryans strategically change his stripes and blitz Caleb Williams on nearly half of his dropbacks, also impressive. The Texans coach showed he has plenty of clubs in the bag that we haven't seen yet. This is critical to the kind of evolution Houston needed to make in 2024 to go from good to great.
Yeah. I think the big thing, too, is when you look at a lot of the pressures that they did use, the blitzes, they're the kinds of blitzes you can get away with if you trust your coverage, because some of them were pretty late developing. When you've got defensive linemen that have to go from one side of the center all the way over to contain on the other side, you're trying to delay the blitz so the linebacker doesn't show it and he's coming from deep. All of that stuff takes time to develop, and if you don't trust your coverage, you're going to get screwed. You know, somebody's going to be open. The quarterback's going to have time. But especially when you're facing a rookie quarterback where he's less likely to take advantage of that, that was impressive. I think if I were a Bears fan, if I were trying to make a case for Caleb, I might say that, look, the reason the Texans were doing that was because Caleb had at least demonstrated that if the Texans sit back and play vanilla coverage, he's capable of getting the easy stuff, of the short, more precise stuff, finding holes in coverage, that's not every rookie quarterback can do that. Now, not all of them get drafted number 1 overall.
That's right.
Either,
yeah, heavy is the head that wears the crown for sure. All right, number 4 on the power ranking of the power rankings is ESPN.com, who, just like SI.com, had the Texans 10th last week and has them 4th this week. But I put them 4 instead of 5 because I like DJ Bijani. And DJ had a really good piece on C.J. Stroud last week. So, DJ, you're the tiebreaker in this. Here's what DJ says. Their category, by the way, this week is most important backup/role player. And DJ says running back Dameon Pierce. Here's why. With running back Joe Mixon's availability unknown because of an ankle, Pierce might be asked to step up and carry the load. The Texans' passing attack is averaging 219 yards through 2 weeks. The offense is at its best when it can run the ball. Houston scored 20 points with Mixon's 159 yards, or 29 points with Mixon rushing for 159 yards in week 1, but it was limited to 19 points in week 2 as he posted just 25 yards. Pierce had 416 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns in 14 games as a backup last season. So Pierce missed week 2 with a hamstring injury. So if there's no Joe Mixon, it's either Dameon Pierce coming back this week or it's Cam Akers, I would imagine.
Sean, let me ask you, were you and Clint talking about Cam Akers versus Dameon Pierce in the post game?
Probably
after that game?
At some point, I think so.
Because at some point, sometimes people confuse you and me, especially when they're drunk, because at like midnight after that game, randomly after I had tweeted something, I guess it was right after I don't know. This guy says to me, Akers is not better than Pierce, idiot. And I'm like, that's odd.
Well, if we did talk about Cam Akers, it probably was within the context of him having, showing more than Pierce so far as a Texan. Yeah.
I think this is what happened because I replied, this is oddly aggressive. Drunk? And he didn't answer that question.
Okay.
All he said was, tell your bald co-host to issue an apology to Damien tomorrow. So, first of all, masterful wittiness there, pointing out that somebody's bald.
Yeah,
wow.
yeah.
That hurt. You should be invited to the Friars
You're going
Club.
to do the rest of the show, Seth. Sorry.
Yes. And also, he never addressed whether or not he was drunk. So I think he must have been listening to you. I do think, look, for one, Damien had some bad turnovers on the goal line 2 years ago in the middle of that really impressive season. So I'm not going to act like Cam Akers all of a sudden, because of his fumble after some nice runs in that game and on that drive, is all of a sudden worthless or something. I think that when Damien's in the game, just by the way the Colts linebackers looked that they were playing when Damien was in the game in Indianapolis, and Damien did a good job. I think defenses know more what to expect, and they're not as threatened by the outside run.
Mm-hmm.
So with Cam Akers in the game, I think defenses have to be a little bit more honest, and it probably helps fuel the play action better. So it's not just about what yards per carry are or anything like that. It's what are your personnel doing to make the defense uncomfortable or uncertain, and I think Cam still does more of that than Damien does. But, that's theory at this point.
Yeah.
We won't know. If Mixon's out, I'm guessing both those guys are going to get a lot of touches, as well as Gumbawale and maybe even a British Brooks.
If Pierce is out still, I mean, it's a hamstring, so who knows? I mean,
Right.
Pierce missed. So if they're both out, we might get some British Brooks in week 3 against Minnesota.
But let's say if Pierce is healthy, I'm saying that I think it would be pretty much split probably between those two, or going with a hot hand.
Yep, I totally agree with that. I'm just anxious to see if Damien comes back this week. We'll see. Hamstrings are weird. All right, number 3 in the power ranking of the power rankings. We had SI.com 5. They have the Texans 4th. Had them 10th last week. We had ESPN.com 4th. They've got the Texans 4th. Had them 10th last week. Number 3, The Athletic. They, too, have the Texans 4th in the power rankings, but they're high. We're pushing The Athletic because they already had the Texans at 4 last week. They're not bandwagoning. They already believed in the Texans. So The Athletic, we've got 3rd. Here's what they say about the 4th-rated Texans. The Texans have played the Colts and the Bears, so maybe their defensive stats shouldn't be lauded quite yet. But if Houston does have a forceful defense to go along with C.J. Stroud, the hype might be real. 4 Texans had multiple quarterback hits on Sunday, and Houston leads the league in sack rate, according to True Media, 18.8%. So they sacked the 13.8%. They sack the quarterback 13.8% of the time the QB drops back to pass. It's 9th. They are 9th in defensive success rate, whatever that is, 63.3%. So this particular ranking is saying, man, if they got a real defense, the Texans could win this thing.
Success rate, I think, is just like on any given play, is that a win or a loss for the team. for the defense. And the Colts game was they had too many big losses on specific downs in that game, despite playing, I think, better than the Colts on a down-in, down-out basis. I think the thing about the defensive performance is, all right, it was a little bit of a curveball. It was something that the Bears probably didn't expect, that DeMeco was going to blitz as much as he's ever blitzed since he's been in Houston. And the question now is, all right, is this going to become their identity? The team that the Texans are playing, the Vikings, they're a team that blitzes a lot. They blitzed a lot last year. It was really good for Danielle Hunter. He played well in that scheme. So it might be something that the Texans end up doing a lot more this year than I thought they would, partly just because I think they feel really good about their cornerbacks. And it's just hard to blitz if you don't have guys who can play man coverage. And I think they feel better and better about that duo back there as Kamari Lassiter gets tested more and more.
Yep. Then they both had great games on Sunday, the two starting corners. All right, we're down to it now, man. Number 2 in the power ranking of the power rankings, NFL.com, Eric Edholm has the Texans 3rd, up from 6th last week. In Eric Edholm's mind, the only 2 teams better than the Texans are the Kansas City Chiefs, and despite a loss to the Vikings, he still has San Francisco at number 2. He has the Texans 3rd, just ahead of the Bills. Here's what he says. The Texans blitzed Caleb Williams and won the game. Man, a lot of people noticed those blitzes. With a slew of disruptive defensive plays. They saw him getting comfy early and decided to upend that right away. It was good coaching and execution. However, the sloppy Texans also committed 12 penalties, settled for 4 long field goals, and lost a fumble inside the Bears' 5-yard line with a chance to put the game away. On the one hand, it was nice to see Houston's defense take over a game, but on the other, it was disappointing that the Texans kept the Bears in a game they had little business being in after a certain point. The C.J. Stroud show keeps rolling. Nico Collins is a legit star, but the Texans have more to clean up before they're in that truly elite tier. Okay, they're 3rd in your rankings, bro. Like, they have more to clean up before they're in that truly elite tier. They are 3rd in your rankings, I will say that.
I think that...
that's all true. I agree with all that, what he said, by the way.
Because being ahead of the Bills right now, given the way that they looked in their second game, I don't want them there yet. I want the Texans, even though I predicted that the Bills, I didn't think the Bills were going to be as good as preseason projections. We'll see how the rest of the season plays out, but so far I'm losing that one. This is where I start to get into that territory of like, yeah, okay, that's all right, Eric. So yeah, as far as like gaining actual admission into the club, you gotta. The last time the Texans played an actual team was against the Baltimore Ravens last year. Yep. That was a different team, obviously, and this one made a lot of improvements. But until they actually earn entrance into that club of genuinely elite teams, I want to see them beat 1 or 2 genuine NFL quarterbacks. Okay. And they haven't done that yet.
Well, you're not going to like this. Number 1 in the power ranking of the power rankings, Pete Prisco, CBSSports.com. He, too, has the Texans 3rd, but he already had them at 5th. So he believed in them a little bit more than Edholm did, so he gets bumped up. Here's what Pete Prisco says. This will be quick because he does like one sentence on each team. Even on a night when the offense wasn't clicking, the defense came up big against the Bears. That pressure up front was the difference in the game. He's got the Bills at number 2. That Bills game, I mean, I know the Texans aren't looking that far ahead, the players and coaches, but we're allowed to because we're radio hosts. I mean, if that Bills game in Week 5 is shaping up to be a monster right now.
Yeah, I know, and I honestly think this is where, if you look at the arc of Josh Allen's career, I think Brian Daboll was probably really good for Josh Allen. Then he ended up with an offensive coordinator in Ken Dorsey that maybe wasn't the best thing for Josh Allen. And now with, what's-his-face, Brady, right?
Joe Brady, yeah.
Joe Brady.
Yeah.
I think Joe Brady, and spending an entire offseason with him and building on what they did last year, he may have taken that proverbial next step to where now he's actually seeing the field, the entire field, not just trying to force it to Stephon Diggs or whomever else. And you might see the best version of Josh Allen this year.
Yeah. So far, so good. I would say, like, if this were just truly being judged like a beauty contest where how style points mattered in this whole thing, the New Orleans Saints have been the most impressive team so far this season. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, I know it was Carolina they beat up in Week 1, but they scored literally on every single possession. They could not have done any more to decimate the Carolina Panthers. They are 50% responsible for ending Bryce Young's career as a Panther. The Chargers are the other 50.
Let's say the Saints end up having almost the exact same season that the Texans did last year. Let's say the record ends up the same, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And Derek Carr, I mean, obviously Derek Carr is a veteran quarterback, so it's going to be different than with C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's say the Texans advance to the AFC Championships or something really impressive like that.
Yeah.
Who gets more of a head coach buzz? Do you think it's Bobby Slowick or offensive coordinator for the Saints, Clint Kubiak?
I think it'll be Kubiak. I think so. Because I think he's got the pedigree for one.
Yeah.
He's got the last name. But if he resurrects Derek Carr's career to the extent that they're 10-7, and the reason they're 10-7 is because Carr is in the MVP conversation.
Yeah,
I think it'll be Clint Kubiak. I think they'll both, but I think Kubiak more.
No, I think that'll be that 100% is probably going to be what happens if the Saints are able to continue doing this.
Yeah.
Because also that's the other thing. There are a lot of teams out there that might be looking at Kubiak as, wow, he helped develop this young C.J. Stroud into what he is. But C.J.'s almost at the point now where people are just flat out giving C.J. Stroud the credit, whether that's fair or not, because he's that good. But also, I think there are more teams out there that look at it and think, well, we've got this veteran quarterback that we're not quite sure about, and boy, Clint Kubiak might be just the thing to turn Brian Hoyer or whomever else historically, or a Ryan Fitzpatrick type. If you got one of those guys, Baker Mayfield perhaps. This is the guy that is the elixir for him.
The variable that you bring up all the time that we haven't brought up in this particular hypothetical is the run game too. Like, we're 1 for 2 right now in having an effective rushing attack for the Texans this year. It's not just fixed. Joe Mixon ran for 159 yards in week 1 against a defense that gave up 250 to the Packers with Malik Willis at quarterback in week 2. So do we know that Bobby Slowick has created a truly effective run game yet? I don't know that we have. The Saints, the first 2 weeks, Alvin Kamara's looked amazing so far in Kubiak's offense. So we'll see. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, speaking of, we talked about Bryce Young. In an alternative universe, where are the Texans and the Panthers if the quarterbacks got flipped? Would it be C.J. Stroud that's going through the struggles that Bryce Young is going through right now? We'll kick that one around coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers having one of their best events that they do all year. It's really cool.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
They're asking on Get Up right now or on First Take, is Bryce Young the worst number 1 overall pick ever? I don't have the list.
Oh my gosh.
I don't have the list in front of me. I mean, it's bad. He's benched for those, and we're going to talk about this in a second. He was benched in Carolina yesterday. Reportedly, Bryce kind of surprised by it, which I think gives a window into some of probably the dysfunction behind the decision and who might be behind it. But, it's ownership. But Dave Canales, the head coach, is taking the bullet for it. We'll talk about all that in a minute. Is Bryce Young the worst number 1 pick ever? I say no. Without looking at the list, I say no only because I'll see your Bryce Young and raise you a Jamarcus Russell. Jamarcus Russell is, I would, sight unseen, without having the list in front of me of number 1 overall picks, I will take Jamarcus Russell. You can have the field, and I will win that debate every day of the week with Jamarcus Russell as the worst number 1 overall pick. Bryce Young at least is trying. Bryce Young at least is in shape. Bryce Young, I don't think, at least yet, is getting into the purple drink like Jamarcus did at one point. So, now really bad. Worst one recently, maybe, but no. So Bryce Young, the question I have, Seth, is this. In an alternate universe, where are these franchises right now? This is purely hypothetical, but let's just jump into a hypothetical alternate universe. If Carolina takes C.J. Stroud with the number 1 overall pick and the Texans take Bryce Young with the number 2 overall pick, look, none of us know what that would look like, but I feel pretty confident in saying I don't think Bryce Young is benched by the 3rd week of his 2nd year.
I don't think so. No, I think that it would have been in an actual system that helped him out, and that not even trying to heap praise on Bobby Slowick or anything. There's just a little bit more that I think Bobby Slowick executing and running this system can do for a young quarterback than perhaps Frank Reich can. Because some of the stuff that Frank Reich has done for quarterbacks is also capitalizing on those guys, their either athleticism or their ability to do things in short bursts, but not necessarily like transform them. So I would say that Bryce Young would be better off in this system. I don't know how good he'd be or if he'd be good at all. I mean, we look at Bryce Young's rookie year versus Davis Mills' rookie year, and different systems. So that's not even it. But this is how bad. I mean, Davis Mills' rookie year was way better than Bryce Young's rookie year. Oh, yeah. And this is as supposedly Bryce Young was stepping into a great situation last year. That's what I was it did not look that way. Davis Mills was not in a great situation either. But Davis threw like twice as many touchdown passes in his rookie year as Bryce Young did last year.
Davis was very good the last 5 games. Davis had to come in week 2 because Tyrod Taylor hurt his hamstring in that Cleveland game. And then Davis did some good things, but then really struggled at one point. They started to get blown out in the middle of that year in games. Yeah. I remember an Arizona game they got blown out in. There was a Colts game they got blown out. And then when Tyrod Taylor was healthy again, they put him back in, and Tyrod Taylor wasn't very good. So they just said, screw it, and they gave the last 5 games to Davis Mills, and he went 2-3, and it put up very good numbers over those last 5 games.
He was 67% of his passes, 16 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. I mean, nothing, rookie of the year caliber or anything. But you look at Bryce Young, and he was 59.8% completion percentage last year. Yeah. 11 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Yeah. So basically, same number of interceptions, but Davis threw a lot more touchdowns. This feels like a depressing competition to be in, but I think it just goes to speak. Because somebody had asked, should the Texans trade Davis Mills for Bryce Young? I would say based on performance in the NFL, hell no. Right. And especially because Bryce Young, it would be him learning the system all over again. And I think that right now, if the Texans got some kind of Godfather offer for Davis Mills, then they might consider parting with him. But I think that they look at themselves as a Super Bowl competitor, and having a backup quarterback, as we've seen in recent history, can make a big, big difference, not just in the regular season, but potentially in the postseason. And Bryce Young does nothing for you right now. He is not the Godfather offer. No. Nobody's going to be like, oh, I didn't know Bryce Young was going to be available.
It is a fair question to wonder, though, okay, like what like what conveyor belt is he on right now, Bryce Young? You know what I mean? Because guys get benched as a young quarterback, and it can go any number of ways. It can be a benching because they feel like he just needs to watch the game from the sideline a little bit, and they'll put him back in. It can be a benching where you're done here, kid, but maybe you get picked up somewhere else, like a Zach Wilson type benching or a Trey Lance situation, something like that. It could be a benching where you're out of the league altogether. I think Bryce is going to wind up on another NFL team, if not later this year, then next season. I just wonder. I mean, Carolina is so dysfunctional. I wonder if there are teams that had good grades on Bryce Young that feel like, no, this might be, we might be getting a stock. We might be buying low on something where there's still something there.
We talked about this last week a little bit, which is that if you're going to take a guy as a quarterback, okay, what's your superpower? What are you good at? All of that. And especially taking somebody number 1 overall. Okay, with a short quarterback, they better have something that offsets that. And I think the lesson that people probably learned was, I think if Kyler Murray were in the draft again, I think there's a good chance he goes number 1 overall again. I think the next time a 6 foot or a 5'11" quarterback, a short quarterback comes up and he's not ridiculously athletic, or he doesn't have surreal ball placement or anticipation or something like that, then I don't think there's a chance he goes number 1 overall. It's that you got to offset that height issue with something. I mean, I think you saw with Caleb Williams in that game the other night, there's times where his height hurts him.
Yes. And
he's simply not going to be able to stand in the pocket the way C.J. Stroud can and throw with offensive linemen in his lap. Caleb Williams is going to have to use his athleticism to get out of that, but at least he has that. And he's not the same type of athlete as a Kyler Murray or something, but he's got some escapability that you can see where that'll be an asset. I just don't see that with Bryce Young. And a lot of that was one of the things I did hear from scouts and then even some SEC coaches before the draft last year was it's not like Bryce Young was running away from the best defenders in the SEC. So what exactly are you going to do with this guy that's so threatening on the perimeter if he can't also stand in the pocket and really deliver?
Yeah. We had somebody ask, what would C.J. Stroud be doing if he were on his third coordinator and third head coach, if you include interim and things like that? My feeling on that is CJ's a stabilizer. Like if the Panthers drafted CJ Stroud, Frank Reich is probably still the head coach there.
I don't, or if not, that's where it is an interesting hypothetical.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have done as well as he did last year.
No doubt.
I think it might have ended up being kind of like Alex Smith in San Francisco.
Uh-huh.
And there's quarterbacks that stick around, and you can see what they have or what it might take. We were talking about Josh Allen earlier in the show. I think Josh Allen is not offensive coordinator proof.
Right.
I think he's needed to find that he's done. He did well with Brian Daboll, didn't do well with Ken Dorsey. I mean, the numbers were good and everything, but there was just something. There was a little bit. It didn't look like Josh Allen was really becoming the genuine polished veteran NFL quarterback, whereas now this year with Brady as his offensive coordinator, I think he looks more like a polished NFL quarterback.
Yeah, I agree with that on Allen. I think with CJ, if CJ had gone to Carolina, that means he would have been the number 1 overall pick, like Burrow was the number 1 overall pick in Cincinnati. And you brought up Burrow's rookie year earlier. If I remember correctly, Burrow got hurt he definitely got hurt because the Texans didn't face him that year at the end of the season. They faced some backup. If I'm not mistaken, Burrow didn't win a bunch of games his rookie year. I think he was 2-7-1 his rookie year, but he looked good. You could tell there was something there. Now, I don't know if CJ would have been able to overcome the dysfunction with the Teppers the way that Burrow was able to overcome the dysfunction with the Brown family in Cincinnati and ultimately the next year get them to a Super Bowl. Probably not. That's just a crazy arc. But I do think that would have been, to me, the doppelganger for CJ would have been. I think he probably would have looked good, and you could see and go, there's definitely something there with this kid, but they wouldn't have won a bunch of games like he did with the Texans last year.
The biggest thing is that Burrow did well without a good offensive line in front of him.
Yeah.
So there were times where it was – now, even though he was guilty in his first few years of taking too many sacks, and sometimes it was his fault, but he's also doing really good things when he didn't have actually good protection in front of him, and that part was evident and obvious. I think you probably would have seen that from CJ too. I mean, it's impossible to know, obviously, but I think just because of the way he's wired and honestly his physical stature,
Yeah.
he's just more physically built to be in a bad situation like that.
That was the big thing. I was listening to Charlotte radio yesterday when this news broke, and I'm like, I want to hear the instant reaction to this. And that was the thing, and that might be the thing, too, if I'm a team that's looking at Bryce going, I don't know, is they invested heavily in the offensive line with him in this offseason. Like, they signed 2 offensive linemen. I forget the names, but they signed 2. Like, one was a guard. I think his last name's Hunt, and then Damian Lewis, I think, was the other one. They invested heavy in the offensive line, and that part has worked. The offensive line pass protecting has actually been very good these first 2 games. Caleb Williams was pressured 23 snaps against the Texans. Bryce Young was pressured 4 snaps against the Chargers on Sunday and losing 26-3. So I think that was the thing that Panther fans and probably the Panthers themselves were like, look, like all this investment that we made to help the kid, it's actually working. We went and got receivers for him, too. He can't hit them. We went and got Deontay Johnson from the Steelers, and we drafted Xavier Leggett in the first pick of the second round, and we gave 2 offensive linemen each $15 to $20 million. He got pressured 4 times the whole game, and we're scoring 3 points. He throws for 84 yards in the game.
I was reading this article, Sean, about I guess the big thing in New York City these days amongst the super rich is that they're spending hundreds of $1,000s of dollars on these people that help their kids prep for the college application process, taking your tests, doing the interviews, helping them out with their essays, certainly not writing the essays for them.
No.
And I just have this picture of just some, some of those parents are spending hundreds of $1,000s and they got some kid that's just a dolt.
Just a moron, That's Bryce.
You could give him all the training he wants and they're going to be like, so what are your goals in coming to this this institution? Like, I want to get laid. What's the poon like around here? Hey, dump that, Ben.
Yeah.
9:30. Yeah, I think that. There's just some picking his nose while the counselor's asking him the question.
Is the answer A, B, or C? Mashed potatoes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. D'Amico Ryans' final look back at the Bears and the 2 biggest things coming out of this game, NFL-wise, with the Texans. D'Amico had some strong takes on both of these things, and we'll hear from the Texans head coach coming up next.
Kirk Holmes is a third-generation family-owned company that is going to build.
today.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of great things on tape. I mean, first and foremost, we were just excited to get the win, right? And I think for me, it was a team win, right? When we needed plays on offense, they made plays, right? We needed the kicking game to step up, right? Emi had an outstanding game. Again, I mentioned it yesterday, but I think he's one of the only kickers in NFL history, back-to-back weeks of over 3 kicks over 50 yards. So Emi is playing lights out for us, and that was one thing that definitely stood out in the game. And defensively, just seeing the guys just swarm. We talk about the D-line and what they did with all the pressures, but just watching Petrie and watching how relentless he was, every rep, no matter if he was rushing, no matter if he's in coverage, like he was all over the field, sideline to sideline, playing relentless. And it was just exciting to see, our style of play on defense just showed through the tape from all 3 levels of our defense. All the guys were playing with great effort. All the guys were playing physical. Just love to see that style.
We asked the question before, how close are the Astros to the best version of what they're going to be heading into the postseason? I'd pose a similar question, Seth, with D'Amico. I know it's only 2 games, but with the Texans defense, how close do you think this defense is to what D'Amico views as the best version, as optimal, as the best version it can be?
They haven't shown up yet.
Yeah.
I think that in an ideal world for him, he wouldn't want to blitz as much as he did the other night. It's always, there's a risk reward when it comes to blitzing, and it's always a matter of finding the right balance. There's a part of D'Amico, I think, that genuinely just wants to have a front 4 that is as good as any other team blitzing, that you can get as good a pass rush with your front 4 when you have guys really humming and multiple guys who can destroy double team blocks and all of that. It just makes it easier to play really good defense and safer defense because you've got guys like Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. No matter how good they are, you don't want them to be tested all the time. You're just tempting fate. So I think that he's probably really happy that strategy worked out the way it did. But he also knows that if you're going against Matt Stafford or some other quarterback that is a veteran and knows how to anticipate blitz and everything else like that, that it's not, you can't rely on it all the time. So I think he's closer than he was last year. I think the thing that he's probably most excited about, that I'm most excited about, that nobody else cares about, is that they're tackling better.
Yeah.
And it just, right now, they have 5 total missed tackles in 2 games, whereas last year they averaged 7.6 missed tackle per game.
Yeah. They missed 5 in the first quarter of games last year.
They were second in the league in missed tackles in a bad way. They had the second most missed tackles in the league last year, whereas right now they're tied for, it's early in the season, 5th or 6th in the league. But they're doing very, very well in actually having fundamentally sound tackling. So I think that's probably the thing that he's most happy about, because that's one of those things that lots of other things fall in line when you're doing that right.
Yes.
You're paying attention to detail there. I think he wants to have a game where they get 7 sacks, but 6 of them are on 4-man pass rush.
Right. Yeah, everybody along the defensive line gets 1, and maybe Will and Daniil each get a couple, something like that. Yeah. There are 2 big things coming out of this game I would say that the league maybe has eyes on. Certainly 2 things that, as you'll hear from D'Amico, have been turned into the league to relook at from the game on Sunday, the 19-13 win over the Bears. The first one is the sideline escapades of the Bears when Azeez Al-Shaair wound up on their sideline after legally hitting Caleb Williams inbounds very, very hard. Bears didn't like it, and they surrounded Azeez Al-Shaair over there, and I choose to believe Azeez Al-Shaair was forced to punch one of those Bears in the face just to get him off of him. That's what I choose to believe. Here's D'Amico Ryans.
Even though the guy that he punched in the face was the one who was standing furthest away from him. But yes.
Yeah, well, you got preventative measures, Seth. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, is what they say. So if I punch this guy early, then I know he won't get me. Anyways, here's D'Amico Ryans with Azeez and the bench situation.
From my perspective, seeing Azeez, he had a big hit on the quarterback, and everyone goes, everyone gets a little antsy when the quarterback gets hit on the sideline, but if the quarterback stays in, he's going to get hit. And now I think everybody's a little sensitive when they're big hits in the league. Like, we still play a physical game, and you're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us. That's just how we operate here. And, you know, what happened after that, Azeez is, of course, he's surrounded by a lot of their players and also some staff, and they're surrounding him. We got people pushing Azeez and so we have to, as the game, we have to be better, right, from protecting all players involved, especially when something happens on the opposite sideline. Like, just have to be better. And we know, from Azeez's perspective, we, can't throw punches or anything like that. But just overall, we just have to be able to protect players, and it goes both ways. When you got guys surrounding one of our players and ununiformed staff that's surrounding and in that little mix-up as well, like that's a problem, and we have to get it fixed.
I got to go back and watch this now and just see exactly who was surrounding Azeez Al-Shaair.
Everybody was there was one guy with there was a guy with a blue. He was holding a paper. I'm guessing a position coach or something. But there wasn't. I don't know what they were saying. Al-Shaair had said something about, that basically there's certain things you say and don't say, so who knows exactly what was going on there. It was kind of tame in terms of it didn't seem like anything that doesn't happen a lot. I think the Texans probably surrounded a guy as he went out of bounds at least once in that game.
They definitely did, yeah.
Yeah, I can remember. I can't remember the specific instance.
Yeah.
So I think D'Amico, if anything, there was probably calling out the Eberflus's staff more so than anything else. If you guys are instigating that instead of pushing your own guys back, like what are you actually trying to accomplish there? I think the other part of it, though, too, is, look at that game. All right, you had Tyreek Stevenson, who I was looking at that chart I sent you yesterday, is right now performing. He's probably one of the worst cornerbacks on a good defense right now. Mm-hmm. His big tough guy move was poking somebody in the eye through the face mask.
Yeah.
All right, and he drew a penalty. Good job. And then just punching Nico Collins in the head. I would say he was trying to jam him, but I don't think he was even, because it wasn't a very effective jam. Nico ended up getting a touchdown on the play.
Right.
Yeah, I think their tough guy moves are mostly just kind of a whole lot of jabbering and jawing after the whistle. I'd prefer my guys to be tough, between the snap and the whistle instead of after the whistle.
Yeah, well, what Tyreek Stevenson did, he's not a good teammate, because you saw in that play, all he did was gas Nico Collins up, and Nico Collins wound up pie-facing Jalen Johnson in the end zone because Nico was so fired up about Tyreek Stevenson being such an a-hole to him. So all Stevenson did was basically throw Jalen Johnson in front of a moving bus named Nico Collins. Destination end zone for that bus. Yeah. The other issue coming out of the game on Sunday night was Joe Mixon, who suffered an ankle injury that looked like it could have been as a result of the very play that the NFL is trying to legislate out of the game, which is a hip drop tackle. Here was D'Amico Ryans. Will you ask the NFL to review the tackle on Joe Mixon?
Yeah, whenever there are plays of that nature, as the hip drop or the issue with Azeez on the sideline, we always want to send those into the league to make sure we're correct in what we're saying to our players. We just want to make sure we're coaching our players the right way and make sure we're within lines of the rules and playing the game the right way. So we always try to send those plays into the league to make sure we have clarity, so our players have clarity when they're on the field so they can play as fast as possible and leave no doubt.
Yeah.
This is a classic instance where something's not a big threat until all of a sudden they come for you. Yeah. I feel like there are a lot of people who are up in arms right now in Houston about them not calling that a hip drop tackle, who adamantly opposed any kind of legislation about the hip drop tackle this offseason. The whole thing about the hip drop tackle is that it's lazy at the end of the day. If you want to be old school, you can still be old school and say that they shouldn't be allowed to hip drop tackle, because all you have to do, instead of people will say, well, how are you supposed to bring him down in that moment? Keep driving your feet. Old school tackling. That's all it is. You're being lazy and falling on the guy's ankles. It's lazy. It's bordering on dirty, because before, I think guys just started kind of doing it because they're trying to keep their head out of contact. They don't want to get flagged for this or that. But now they're just being lazy and also dirty because they know that you're not supposed to be doing it. And Joe Mixon's ankle is hurt because of it.
So another
instance of Chicago, being more dirty than good, I think. Now this is a team. I all of a sudden hate Chicago. Well, plus, I met some of Chicago's worst in the fan base during the lead up to that game. There's a bunch of, at least when Browns fans come at you, you can tell that they actually don't really believe anything they're saying. They're like, all right, listen, I know, but listen, I got to play the part.
Right. I know.
I feel like Bears fans, where do you get off being as deluded as you are about your football team and your quarterback?
Got out of there as fast as I could, man. Yeah.
I couldn't even talk smack about how the Bears could have drafted C.J. Stroud because I had these Bears fans being like, you idiot, they didn't draft him because they knew that they could draft Caleb Williams. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? That's my entire point, you clowns.
I'll tell you what, maybe a residual or like a ripple effect of the Panthers moving on from Bryce Young, or at the very least benching him. I did hear more people pointing out that, combined with Caleb Williams getting just waylaid on Sunday night, I did hear more people bringing up the point that you've repeatedly brought up for the last year, which is that, hey, does anybody realize as we're celebrating Ryan Poles that he could have just drafted C.J. Stroud and you don't have to deal with any of this stuff?
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
More people are bringing that up now, Seth.
I had predicted
part of a movement.
I had predicted that they wouldn't mention it during the broadcast at all.
Yeah.
And I saw that a boatload of people had bookmarked that tweet. So I didn't hear him do it, and I haven't gotten any replies to it. So I'm guessing that they never mentioned, Collinsworth never bothered to mention that.
Yep. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez are here. Gentlemen, how are we feeling?
Terrific. Can I hop in on the Bears bashing?
Yeah, of course. By all means.
I have a buddy that's lives in Chicago and is a Bears fan, and I know just how to push his buttons. That 85 Bears team, they should have won 3 Super Bowls.
Oh, yeah.
They should. I said, just one? With that squad?
Yeah.
With Walter Payton and Jim McMahon and that defense and all that, they should have won at least 3.
I was up in that area in the aftermath of that. I went off to college up 90 minutes from Chicago in 87, and I can tell you, so that was 2 seasons afterwards. Bears fans were miserable over that very thing.
Yes.
That we got one out. And it was a dominant one for sure, but that's all they got. Reggie, the 85 Bears were this team, let me tell you.
That played in 1985.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. They did this thing called the Super Bowl Shuffle. How you feeling, man?
Feeling all right. I'm going to go ahead and unleash a confession just off jump. I feel like you heard the start of our broadcast yesterday. I think I was a little too negative on a Victory Monday.
Okay.
I think Seth was talking about this a little earlier, just some of the the late game, the way that felt, some of the frustrations. I think I let that kind of cloud my judgment because, again, you look at power rankings and such, and everybody talking about this team, and they're like Super Bowl contenders, clearly. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess I came in the wrong angle from this.
Yeah, I think it's fair, man. I think that, look, Reggie, you just have higher standards than others.
That's right.
How about that?
Expectations are on a different level now.
Yeah,
it is. It's funny. Sometimes I think even in talking about an opponent, when you're kind of talking. Last week, I had people upset with me that I was pointing out various good things about the Bears. And it's foreign to me because as a player, as a coach, do people have some illusion of DeMeco Ryans walking into the meetings on Wednesday and being like, I got to tell you what, guys, it's going to be an easy week.
We're good. We're good.
I got to tell you, not very impressive at all out of the Bears, yeah.
Well, when I was listening yesterday, and I texted Reggie and Lopez and Figgy, but with one of the instances where I was listening, I'm like, man, Reggie sounds like it's a 162-game guy in baseball right now.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Telling me, Reggie, it's a 17-game season guy? Come on.
Marathon, not a sprint, baby.
You got to crank up that delusion meter,
And you said it's 17 games. How about 20 games?
Oh, there you go. See? You're off to.
He's back, baby.
He's back. Yeah. Now I'm the one.
That's how you do it. You flip the script.
That's it, man. Good job. All right, Seth. Antibodies to you. Enjoy that cool weather.
Antibodies to you and to everybody I wish death upon today. I just know that I really meant it, and I'm doubling down on it. Okay. I offer no retractions.
He meant it. He did. He meant it. Every word of it. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
You're damn skippy. We start now in the loop. Sports Radio 610. You heard the man. You got John Lopez. You got Figgy Fig. You got myself, Reginald Atatula. Do you have more confidence in this Texans offense or defense on this Tuesday? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We're on the Odyssey app. We're on the YouTube. We're on the Twitch. We're all those places. Get at us. I said that very aggressively, I realized. But you know what I mean?
Bring it on.
Get at us. Talk to us.
You'll hear about that during
Come at me, bro.
During question
talk
of the
back.
day.
That's right. I guess there's a level of aggression coming through.
Come at me, bro.
Program. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Bring it. Again, look.
Seems like an easy question, doesn't it?
You would think.
Like, do you have more confidence in the offense or the defense of this
One
team?
would think.
It seems easy.
It seems easy, but I'm already in that place where I'm like, am I making this too simple? Do I need to overthink this?
Mm-hmm.
And in talking about this Texans team and kind of the way that I came into a Reaction Monday, Victory Reaction Monday at that, 713 texts in and says the Texans have not played a complete game yet. And I think that's one of the ways that you can easily try and go, well, without that complete game, maybe you lean to one side depending on which game really appealed to you more. As of right now, funny enough, I think I go with the side of the football that had more disappointment, or I guess felt a little bit more disappointed in the Sunday Night Football game. I think I go to the offense.
So you have more confidence in the offense?
I think I do. And
that's the easy answer.
Okay. All right.
And
I was wondering, after a defensive showing, like what you saw on Sunday Night Football, if that was what you were considering as the
Figgy, what about you real quick? And then I'm going to lay out some numbers and such. Offense or defense? What do you have more confidence in?
I kind of got more.
It's tough.
It's tough.
It's
because look,
all right. 713 saying special teams. What are you doing right now?
Hey, it's hard.
Just going Amy.
It's hard to say. You got more confident in the defense and looking at who's on offense like that. I'm waiting on them to get clicking, but right now that defense, I would probably say I had a little more confidence in the defense.
Okay, I'm glad you guys said that, because the easy answer to me is the offense because of what we know we have. We know we have C.J. Stroud as a Houston Texan. We know Joe Mixon can bust out 159 yards. We know the big three wide receivers. But right now, let me just little background. 2 games in, 2 out of 17. The offense does not rank. Now, I'm not saying they're bad because they're in the middle of the pack in some of these, but they don't rank in the top 10 in total yards. They do not rank in the top 10 in total offense, I should say, in third down efficiency. They don't rank in the top 10 in passing, and they don't rank in the top 10 in third down efficiency. The defense ranks number 3 in total defense, 7th in rushing defense, 5th in opposing quarterback rating, 5th in completion percentage, and 2nd in sacks. So
is that good?
That's all good.
Okay.
So right now, I'm going to say I have more confidence in the offense long term. But right now, the defense is what you should have more confidence.
That's interesting, because I went ahead and assumed that you meant long term, but those are 2 different propositions.
Yeah.
The week-to-week immediacy of how you feel, and then the long term. And I think I did the same thing that you did when it came to, okay, I'm going to go with the offense, because this offense in week 1 put up 29 points, week 2 put up 19, although you can very clearly see the ways in which they probably should have put up at least 20-some points, right?
For sure.
And I go, they have not put up an A- game even thus far. And it's not like they're far away from those things.
Yeah.
And so I was like, all right, even with the lackluster, I'll use that word kind of hesitantly, but even with the lackluster performance that they've delivered thus far, you've gotten a pretty solid output of production. How much more when they get to the place that you imagine them to be, and maybe not even the high water mark of what you imagine, but what you just imagine to be kind of their baseline. I think that there's an expectation there. But I get where you mentioned the defense has been absolutely incredible, and one of the things that comes in on that very text line came in from the 281. They say the defense is where they're most confident. Remember, one of the team's best defensive players is suspended. Offensive line is not good, and I'll take you to another play. I'll raise your stakes there. 2 of your defense's best players are not available, because remember, Christian Harris also on IR, right? Like you have, in addition to Danico Autry, is obviously the suspended player that we're talking about, your defensive tackle. And so, you have a couple of players that could probably stand to elevate this defense that are not playing thus far. And I think that the defense benefits from a new element, a new wrinkle being added, which is cornerbacks that are solid enough, that are good enough to then allow D'Amico Ryans to shift this whole game up and add a blitzing and a heat 'em up element with the blitz that you saw in game 2.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to add into the equation. So we know where the offense ranks. Again, not bad, but middle of the pack. We know where the defense ranks at the very top. Then when you throw in Christian Harris is not here yet.
Yes.
Danico Autry is not here yet. They still rank second in the league in sacks. They're getting pieces back defensively. So how does that affect your confidence? And then when you sort of bookend that with the offensive line, which mauled people in week one.
Yeah.
They had 3 players, at least according to Pro Football Focus, rank under 60% in efficiency this past week. So the offensive line might all of a sudden be like, okay, which one is it? You know, like is it going to be or was it just a matter of the Bears defense playing very well, which it did? But the offensive line, which was something of a question, let's see how they look coming into the season.
Right.
They mauled the Colts, and then all of a sudden they were like, against the Bears. Which one do you have more confidence in? Like right now, I think it's almost impossible not to say defense.
Yeah.
Long term is different.
Yeah, and I think that's a great way of breaking it down, right? And to the point of the offensive line, that first week data point of, oh man, they were out there getting these blocks. It is easy to now contextualize that with the idea that maybe the offensive line was mauling because the Indianapolis Colts were maulable.
Yeah.
Like maybe that is ultimately what we are seeing, and they did not cover themselves in glory in week 2, blocking wise. Now, of course, how much of that do you want to attribute to the absence of Juice Scruggs? I don't know how much I want to attribute to that because Patterson, I don't think that he was awful, but even the places where you saw clear misses were things that you saw from this offensive line in week 1 as well, right? Not being able to handle some of the stunts and games on the front of the defensive line.
Yeah.
Emil Ryans spoke to that. I don't know. I think you're right. You're right in the idea that especially if you want to go with what's on paper as opposed to what's projected, this defense is absolutely astounded in the way that they've handled their business early on.
Yeah, and then remember in the preseason, I talked about Figgy. I know I mentioned this with you. Like we played the what if game. What if this Texans defense is really good? Like really, really good.
Should we use the E word?
Yeah. Maybe even elite.
What?
Well, they're in the top 5 right now.
Yeah.
If you just kind of balance and average everything, all the categories, they're in the top 5 right now.
I mean, if you want to just use like efficiency EPA per play, they're 8th, which even then still in a pretty good place there.
Yeah. So what if they're really, really good? This offense really doesn't have to be much better than they've been. Now, I think they will be, but they really don't have to be a whole lot better than they've been, and that speaks to why this team. And I think he was asked this question. I don't know how he answered it, but I think D'Amico was asked about like a year ago. They lost to the Falcons, they lost to the Panthers. They lost a couple of games here and there because their defense wasn't really good and their offense had a day like we saw Sunday night. So like this defense sort of. It evens everything out. It's a true X factor. So confidence-wise, with the guys coming back and all that, and oh, by the way, the offense, yes, Juice Scruggs wasn't available, but for the most part, it's been pretty healthy, including Joe Mixon played up into the second half, until he hurt his ankle. But all their weapons have been there offensively.
Yeah. And that's fair. You're rapidly helping me change my mind from the immediate place. And again, apparently too much in my head. But I did want to go to what has been my favorite thing to say in the first, few weeks of this season. Turnover defense, right? Like I think that's also fun. And I did want to go to D'Amico Ryans, who talked to the media yesterday, obviously, as he always does on Mondays. And he was asked about rookie cornerback Kamari Lassiter's first NFL interception.
Yeah, it was really cool to see Kamari. The work that he's putting in is really cool to see him, reap the benefits of that, right? And getting the pick is a matter of not just him, but it's the rush, speeding up the quarterback, and it's Kamari having really good hands. That was a difficult catch to make as well, so it was really nice play by him. But man, credit to him. The kid's been consistent. I talk about it all the time. He's been consistent where he needs to be every single play, and he doesn't press to make plays. Some guys get in the spot and they try to press to make a play, and then you end up putting yourself in a bad position. He's in the right position all the time, and he benefited yesterday from being able to make a pick.
And I think that what he's speaking to, D'Amico Ryans, head coach of this Texans team, that consistency from a rookie. That was one of the questions you had. It's like, what is a rookie going to do? And, of course, a rookie is going to continue to be tested. But in that particular type of circumstance where Both Clint and Seth have talked about this. When you have Stingley traveling, that's great. When you feel like, all right, we have our best cornerback at any given time on DJ Moore, who is their best wide receiver, their best option. But what that does is that takes the other cornerback, right? And I say that with no disrespect to Kamari Lassiter, but in any situation, that other cornerback is always a perspective or a place to watch because teams might view that as a weak link. He's moving around. He's now having to be malleable in a way that, you love that from your cornerback one, your cornerback two. Are they capable to
he's got to move too.
Handling up to that? And the consistency stays, right? And so that gives you a level of confidence. That then allows, D'Amico Ryans, just by the nature of them being able to play man a decent amount, allows you to go and unleash Will Anderson, unleash, Daniil Hunter, and then blitz and add that added element. So it puts more tools in the pocket and I guess the tool belt of Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans, and then also just like having the opportunity to take the ball away. When we talk about efficiency, when we talk about all these things, the analytics of it all, there's nothing like a turnover play to really bump the probability of winning and all these types of things. And it seems like this defense has the capability of doing that in addition to having more tools at their disposal.
That ties in with the confidence question, I feel, because if you look at these first two games, and while it feels like a small sample size, in the course of a season, it's not that small. I mean, it's clearly, a pretty good percentage of the season already, 2 games out of 17. But when you look at okay, which one do you have more confidence in? What you're talking about is big plays, big plays, interceptions, turnovers, etc. There have been so many more big plays on the defensive side than the offense. I was looking at the stats this morning. The Texans have 5 passes of more than 20 yards. That pretty much in the middle, lower middle of the NFL. I think they only have 1 over 40 yards. So those are big plays, right? Defensively, you've got the sacks, you've got the interceptions, you got the Kalen Bullock interception last week. Week 1. Obviously, Kamari Lassiter. So if you're talking about what do you have more confidence in, the squad that can make the biggest plays, it's the defense.
Well, but you say that, and I don't want to then make this entirely bump the offense. It's all about the defense because the offense. Obviously we mentioned the ways that they
were going 8 and 10 yards with Joe Mixon week 1.
Right, there's that, but then look, you got Nico Collins putting up a hundo 2 weeks in a row, right? Like that level of consistency, knowing that hey, if all else fails, Nico Collins down there somewhere, that'll work. That's great. I think also one of the things that the confidence piles up is, yes, we can talk about how the offensive line has not been necessarily where they need to be, and that is a place that you're going to have to continue to watch and see if that improvement comes. But I'm going to lean on one of your favorite things to bring up. Do not sleep on, do not take for granted the caliber of play that you're getting from C.J. Stroud, the ways in which he's able to make things right and he's able to go out and utilize his legs to still make things happen, knowing that he can do that and that he's been able to make some of these passes off of the timing, without being able to just hit the top of his route and let the ball fly, or top of his drop rather, let the ball fly sometimes. Now imagine if and when you do get that line situated to where they're getting back to that place, how much better does it get there, right? How much better are the opportunities going to happen when you also have Cam Akers able to play more often, right? When the possibilities arise for him. I think that there's still a lot of potential within this. I don't think we've seen Dalton Schultz have the opportunities that he's had. Even Stephon Diggs, right? We talked about this situation, and some people are viewing it as the negative of it, but I think there's the positive aspect of it. The high end for Stephon Diggs is 2 touchdowns right now, but it's not all the yards. It's not all of that aspect of it where he still has the opportunity to go off at various points. There's still so much potential that is reasonable to ask. Like, it's not even the unreasonable forecasting that's reasonable forecast.
Well, that's why I said, long term, it's the offense. You know how I feel about C.J. Stroud. I was listening to the Ocho Cinco and
so you're a nightcap guy now.
Yeah, nightcap.
All it took was one IG video. All right, so you were over here conspiracy theory, but you fell in anyway.
And Ocho Cinco said he's Tom Brady. He said C.J. Stroud's Tom Brady, flat out. He couldn't even come up with another name. So long term, yes, because of C.J. Stroud, and you know how I feel about him. Those throws that he made, the one he made in the second quarter Sunday. No, I'm not saying that they are not capable of being that.
But as
I'm
of right
saying
now,
for these first 2 games,
proof positive is on the defense
even though Nico went for 100 and 100 plus in back-to-back games, the big plays, the game changing, the sacks, the interceptions, all these plays, the big hits, the biggest plays, at least through 2 games, have been on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, man. It's look, I understand 281 mentioning you're in week 2. There's a lot of noise in the statistics, right? And that's absolutely going to affect some of this. But I think we've done a solid job pointing to, I'm tooting my own horn and our own horn here, but I think we've done a solid job pointing to how it's not just the statistics of this, right? That is a portion of it, but it's the process, which it's very evident that this coaching staff, that this organization is a process-driven one.
Yeah.
You can see that the process of this has been very good for the defense in a way that the offense is still working on, and they've voiced that. CJ has voiced that. D'Amico's voiced that. Bobby has voiced that. Dalton Schultz even voiced that. I know that B. Scott will come in. We were talking to him in the locker room after the game, right? There's been many different places that have voiced the idea that, hey, man, this offense is not hitting the stride that they want to just yet, and even with that, 29-19, and a lot of places to go there. Some other things that were brought up. Yes, 832 said, is it me or does Petrie remind you of Honey Badger? Because we didn't even really mention Petrie a ton in the course of this.
Not really. Does he you?
Not to me.
No, I just love the physicality that he's bringing.
The physicality, I'll give you.
He's been doing this thing, but I wouldn't go that far.
The Honey Badger's a ball hawk. He just finds the ball.
And it's kind of nice to have Petrie have his condo in the trenches where he could just come up and really focus on
that condo.
On that physicality. Yeah, I'm never letting that go. I appreciate Will Anderson giving us that to us because I'm never letting go of it. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We're just getting going on a Tuesday. Coming up next, and we definitely want your input on this, 713-572-4610. When did the Texans' luck change? Obviously, this was a hard luck franchise for a little bit, but they're not that anymore. What was the defining moment that caused that shift? We'll talk about it next.
Yeah, Texas Star Grill Shop and Texas Star Grill
10 p.m. for Odyssey's I'm Listening Special, a 2-hour conversation featuring mental health professionals and some of the biggest names in sports, music, and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. I'm Listening, next Wednesday at 8, here on Sports Radio 610 and the free Odyssey app.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yes, sir. In the loop. Sports Radio 610 with John Lopez, Figgy Fig, myself, Reggie Atatula, and you. Rock with us on a Tuesday. Thanks for doing just that here. Sports Radio 610. When did the Texans' luck change?
It's a great question. It's a great question because I'm not talking about like they got lucky because the Panthers do. So this is Bryce Young related, and I'll explain it. I'm not saying like, okay, so they won the game and got lucky because no, I'm talking about like
as a larger
yes.
narrative arc of the franchise.
The juju. Right? Let me put it that way. I think that might be a better way to explain it to our listeners and everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch.
When they watch that stink off.
When did the juju change? And I've got some sort of starting points here.
Because I mean, look,
it's because
there was a point in time where it felt like if there was a conversation about a quarterback being ruined,
yes.
like Bryce Young is, or like being a team being a laughingstock of the NFL, like the Panthers seem to be as of right now, that you could have possibly triangulated that to Houston, Texas, with the Texans.
This would have been the Houston Texans. The Panthers would have been the Texans. Figgy,
they are far from that, right? On the morning shows,
far from that.
On the morning shows, there's conversation. There might be the A block about Bryce Young, and then the B block is about how the Texans are one of the surprises of the year.
Are they a threat to the Chiefs?
Yeah,
yes, exactly. So 2 years ago, Figgy, a year and a half ago, I'd have told you, all right, Bryce Young is gonna come. No, I'll put it this way: a quarterback. The Panthers and the Texans are both going to draft a quarterback, and one of them is going to be a flat out bust. What would your answer have been? The Texans. The Texans would have. This would have been the Texans with our history and our luck here in this city. It would have been the Texans. So the question becomes, what changed the juju? I've got a couple of possibilities here.
Oh wow, someone as recent as the Colts win.
Yeah,
which Colts win?
I think they're talking about, and I'm not necessarily talking about that.
Last year.
Let me give you some examples,
please.
Andre Johnson's tweet that changed the juju
about Jack Easterby.
I
was like, which one in particular?
Yeah. How about this one? Hannah McNair turning her back on Deshaun Watson before the game when he came over to shake their hands, and she walked away. That's not like an on-field strategic or whatever. So work with me here, people. 713-572-4610. What else? What else changed the juju? You thinking of anything, Figgy?
Honestly, this might be a little plain, but just hiring DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
I think that one, because remember this. I mean, they did have the number 2 overall pick, but this was a bad team, man. And like, if it wasn't for the connections with Houston, I don't know DeMeco Ryans would have came here. But I just felt like that all worked itself out for them to hire DeMeco Ryans. Oh, by the way, who was a beloved Texan player back in the day.
Yeah, I actually will go to the hire right before it, because I think that it sets you on a path to be able to hire DeMeco Ryans, and for DeMeco Ryans to have the runway and the space to do his work in a way in an environment that's unencumbered. Yeah, and that's Lovie Smith. We were talking about this a little bit before the show, and Sean came in and was also joining in. And the idea of Lovie Smith represented a different head coach and a different voice in the organization that I think allowed some things to shift, right?
Yeah.
With all due respect to David Culley. David Culley was here for a paycheck.
Yes, of course.
You know what I mean?
I called him an empty suit.
Wow. Okay. So that's a lot. I feel a lot better about just saying that he was here for a paycheck. Very good. Thank you for taking that heat. But David Culley comes in and he's willing to go along with whatever is happening, right? Whatever.
We got to go 3 and out and punt it. We're good.
Whatever the nonsense is that's going on in the front office and otherwise, he's rolling along with it. Lovie Smith is a different kind of guy, right? Yeah. Lovie Smith is defensive coordinator. Like he has that kind of like bravado to him, where like he shook things up to a way where I think that allowed you to get to a place where, and I know that you're speaking to some of the things that moved Jack Easterby out, but I think also like that helped that come to a boil, right? And then also, Lovie Smith also did the thing at the end of the season where it gives you the number 2 pick and kind of puts the onus on somebody else to make that decision, right? And allows you to fall into one of the best draft decisions that you make. You know what I mean? I think that all of those things, and then, again, he opens up the space for then D'Amico Ryans to step in once that carousel opens up, and now you have the quarterback of your dreams, the coach of your dreams, and now you're on your path to having a great football
I think
team.
even to piggyback off of that, man, I think even before the hire Lovie Smith, they could have hired a new head coach. They could have hired somebody else. And true, it was rumors that they was trying to get Josh McCown.
I was going to say that.
Oh my God!
I had 2 other options.
Yeah, that fell through.
What about not hiring Josh McCown?
Yeah,
that changed the juju.
Because I don't think, like, say what you want, I don't think that would have just been a 1-year hire.
Yeah.
So what they did was they ain't even kick the tires on nobody else. They just hired internally.
Yeah.
And said, hey, be the head coach.
Well, we've all done things, whether we're watching our favorite team or whatever, like, I got to change their luck. And we move to another seat, or, we put on a different jersey or hat or something. To me, I'm still leaning Hannah. When Hannah turned heel on Deshaun, that was like, that changed just the vibe around this team. Like, we're not pushovers anymore. We hate you. We're going to change our luck. Either that or Andre's tweet. Or what about more recently, a little over a year ago, it's been a year and a half, when they said, we're going to change our brand. We're going to change uniforms. We're going to embrace H-Town. They really weren't an H-Town, they didn't embrace, the Houston aspect of things. What about that?
Yeah.
I think that is a resultant of the juju shift. Like, I think that was a full acknowledgement of, we are becoming different, and in order to become the fullness of different, we got to look different as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But I think that you're right. Like, that, all of that factors in. It changed the environment and the vibe of it. But I do think that it's started being set off earlier. Some people on the text line mentioning adding Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio has been, and we talked about this before the season, the idea that he is comfortable being the man in the back, but he absolutely is doing work back there. He is not just off stage, but he is still managing to pull strings that allow D'Amico Ryans to have the right talent to then utilize.
Yeah, and he took a lot of criticism, man. Like, the stuff he was doing, I was starting to question a little bit, like, man, why are you hiring David Culley, man?
Yeah.
Like it was a whole bunch of different candidates out there. He hired David Culley, and then the rumors of Josh McCown, and then you end up with Lovie Smith. It was a lot going on, but he was cooking, man.
Yeah.
He was cooking, and I think if it wasn't for him, like the way he was running all of this stuff, I don't know if we would have had CJ and Will Anderson and just all of that stuff, the Deshaun Watson trade.
Yeah.
It was a lot of stuff that we probably couldn't really see back then that now we like, oh, yeah, no, I see what he was doing now.
What about Cal McNair? And this was during the Lovey year. We talk about rebranding and then uniform. It was about the same time they decided to get new uniforms and start embracing the H-Town thing. Cal, in the midst of it all, when he was not the most popular guy in town as he is right now, he and Hannah, he went out there amongst the people, started cooking hamburgers, started being out in front of the public a lot more, sort of just, again, like Cal turning heel, sort of just changing the vibe. Like, I am approachable. I am not a moron. You know?
What's funny is I felt like even before that, I want to say it was like 2 or 3 years ago, we were on the red carpet at the Houston Sports Awards. And I just asked for a picture, like a little selfie.
Yeah.
And he actually threw up the H. and I ain't really think nothing of it. But when I posted it, people was going crazy over it.
Yeah.
And that was the first time they actually seen him do something like that. And they even noticed his pinky ring.
Oh yeah.
So just that type of stuff started getting on a little more cred.
I found this interesting on the YouTube. If Bryce Young were in Houston, he would have been better than Carolina, and I believe that to be the case. We were having that conversation just before the segment, the idea that situation matters a good amount in the way that some of these things go. In fact, I believe that it matters to a larger degree than we give it credit for in a particular quarterback situation. These dudes have an immense level of talent just to get to this place, and being in a organization and on a team, and those are not exactly the same thing, but on a team, like the individual team that has the players, that has the line, the protection, those things to help them succeed, but then also being in an organization that has their stuff together. Think the Steelers, think the Ravens. Those are the ones that I immediately go to oftentimes. Those things help. And I think that it means something that the Texans started getting to that place when they brought in C.J. Stroud comparatively to Bryce Young. And I do think that that's some of the reason why.
The organization.
In addition
that's what
to
you're
him
saying.
being a good dude.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say this, too, because remember when Bryce Young it was a whole Bryce or C.J. type thing, people will always bring up his height and all that. I think him not being good in Carolina had nothing to do with his height. I don't think
Jeff Saturday said the same thing this morning.
I just think he's just in a bad place right now, man. I don't think it have anything to do with him being short.
It's the organization. The organization matters. And where you get drafted, it's better to get drafted late in the first round than early.
I mean, not for your paycheck, but otherwise.
Yeah.
Well, and maybe for the future of your paycheck, because the opportunity to maybe have your second contract go ahead and hit is probably higher in that situation. But yeah, man, I think regardless of whether it was the Andre tweet or whether it was Hannah making that stand or whether it was, the hiring of this person or that person, ultimately, I think the biggest factor or the biggest thing to remember in this is that the luck has changed. This is a we
got good juju.
Different organization, man. Good juju. And above all else, 2-0 thus far in the season with all the love and all the accolade, our adoration when it comes to this team and the national perspective. So shout out to the Texans. Shout out to all of the factors and all the principles that we're talking about that have helped them get to that place. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, which is in honor of Nico Collins and Azeez Al-Shaair. What immediately sets you off? Like a finger in the face or, people around you saying the wrong thing. 713-572-4610. Let's break that down next.
The Texans improve.
The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day. In honor of Nico and Aziz, what immediately sets you off? And I don't know that we're leaning towards the idea of pet peeves. Like, what are the things,
what makes you want to fight?
Yeah, what are the things that put you in that mode?
I will fight you.
Yeah, that mode where you're ready to fight, either verbally or maybe physically.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I'm not necessarily going to judge. Again, 713-572-4610. Y'all are already sending in some good ones. Let's turn it to D'Amico Ryans, who was asked about the Aziz Al-Shaair moment from the game when it got a little physical.
From my perspective, seeing Aziz, he had a big hit on the quarterback, and everyone gets a little antsy when the quarterback gets hit on the sideline. But if the quarterback stays in, he's gonna get hit. And now I think everybody's a little sensitive when there are big hits in the league. Like, we still play a physical game, and you're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us. That's just how we operate here. And, what happened after that, Aziz is, of course, he's surrounded by a lot of their players and also some staff. And they are surrounding him. We got people pushing Aziz and so we have to, as the game, we have to be better, right? From protecting all players involved, especially when something happens on the opposite sideline. Just have to be better. And we know, from Aziz's perspective, we, can't throw punches or anything like that. But just overall, we just have to be able to protect players, and it goes both ways. When you got guys surrounding one of our players and ununiformed staff that's surrounding and in that little mix-up as well, that's a problem, and we have to get it fixed.
He makes it sound like he got jumped in an alley or something.
He did. He ended up on the wrong side of the field. Know what I mean?
There were 30 people around him.
You know what? He did not give a damn either.
Aziz said it at his locker. He was like, "Look, man,
cases on all you." I know what
he said. I grew up in,
I grew up different. Is that
different. But yeah, man, clearly Aziz did not take kindly to them, whatever they said, because we didn't get a clear accounting of what was said, but it sounded like something was said that he did not like. Nico had that finger in his face.
Yeah.
That's one of the things for me. Do not put your finger in my face. But what about you, John? What's the thing that's good to set you off?
Like to set me off, I want to fight. Outside of the ones we talked about, the finger in the face, spitting, we mentioned.
Yeah, no, spitting is good to go.
Yeah. Spitting, that's
a level of disrespect where you knew what you were doing.
You might get shot.
Yeah.
I think mine is when someone is completely dismissive. Kind of like, whatever, you don't matter kind of thing. We're not even having a discussion or a disagreement.
Yeah.
It's you're so meaningless to me, it's hard to explain. Just dismissive.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt with the whole Tank Dell situation. When I was at the premiere, I felt like I was being dismissed.
Yeah,
I didn't matter. I probably don't matter.
You're beneath me.
Yeah.
That makes me want to fight someone.
That's a good one.
What about you?
That was pretty much what I was going to talk about, right? I don't like it when folks don't have empathy, and so basically getting to that idea of being dismissive of folks. For me in particular, don't be obtuse with me, right? Don't hey man, you know what I'm trying to say. You know what the hell I'm talking about right now, right? I don't like it when I have to get to that place. That'll get me. I'm pretty chill in a lot of situations. I'll let a lot of things go, name calling, that type of stuff. Hey man, you hear me?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. Don't play coy. Don't play dumb.
Yeah, I got a few things. I don't like when people hang up on me.
You want to fight them?
If we on the phone, I will ban you from my life if you hang up on me, man. That's one thing. I went through that with my wife. This was back when we was dating.
Yeah.
And she hung up on me mid-sentence. We going back and forth. She hang up on me. I didn't call her for a week. I ain't answer her phone for a week. I'm like, no, I do not like that. I will never talk to you again if you hang up on me. That's so disrespectful, especially if you going back and forth.
Yeah.
Just say, hey, you know what? We'll talk later. Let's end the conversation. Don't just hang up on me.
The other. Oh, what's your other one?
Oh, my other one is honestly, when people just kind of be a little disrespectful towards you, and they make up something or they say something about you that didn't happen.
Oh, lying to my face.
Yeah. Like for instance, if I was like, at a bar or something like that, and somebody say, "Oh yeah, he was so rude. He didn't tip. He did," like knowing it was a lie.
Yeah,
it's like I don't like that. Yeah. Like don't put no dirt on my name, man.
You know, the other one I was just thinking of as Figgy was talking about disrespect.
What's that?
And it's not necessarily whether it's to me or anyone. I hate, and people who listen to the show know I've said this before, I hate, and I truly do want to fight someone that makes fun of someone's appearance. Like I just we can argue. You can get, you can don't not like me or him or you or whatever. But when they say like, oh, your nose, blah blah blah, or you're fat, or your eyebrow, anything like or some physical ailment, and when people make fun of a person's appearance, that's like the lowest of the low person.
A thing about them that's just innate to them that's not going to change, that they can't change.
Yeah, especially if they not doing nothing.
Yes,
like
not bothering nobody. Yeah, just a bully.
Now my thing is when they doing that, and then once I clap back, like don't cry wolf.
Yeah.
Like, nah, man.
That is a nasty one.
Yeah, like, don't cry wolf now. Like, we in it now.
Mm-hmm. Folks that are going to hide behind crocodile tears.
Yes.
Yeah, that's real nasty. 832 said, racists make you fight immediately. Respect it. 281, can't stand when people cut me off, interrupt me mid-conversation. Yeah.
That's a good one.
I get that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
This is not quite what we're going for, but I thought it was funny. Thinking about the good leftovers that just to go to the fridge and eat them and somebody's already got them.
Hey, some people will fight over that, man, especially like roommates.
You say fight over it. I've seen stories of like people going to the tool behind, their leftovers not being in the fridge.
But go back in the day when you had a roommate or you were in college or something. Because like, hey, that was my whatever, macaroni and cheese. And nah, man, it was in the fridge. That's fighting. That's fighting.
Making fun of kids with issues. Very true. Very true. How about this? Let's go to the phone line. Someone's got an answer for the question of the day.
We got Wood on the line.
All right, Wood, what's happening?
Hey, my biggest peeve that pisses me off is when someone take advantage of my kindness. I'm a very generous individual with my family, relationships, my kids. For example, naturally, I got season tickets. I got 6 of them. Give them to my kids, my cousins, my nieces, nephews. But when I give you tickets and you don't show up to the game,
ooh,
yeah.
Ooh, man, hey, don't do that. That now I put you in a position where I don't trust you no more with my kindness to come through. Because I'm giving you something to enjoy something, to take advantage of the opportunity. When I was younger, I couldn't take advantage of these opportunities because my parents couldn't afford things or my uncles wasn't able to do these things. But here it is. I'm the type of uncle. I give my nieces and nephews $500 for graduating. These are the kind of things I do. But don't take my hard-earned money and then don't do the things and take advantage of my kindness. Now, I didn't get a chance to tell y'all my Texans are going 13-4.
Okay.
13-4. We were with Baltimore. We're going to lose to Baltimore, Kansas City in the regular season, but we will with Baltimore in the divisional game, with Kansas City in the championship game, be in New Orleans, and be the Texans Super Bowl champion.
How about that,
I love this. I love what's happening there.
It sounds like something struck a nerve, like he gave somebody the Bears ticket.
Oh, absolutely. Look, man, when you say, absolutely. That was absolutely somebody who, that's a specific situation that Wood was dealing with.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I was waiting for him to say the name because he was getting close. That was someone who definitely might have wronged him this past weekend, if we're completely honest.
I got something related to that, too. I hate when I do something for people out the kindness of my heart, and then when I try to ask
they're not willing to reciprocate?
Yeah.
Nasty business.
To me, nasty. That's like, I'll be ready to cut people off.
That's right.
We have what I think is one of the top ones.
Oh, is this Jay in Cyprus?
No, I don't know. Is it Jay in Cyprus?
Well, shout out to Jay in Cyprus, who said, most things don't bother me, but don't go after my wife. Yep.
Well, that too.
That's your responsibility.
That's my thing, too. Especially us working at a sports station. Whenever you say something that they don't agree with when it comes to sports, then they try to go personal with your wife and all that stuff. It's just like, dog, leave. Like that, to me, that's probably number one for me.
This might be my number one, but it's up there with the other ones I mentioned from the 713. People who treat pets badly. Dude.
Oh, man.
Dude, I've seen guys kick their dog when they're out jogging or walking with their dog, and I just want to go up to them and say, "I'll take it, man.
Yeah,
give it to me."
I seen somebody at my apartment complex, man. The dog was off the leash.
Yeah,
and it came over to me, and she came over. Get your ass, man! And start hitting it in the face.
Hey,
I'm like,
yo,
it's good, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, goodness gracious,
it's the worst. That sets me off.
It was a big dog too.
Yeah,
like,
y'all are shameless. People got on the text line like, "Let Mr. Wood know I'm his nephew."
Somebody
I'll take them tickets if he.
That's what he said. What's his number?
That's hilarious. Being cut off on the road, ending up at the same light. That's just funny to me. I'm giving you the stupid look, like, oh, don't you feel dumb now?
I'm right here
doing
next
all
to
that,
you. I'm
right?
right
Like we in the
next
same place. Somebody talked about rubbernecking.
Yeah.
That gets annoying for sure.
What about somebody not responding to your email when you need something?
Yeah,
they just ignore it.
Like the person that just simply ignores you instead of like responding.
Yeah,
you could tell me that, hey, I don't have an answer or no or whatever.
Yeah.
The communication is fine. Whatever the answer is. How about just communicate? Yeah, that definitely.
I'll be ready to cut people off.
Yeah,
I'm a little petty, man. I'm sorry. I get petty over little stuff like this.
And that goes back to what John said. It's like, you are not treating me with the level of respect here.
Yeah,
right? All of this is obviously disrespect.
Yeah, from that point, you don't respect me as a man.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of respect, hey, man, treat the service industry right, man. Especially, like, this is the thing that gets me. Here we go. I found it, right? We worked my way there. The people that are mean to folks that are just doing a job.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that.
I go out of my way when I get upset. Like, look, I know it's not you. I always say, I know it's not you.
Right.
But blah, blah, blah. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Being rude to waiters or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, or the person at the checkout, they didn't set the prices.
Exactly.
They don't work at corporate. They didn't do none of this. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm all the way to Aziz Al-Shair territory where I'm gonna go like 1v20. Shout out to Kendrick, like Aziz was ready to go Sunday night. We actually still haven't heard anything from league office wise.
No, we haven't.
Yet,
Maybe
so.
It's nothing.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't even brought it up. Go ahead and dump that, Fig. We're gonna go ahead and miss all of that. Let's see if they just forget what is happening there. 713 said obtuse. 50% of the audience doesn't know what obtuse means. That's not true. We got a smart listenership.
We got smart listeners.
Hey, don't talk crazy to them.
They're not obtuse.
I'm gonna come see you, 713.
They're not obtuse. Our listeners.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what you would do if I let you sit with that a little bit. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. 11 a.m. on a Tuesday means one thing. B. Scott coming in. We'll go around the NFL, talk about some of the things that we learned from week 2. Let's do that next.
Coach D'Amico's deep. access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
John Lopez, Figgy Fig, myself, Reginald Atatula, and on a Tuesday, you know what time it is. Time for B. Scott to join us. So before we get into going around the NFL, I want to continue what was the question of the day, where you guys continue to mention other things that would set you off. And I wanted to make sure to let our guy B. Scott get in on the fun here.
Y'all mentioned spitting. I just don't feel like y'all went far enough. I am an extremist on spitting.
I know we're on wax, so I don't want to say the things that I need to say.
No, listen.
Just hold on, B. Scott. Well,
okay, cool.
and I feel comfortable with this, and maybe this can be a warning. All right.
PSA.
But if you spit on someone,
and
that person turns around and kills you right where you stand, or sit or lay, I witness it.
No, I didn't.
I will turn around.
No, I didn't.
And walk away.
Yeah.
You get it.
Because it will be a justified homicide.
Yeah.
A justified
What'd
death.
you say? I won't be a witness.
I will not be a witness. I will not get in the way of justice.
That's a very conscious decision of disrespect. That's absolutely.
My two little ones, 9 and 7, I think this was maybe a year ago, one of them spit on the other. And I stopped at a meeting and I said, listen, I love you both. But the next time one of you spits on the other, if the other one goes off on you to the point of no return,
don't come talk to me.
It will be justified. Justified. Let my kids know immediately.
I love that.
We will not be spitting unless we're ready to kill or
be a witness.
Unless we are ready to kill or be killed.
What happened, B. Scott? I have no idea.
Nothing.
No, you're right though, man. It's so disrespectful, man.
Spitting? Oh no.
Man, just punch me in the face, man.
Yeah.
Right, you took your bodily fluids.
Yes.
We're not doing
No,
that.
we're not doing that.
We're not doing that. Either you got to kill, I'm gonna kill you or you got to kill me.
It is now officially blood sport.
Today. On sight.
I love it.
713 said no one mentioned relationship cheaters. Yeah, because that gets tough with the. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that you get to that place, of course, you're going to have a very heavily hot-worded conversation. All right, let's get into around the NFL, what we learned in week 2, starting in reverse in some ways. Monday Night Football. I feel like we could take this one of two ways. Either the Eagles are more unserious than the Falcons have always been, or the Falcons have found a little bit of something in a way to reverse what feels like has been a long-term curse in two ways, which is the Falcons being the Falcons and losing a situation, or primetime Kirk Cousins, where Kirk Cousins late in that game on a potential game-winning drive goes 5 of 6 for 70 yards and a touchdown, right? When it gets to the tough moments, we are not used to Kirk Cousins doing that. Kirk Cousins, who is not 100%, and said as much last night, when had a game-winning drive. Which one do you feel is more reasonable here, B. Scott?
So all of that you said, and if Saquon Barkley just catches the damn ball,
of course,
we can dismiss a lot of the points that you just made. So I don't think it's that the Eagles aren't actually serious. I think that was an anomaly of Saquon not making a play that he would normally make. He erases a lot of things. But I will say, like to the different points that you make, I think the biggest one is that the Falcons are closer to legitimate than I think I was willing to give them credit for. Their defense is legitimate. They added Justin Simmons, who we talked about a lot throughout the season of being a possibility for the Texans. But you give a safety unit of Justin Simmons and Jesse Bates, and we saw what Jesse Bates was able to do in that game.
Yeah.
And that obviously they brought in Matthew Judon.
Yeah.
Like, their defense is legit. Raheem Morris is their coach, a legit defensive coach. And then Kirk Cousins is adequate. As much as we like to rag on Kirk Cousins, and I'll admit I've participated plenty in it, but he is a quarterback that you can win with if you have a good enough defense and you have enough weapons to try to make it happen. So, like, I think that the Falcons in an NFC that we often diminish should be considered a bit more of a factor than they were going into the night.
So I'm watching this game, and this is what I learned, Reggie, B. Scott. If you don't, in today's NFL, when quarterback production has been down the first couple of weeks and yardage and all that stuff, we've all seen the stats. If you don't have a good defensive front, you got no shot. Like, what happened to the Eagles' defensive front? They weren't really blitzing a lot. They got to him a little bit, but
talk to the Colts about that too.
Dude, Like, if you don't have a defensive front that can get to the quarterback, and that's where the Texans, if you want to kind of localize it here, like what they can do with their front 4 or 5 or whatever. Like, Kirk Cousins is good, to your point, B. Scott, but he's not that good.
No. but he operated with precision on that last drive. You got to give him credit for it. I was in real time making the joke, if it's 3rd and 7, he's going to throw it 5 yards.
That's right.
Yeah.
Kirk short of the sticks Cousins. Like, I was doing it in real time, and to his credit, he made it happen. He performed in the moment, and I think that he is adequate enough to make it happen. I do think a storyline was, him doing it kind of softens that background conversation about Michael Penix Jr., because I was doing that early in the game too.
Mm-hmm.
Just put Michael Penix Jr. in the game. I was one of those who was cool with that pick and less so cool with them giving $100 million to Kirk Cousins.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, I was more in line with that. So I think he did himself a lot of favors, but the big story to me was actually that Falcons defense being closer to legit than I thought.
And you mentioned the addition of free agent, addition of Jesse Bates, addition of Justice Simmons. They also added Matthew Judon late in this thing.
The trade,
they have gotten a level of serious that I don't always look at from the Falcons. And I mean, you guys know it, Fig, John. I talked about this as I'm going for the pump fake again, and I'm going for the Falcons to win the NFC South. And I already feel stupid saying that out loud.
That was the thing that made me start kind of turning my face as you were going through it in the beginning. Because you went a little too far for me. Like, the Falcons ain't the Falcons no more. Listen, you live long enough to know better than that, Reggie. Okay?
Oh, yes. And I will always say it, and yet and still.
The Falcons be the Falcons, man.
That's right.
They stay the Falcons. So they are no longer the Falcons. That's still the case. But I think that they can still make a little bit of noise, which they've done before.
Hey, we said that about the Texans now.
Listen, how about the NFC South being a little bit stronger than we thought it was going to be?
You know where we're going, baby.
Between the Falcons, obviously, what the Saints are pulling off right now, I want to say they might have the highest point differential of anybody in football right now because they blew out, obviously, the Panthers, who are pitiful, but then did it again against the Cowboys. So between
who might be pitiful.
Right. So between that, obviously the Bucks have been solid and remain solid. And, of course, we're talking about the Falcons. The NFC South might be a little bit better than we thought.
All right, so let's go around the NFC South a little bit to the aforementioned New Orleans Saints. Scott, I want to see what you think about John's assumption here or feeling here about these Saints.
I think the Saints are the best team in the NFL. Through 2 weeks.
Scoff. That's a take. No. Actually, it's not a scoff.
Through 2 weeks.
I am impressed with the conviction in which he said it.
No, I mean, look, you can say what you can about the Panthers, but they go to Dallas, man. And I know Dallas at home isn't always, great. And that wasn't even close from the first snap.
No.
It wasn't, from the first snap. And and the other thing about it is, the reason I say that is Clint Kubiak is just dealing right now. I think because of his name and his game, I think he's going to be a head coach next year.
Yeah, I'm with you on everything except the final conclusion that you reach. Like, I like Clint Kubiak. I think what they're doing is impressive. They, again, a much better football team than I thought, but I'm still having a tough time. And this is not a knock on Derek Carr, who I actually do respect as a quarterback. I just have a tough time believing a team with Derek Carr as their quarterback can actually be the best team in football. I have to see a lot more. But
that's more macro.
Yeah.
Like, I'm saying, through 2 weeks, they're the best team in the NFL.
I think that's an irrefutable fact.
Yeah.
Through 2 weeks. I'll go with you on that. Mm-hmm. Through 2 weeks, the point differential speaks for itself. Like, they have scored 40-plus in 2 straight games against, albeit against, the Panthers was one of them, but those are still 2 NFL teams that they did that against. So the point you're making about Clint Kubiak is a good one, and the Saints, watch out.
Yeah, offensively, I've been kind of impressed. Not just what you guys said, but unlocking Derek Carr is a thing that I have been waiting for, because he's always had the talent. I mentioned that. I made this point a few times. Having him have the willingness to do that in an offense that's not just straight up boring has been really interesting. The other side of that, when we talk about the NFC South, is the Buccaneers. Do you feel like you've learned something from them? Because I've learned to not expect that team to regress, and that maybe, just maybe, Baker Mayfield is the number 1 overall pick that we had expected at some point, or at least some facsimile of that.
Yeah, just coaching matters. I think situation matters. I think that's the big thing with the Bucs, not just now, but even going back to last year. Like, they were a miraculous drive away from actually beating the Texans last year. Like, that 40-plus second drive that C.J. Stroud puts together last year here at NRG Stadium. Like, that was a legitimate football team. I know a lot of people might look at it as like they were just average, But I think Baker Mayfield is on the other side of average, like above average, not quite elite, but I would rather have him than not. Ask the Cleveland Browns about that, right? Like that, like to me, that is the story there, is that, hey, there is redemption and that coaching does matter. I think the Bucs are, Figgy picked them and Reggie and I picked the Falcons, but how can you deny what Baker Mayfield has done? Yeah, you can't.
And it was cooking last season.
But you know what's funny though? Even still, somehow I like the Falcons and the Saints better. No, I mean, and it's not even a knock. So for some reason, still, like I look at the weapons that the Falcons have and the defense that we talked about earlier, and then everything that you mentioned, John, about what the Saints are doing offensively with Clint Kubiak and Derek Carr, the reemergence. Somehow the Bucs are the steady Eddie of the NFC South, but I'm more intrigued by and trust right now more the Falcons and the Saints, which is it feels weird.
And again, the Falcons especially, because they are indeed the Falcons.
Yes, they stay the Falcons.
Some other things around the NFL, things that we learn. I think that we agree in this, and I was here before. Justin Fields needs to be the starter for the Steelers.
Oh, for sure he does.
What are we even doing?
Justin Fields, I mean, he needs to be the full-time starter. Like his numbers, if you look at just the numbers, we're like, okay, whatever. But he had one big, amazing pass play called back on a penalty that was like, wow, it was C.J. Stroud-like. No, there is no question to me. Forget Russell Wilson. Justin Fields is your starting quarterback.
So I don't think that Russell Wilson brings anything additional over Fields. And Fields, I imagine, like, you still have the possibility of upside.
Okay, so that's a better way of saying what I was going to say, because I feel like my overall analysis on this might be a little reductive. But to me, you look at Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, neither of them at this stage of their their career as a quarterback would be considered like a high-level passer right now. It's neither of them. But Russell Wilson no longer offers you what he used to, and I think Justin Fields offers you in that dynamic even more than Russell Wilson ever did.
Right, when you're talking about the mobility and those things.
I mean, stock, or even just like I'm talking about today and the future.
Yeah.
Honestly, Lopez, like I think in the immediacy and the future, you talk about buying stock, I would go Justin Fields 8 days out of the week.
Let me ask you something else, both of you guys. That was one of my takeaways from what we learned in NFL Week 2. Why would anyone – this is a serious question. Why would anyone hire anyone as a head coach or an offensive coordinator that's not off the Shanahan tree?
I don't have a great answer for you in that regard. Like, we are in Sean McVay touch the hem of his garment territory.
Yeah, and not just I like this, Lopez, because it's not even just from the offensive side.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Even the defensive guys that come out of the tree.
Well, because they bring in those offensive guys.
Exactly. And then they also come in with like a certain level of leadership, a certain level of moxie. Yeah. And I know Robert Saleh's not working out exactly the way Jets fans wanted it to, but I think
how much of that do you attribute to him himself?
Right, and I think there was a reason why he was attracted for that job to begin with. I don't think that was all manufactured. I think things just have not worked out.
Yeah.
To his fault, to whoever's fault it is, but there is something about all of the guys that come out of that tree that I think is appealing.
And you talk about some of the defensive guys, like even just from this week, Cardinals, Drew Petzing, he's the Shanahan Kubiak guy. Kevin O'Connell, Saints, Clint Kubiak. Patriots lost, but Alex Van Pelt, got something going on right there. He's another Shanahan Kubiak guy. Matt LaFleur, we saw what they did. Falcons, Zach Robinson, Shanahan Kubiak tree. Why would anyone? If I have an opening, I'm like, okay, but who's off of the Shanahan and Kubiak tree? I want one of those guys.
You would almost have to be a retread. You would have to already have been established. Like if you're an up-and-comer, if you're Bobby Slowick, right? And Bobby Slowick obviously comes from the Shanahan tree, but if you're his age, our age, right? You need to be.
Thanks for making me feel less accomplished.
From that, he's got I think 5 years on you.
Yeah.
If you still want to be an OC, Reggie, you got 5 years to get there.
I'm gonna get in my playbook.
But yeah, man, there is a clear lineage there and a clear thing that Kyle Shanahan is doing out there.
Plus, and this is the thing that I've always loved about it, I think Jordan Rodrigue of the Athletic put together a fantastic podcast called Play Callers about this whole tree. They have an interconnectedness that also seems to help, right? So not only are you hiring a guy, one of the things that you worry about is like the turnover of once you hire a coach, what are his coordinators going to do and how long are they going to be there before they move.
Yeah.
This group seems to have a good track record of then finding the next guy that will then fill that coordinator role and teaching down. I think Kyle Shanahan gets a lot of credit for making sure to facilitate an environment that allows people who are quality control and like position coaches to also learn in that process to factor in and then ultimately grow. And so I think that growing the next coordinator and not being fearful of something that like the Eagles had where both of their coordinators left and they've had a big shift in what the team is because they have not had somebody ready to step in. I think that also poses an interesting thing.
It was one of the more fun parts of the offseason was trying to figure out what does the staff look like or what does the next iteration of coordinators look like when Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson, if and when they move on, right? And how, and we've had some of these conversations ourselves behind the scenes, like how are they training for that? And we know that they're constantly doing it, and you've got to have a certain level of confidence in it based off of the track record so far.
There you go. Around the NFL here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610 with our guy B. Scott sitting in for this entire hour. And speaking of, coming up next, let's get into B. Scott's thoughts on these Texans and more. We'll do that next.
The Texans improve. Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's favorite time of week when Brandon K. Scott joins the studio and you get to hear that intro.
Text board is like a request line.
That's right. As if we're not going to play it.
They're like, play it.
Right? As if we were just going to be like, nah,
where's the intro?
We'll wait till next week.
Like 11:20, guys. 11:20.
Hey, it's a nice little trick to keep y'all around, man. Stay tuned.
Well, don't
be
give
Scott's in. Stay tuned for that intro. No, they gonna come back because they want it, man. Figgy put that bad boy together, man. It's flawless.
Yeah, he sprinkled something in there. I don't know what it is. It might not be legal. But B. Scott, Hiram Clark in studio on In the Loop, and it's time to get to B. Scott's thoughts after a 19-13 Sunday Night Football win for your Texans. It was a home opener. It was good to be able to trail you, be on your heels all day, get a feel for what it is to be at NRG Stadium and be B. Scott.
Yeah, I actually did think about this earlier today. I didn't think about it like in the immediacy, but today, before I came into the show, I was like, oh, that was pretty cool to be a part of Reggie's, all of us, right?
Yeah.
To be a part of Reggie's first game experience. Yeah. And then we even got to do some of it in the locker room and in the post game. So that was a pretty cool thing, a pretty cool moment to be a part of. But man, as far as the game goes, and the Texans themselves, I got 2 complaints in a win. And I'm glad for a win. I was the same way last week. But I feel like my complaints are the offensive line and Bobby Slowick. I got offensive line and Bobby Slowick problems.
Okay.
But I'll start with the O-line because I feel like, and I'm a little uncomfortable with this, I'm going to be vulnerable with y'all for a minute, but I feel like we celebrated a little bit too early, the offensive line, and a little bit too much. And I was uncomfortable with it at the time, but I didn't want to be the buzzkill.
Yeah.
And I did think that, look, when you you got one running back go for 150 plus on 30 carries, the offensive line does have to get some credit. But I thought there were a lot of issues with them as well in that game. And I was talking about it in game, like, hey, the offensive line has got some issues. This was last week, against the Colts.
Yeah.
Offensive line's got some issues. By the end of the game, Joe Mixon is the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. So it's like, okay, well, maybe this is not the appropriate time to point this out. But then it happens sort of again, in this game where, to me, they could not establish the run and the pass protection was still leaky, okay? So now we've had back-to-back weeks where the offensive line has not lived up to the expectation or standard, I would say, in pass protection, and then now an inconsistency in how they did the run blocking in the first game versus this Bears defensive front, which I would say is probably a lot better, probably from top to bottom, just a better defense overall, and I'll give them credit for that. But now you've got an inconsistency in run blocking, and back-to-back weeks a consistency in poor pass protection with C.J. Stroud having to save you.
Yeah, this is where numbers will lead you astray in some points. And I'm using a roundabout way of explaining this, but you need a data set that's large enough for you to filter out the noise.
Yeah.
One data point is not large enough to filter out the noise by any means, especially when you're not able to contextualize it. And the context that we were trying to utilize was this isn't a Colts defensive line that we expect to be very good. You look at the names, DeForest Buckner, you look at Grover Stewart, you got some names on there, and you're like,
Kwity Paye on
Kwity Paye, right?
Latu.
Yeah, you've got names and you have reason to believe are going to play at a high level. However, as you start to add to that data set, you look at a couple of games where that defensive line has been mauled, and you go, okay, maybe, just maybe, that performance was less about the offensive line and more about that defensive line, right? Yeah. And then you come back to the place where now we have to revise, and the revision is this offensive line is not up to the standard of a Super Bowl winning a caliber team.
Yeah.
Is it up to the standard of even just an AFC South winning team, because you need to have an offensive line at the proper level?
I think it was like first date and second date. Like, what a great first impression. Yeah. I think we all walked away from our first date with the Texans offensive line and we're like, man.
But then I got to know you.
That was pretty sweet.
Now they comfortable.
That was pretty sweet. Second date, you got a little expectation, and you got a little bit of you get a little more comfort level, like Figgy just said, and you're like,
I ain't open the car door for you.
There's a couple things there that I don't know.
You got hands.
That's how I would put it. First date, second date. First date was all right. Second date was
Yeah. So I would agree with that. And even if you just kind of fixate on the offensive line or the Texans personnel specifically, it's like I thought against the Colts, Kenyon Green had a special day.
Yes.
I thought Juice Scruggs was really good. I thought Shaq Mason was better against the Colts than he was against the Bears. You know, like I thought there were like some subtleties that were different. And then, of course, Juice Scruggs did not play in this game against the Bears. And I saw a couple of plays where that ended up mattering, right? Where they got Jared Patterson supposed to move up to the second level and block a linebacker.
Yes.
And it ain't happening.
Yeah.
Or he's supposed to, move up to the second level and, hook a linebacker, and he does not get there, and he goes, I'll just keep moving. Like, no, we need that one.
Yeah, that guy right there.
And I don't say that to get in the weeds, but I say it more so to point out there were differences that mattered, and it was probably premature on top of that, to the points that Reggie just made about, hey, maybe that defensive front isn't all of what it was cracked up to be, on top of the fact that, hey, like a lot of that was Joe Mixon going out there being a dog, running over defensive backs. Now, give him credit for getting to the second level. But, again, Kenyon Green had a really big day, who has also hurt you a couple of times with penalties, drive-killing penalties, right? Cade Stover had a big day as a fullback / tight end. Like, there were subtleties where we gave a little bit too much credit, I think, to the offensive line just mauling folks, as opposed to Joe Mixon being exceptional and a couple of offensive linemen being very, very good.
I think PFF agrees with you. We were talking in our first segment, do you have more confidence in the offense or the defense? And with the offense, they had 3 Texans offensive linemen in this game score under 60% on their totals, and those 3 were Kenyon Green, Titus Howard, and Shaq Mason.
Yeah. So I'm glad you brought that up, because y'all tell me if this is waffling or not, but I agree with Lopez and disagree with him at the same time.
This sounds like
you're not the first.
Go ahead and ride that fence, baby. Let's go.
But look, though, all of the evidence gives you what Lopez's conclusion is, right? You trust the defense more because the defense has outperformed the offense up to this point. But everything is still predicated, for me, with this team, at least, on C.J. Stroud.
Absolutely.
So it's like I don't really care about all of the facts. The one fact that I can give you is that C.J. Stroud is still the quarterback of this team, and I don't know if they win these games with subpar quarterback play. I don't feel as comfortable about them being the only 2-0 AFC South team if C.J. Stroud is not the quarterback, even if Kaimi Fairbairn is kicking field goals from 250 yards away.
Yeah, but I think that's when you definitely, and that's why I put it in that place, like AFC South winning, maybe, right? Like when we start changing the expectation, when you start talking about how they compare against, the best of the best in the league, and maybe you'll come back around and circle to the idea that it does not feel like there's an elite team in the NFL right now, right? Like maybe you go to that place.
Yeah.
But still, we're projecting forward. Once we get past this first 4 weeks of nebulous, kind of finding yourself, the teams seem to go through, especially with a lessened preseason. Once those teams start finding water finds its level, right? Now is that offensive line capable to keep C.J. Stroud in a place where now he's not just having to make plays, but he can go and hit some of those passes that he was not able to hit on Sunday night that you saw were open, but it's because he's navigating and now having to get his eyes up and find the right spot.
I feel like I've been guilty of putting more, because you want to go glass half full, putting a little bit more focus on the dynamic nature of the scramble drill. Oh, look at CJ and Nico Collins in the scramble drill. Oh, look at CJ and Tank in the scramble drill. Oh, it's so cool. But why is he in the scramble drill all the damn time?
Right.
Oh, I'm very appreciative of you being in the glass half full, because I've been in the glass half empty, and I felt kind of bad about it, to be completely honest.
But all of it is real, though. The fullness, the empty, like whichever side you're coming from, and like, they've got some things to feel good about it, to feel good about, C.J. Stroud being one of them, but also some things to be concerned about. Like the tone of the locker room. We were in there, right?
Yeah.
They won the game, but you could sense some frustration. Hey, man, we got to be better than that. Like, we're trying to win. Like, this is not exactly winning football, even though we won these games.
Which you love that they had that kind of response. You don't love that they have to have that kind of response. All right, you had another thing you wanted to hit on, and I want to make sure we get to it.
Yeah, so Bobby Slowick, like I love the script.
Yes.
Okay, the script, Bobby Slowick can come up with a hell of a script, man. This dude understands how to script an offense for a game. Want to see a little bit more in the way of adjustment, though.
Yes.
I want to see a little bit more in the way of adjustment, either hey, what you're doing just flat out isn't working, it's not the matchup that you thought, or that they made the adjustment to your initial plan. What's your adjustment to the adjustment? I feel like either or both could use some improvement, right? And that Sunday night's game was indicative of that, without trying to throw anybody under the bus. I felt like even the tone of the locker room was, hey, man, we just didn't adjust quick enough, fast enough. And I think everybody was putting the blame on themselves. I don't think they were pointing the finger.
No. Yeah.
But I do think that we can all acknowledge that Bobby Slowick is in charge of making sure everybody is on the same page on whatever the adjustments need to be.
Yeah, and the place for me that was I focused on was like the run game. It's the question that we've been asking is, hey, can Bobby scheme up a run game? And I think in week 1, we might have gotten to the place, and speaking of getting over our skis in some ways, where it was like, okay, Joe Mixon will fix it, whether it's schemed up or not. But apparently, no, you cannot, and you should not place that all on the running back. We need to make sure and see that, obviously, the blocking is good, but then within that you're making sure to help him and give him the opportunity to be his best.
Well, guys, it's not just that, though. Like, it starts with, can he scheme up the run game? But the other thing for me is, does he know when to abandon it? And I'm using abandon loosely.
Yes.
Does he know when to go away from it a little bit when it's necessary? Or does he wait too late to recognize, hey, this matchup isn't as preferable as I thought. Let's do something else. Maybe let's lean on CJ, and maybe the leaky pass protection is a reason why he didn't do that. But I thought that the Bears front showed them very early on that running the ball on first down probably wasn't the best way to go, and he continued to do it.
I thought his script, to your point, was amazing.
Yeah, the beginning
to start the game,
icy.
And the motion, and then getting Joe Mixon on a jet sweep and in the slot and outside, and I was sitting next to Reggie, and I was like, this is going to be fun. And then it just kind of stopped.
Yeah.
It just kind of stopped.
One thing I always try and be cognizant of, because it's easy for me to forget personally, is that it's a long season.
Yeah.
There it is. But then also your game plan has to, and your game calling has to progress. It's what I call the what's Coach Bro that used to coach in Arizona. They used to coach for the Cardinals, Texas Tech.
Kingsbury?
There we go.
Kingsbury, yeah.
Kingsbury, that was one of his issues in Arizona, was that the offense looked great until it didn't halfway through the season, because he did not have places to grow to.
Yeah.
He has places to grow to, but I'd like to start in a better place in your point.
Yes.
All right, B. Scott's thoughts every Tuesday, 11:20 here in the Loop. He's not going nowhere, though. We're going to keep it going and talk about what's popping. I think you got some more thoughts that I want to get to, but then also the Astros lose a little bit of one where the offense scuffles. Let's talk about that and more next.
All right, Low T and Low T's.
AmericanEagle.com 773 Network.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, you're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. What's popping is that B. Scott's still hanging out in studio with us. And let me tell you, the entire break, we were just talking about more stuff with your Texans. I mean, regarding to some of B. Scott's thoughts. And with that being the case, I think you have some more thoughts that you haven't gotten to. So I would like to give you the space to do that here.
Yeah, just I want to acknowledge a couple of players that I didn't do a good enough job trying to earlier in the week. And I know it's only Tuesday. But Kaimi Fairbairn and Jalen Petrie,
yes,
like there are a number of guys that we can recognize, but they win these games, and D'Amico Ryans talked about this, but I feel like they win these games for two reasons. Kaimi Fairbairn, and the other one is just exploiting the matchup discrepancy, right, whichever it is. And in the first game, the matchup discrepancy was, hey, that defensive front ain't it in Indianapolis. We're going to exploit that. Okay, I feel like the matchup discrepancy in this game against the Bears on Sunday night was that offensive front that the Bears got ain't it. So we're going to exploit that. And that, to me, along with the fact that Kaimi Fairbairn, as I mentioned before, is kicking field goals from 350 yards away, is the reason why the Texans have won these couple of games. So I want to acknowledge Kaimi Fairbairn for who, kickers we never talk about. And I'm one of those guys that's like, what are we talking about the kicker for?
No, come on.
But look, I mean,
kickers need love too.
Come on,
kickers need love too, man.
He won the two games.
Well, and especially in situations like this, when you're playing at an elite level like this, Kaimi Fairbairn absolutely deserves a moment to be recognized.
Only kicker in NFL history to have two games where he knocks down 50-plus field goals. And he did them in back-to-back weeks.
And I'm just not used to feeling this comfortable when the kicker gets up there, right? Like maybe it's, I don't know, just life experience or what, but man, Kaimi gets up there, I'm like, all right, that's three. Well,
what was it in the fourth quarter? And I don't have the play-by-play in front of me, but in the fourth quarter, there was a moment where it would have been a 60-plus or punt or go for it situation for the Texans.
Yeah.
And you talk about confidence. I was like, kick it, man. Kick it. That's an automatic 3 points.
Yeah, it affects your decision-making, your game management, your down and distance considerations. Like, how far do we need to get before we're no longer going for it on fourth down, and now we feel comfortable enough to kick the football, given whatever the score is. And then also, like, I think Jalen Petrie, though, I did a lot of talk about the class of 2022 and dudes that needed to prove themselves. And how about three of those guys? I know John Mechie, somebody we talked about a lot and has not yet to be active, but from Kenyon Green or I should start with Derek Stingley Jr. to Kenyon Green and Jalen Petrie. Like, I think all of them are doing a pretty good job, and I don't think Stingley necessarily needs to redeem anything. He just needs to stay healthy. But Kenyon Green and Jalen Petrie redemption tour so far, so good. So I feel like I got to acknowledge Jalen Petrie. Whoever that was that texted earlier about him comparing him to the Honey Badger, let's calm down a little bit.
Calm a little bit on that.
You're not going to find anybody in this market that loves Jalen Petrie more than I do. But let's calm the hell down. Tyrann Mathieu going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Jalen Petrie's having a good first two games of the season.
Yeah,
let's keep it up. I like it.
But give him something to aspire to.
Yeah. No, I'm not mad at that. But come on now.
I just don't think he's the same style player.
I don't know if there are how many style players there are like the Honey Badger.
Man. Sleep on the Honey Badger.
Hey,
there's some versatility in there.
Yeah.
YouTube, go check him out. Yeah. I don't know if the Honey Badger haven't been good enough in a long enough time for you to remember what that dude was like. He was.
He made a play the other day.
I want to sit in the fact that we got B. Scott telling John Lopez, you must not remember what this man looked like.
No.
Y'all know, you don't know nothing about this man.
No, it was the texter. No, because Lopez checked him.
Yeah.
Lopez was like, wait a minute now.
Yeah.
The Honey Badger?
I was trying to create a moment, B. Scott. I was trying to create a moment. One man that you do not want to aspire to be like at this point, especially if you are in team ownership, David Tepper. There's a lot of heat falling on him, and in this instance, it's coming from Jeff Saturday.
How do you think you're going to progress? You have 3 different systems you're bringing in or having, to make changes, terminology, what we're trying to do, what we're trying to accomplish. There's a lot going on. And by the way, the dudes on that side of the ball are really smart, and they're going to give you a lot of different looks that you're not prepared for. So if you don't have some kind of consistency, it's going to make it even worse. Yeah. It's an organizational failure, and Tepper is the one who the bag should fall to him.
Right.
Because ultimately, he makes these convictions and choices and decisions, and everybody's like, oh, like you said, no conviction in Frank, no conviction in the quarterback, no conviction. We're going to change it. We're going to blow it up. We're going to go chase what Houston's doing. That's a freaking joke, man. Like, it makes no sense.
Clearly inspired by Bryce Young being benched. That's been a huge topic of conversation in the NFL. But I love the Jeff Saturday bringing it to a place that I think we were starting to get to, which is organizationally, they failed Bryce Young, and organizationally, that all falls at the doorstep of Dave Tepper.
Is it safe to say that Jeff Saturday's not going to be a head coaching candidate for the Carolina
not the Panthers?
I mean, he ain't played for them like he did the Colts. Exactly. That's what made that one go.
So for some reason, I was watching him this morning and just thinking about like that whole episode of him coaching. And,
I had forgotten about it until you mentioned it.
And how weird that was, and how good he is on TV. Yeah. I'm like, man, why would he ever not do this?
Yeah. Because those dudes are different, man. Those dudes the football,
they just want to. They have to.
Want to, man. They want to be in it.
Yeah, man. But he's so good on TV.
But
agreed.
I'll put it this way: Dave Tepper is just a bad NFL owner in every way, and it's an organizational thing, and it trickles down to every aspect of it. Like if you want to compare it to when the Texans were an embarrassment, they weren't bad. We know that now. They were just kind of in hiding. They were embarrassed because the organization had fallen. And that's a big difference.
Yeah, I know a lot of the conversation about the Stroud versus Bryce thing. Everybody was, mostly into Bryce being the number 1 pick, even though there was some energy for CJ to be the number 1 pick. I think everyone should just if you're a Texans fan, thank the Panthers' incompetence. Because I think that's part of what led them, like the reasons why I feel like they picked Bryce over Stroud were not the most solid. And that is you talk about where the luck changed. That's where one spot where I would point to it. Not even getting the number 2 overall pick, but losing it to a team that absolutely did not know what to do with it as far as picking it or how to develop it. Right? Like, would you trust the Panthers to do either? Pick the number 1 pick or to develop him once he's picked? Absolutely forget.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you did get somebody that was capable of doing that, the landscape shaking underneath them, you wouldn't give them an opportunity to establish that, right?
Yeah.
Good coaches have made bad decisions. Good coaches have looked bad for periods of time, right? And it takes a level of institutional stability for somebody to get to a place where they can find something being good. It's one of the things that I think in sports has been a little interesting is seeing how short the leash has become for management structures in, providing results. Because sometimes what you need for results is time, and that has become the greatest luxury in a lot of sports situations.
Yeah, I didn't feel like Matt Rule was a great head coach. I didn't feel like Frank Reich was a great head coach. I felt like they were better than what they put out in Carolina. Like I just felt like those were the destined to fail situations, and that they are.
And why though?
Yeah.
Why?
Starts up top.
Sometimes your hand, one hand is tied behind your back because this is the thing. This is really the big thing about David Tepper. He's a dude that meddles too much. You need to put people that you trust in roles and allow them to do their job. If you then come in and micromanage, you're going to affect what the meal is. If you're coming in and cooking over the shoulder of the chef in this metaphor I've established.
And that was the issue last season. Remember when Frank Reich, he was kind of acting weird throughout the season. Like he had to have this meeting with the owner and all that stuff. Nah, I think it's 100% him.
It's him.
And it's even worse when you don't know what you're doing. Like it's bad no matter what, because you don't want to undermine the authority of the people that you supposedly empowered. But especially when you know less than them.
Yeah.
Far less. Oh. It gets real dicey.
Go ahead, Figgy.
I was going to say, it kind of make you appreciate the Menaires on this because
for sure
they don't do that. If they do, we don't know about it.
The only thing they did was have a hand in D'Amico Ryans, and how did that work out? They don't have that.
They're not telling you who to draft and all this other stuff, man.
Because make no mistake, Dave Tepper benched him. Dave Tepper did it.
Yeah, the day before,
yeah.
You have Dave Canales, the head coach of the Panthers, saying that, he's our quarterback. We'll try and adjust. We'll make things work. And again, we mentioned this. You don't take that job without the understanding and appreciation that that's the quarterback we're working with.
It's a crisis in leadership, clearly.
Yeah.
God bless that. That's not the thing that the Texans have. Your Astros unfortunately lost the first of a 3-game set in San Diego last night. Spencer Arrighetti was going. He had a good go of it. He had a kind of a hefty pitch low when it came to, I think, the second inning, if I remember correctly. But he goes 5, 3 strikeouts, 2 earned runs. I think really the thing that he did that was impressive was ended a Luis Arraez streak that he had going, that was going for quite a long time. 141 consecutive plate appearances without a strikeout. Arrighetti does it on a curveball down and inside.
So with Arrighetti, I gotta say this, man, and a similar thing happened with Christian, and I'm not claiming to have any kind of mojo or anything like that. But this happened. I can remember last year, before Christian Harris really took off. I think it was Ron who I texted. I was like, man, Christian Harris sucks, man. What's going on with Christian Harris? He's been, when healthy, like a Pro Bowl level player ever since. Literally ever since the exact moment that I texted.
Oh, you got the reverse jinx?
Apparently. Yeah. Same thing here with Spencer Arrighetti, and this was more public. I tweeted this, man. Hey, Spencer Arrighetti, I feel great about his future. He's a promising prospect and all of that. At some point, he's going to be a high-level contributor to this rotation. That day is not today. Ever since then, the dude has been arguably the second or third best guy that they have. So a revelation. I think that he is a big part of why I can have, a great deal of confidence in what the Astros have going into the postseason when the time comes. So shout out to Spencer Arrighetti for figuring out. That was a big question about all these guys. You and I talked about this a lot, Lopez. These guys who have not done this before, have not been tested in this way, have not had these kind of workloads. How are they going to respond? I think that's still somewhat of an unanswered question because they got more baseball to play, but so far, so good.
Yeah, this is the part of the season when, you've gone beyond some of these guys' like full stretch that they've seen before, and they're still handling up pretty decent.
I think last night was just one of those. They picked a bad night to face Yu Darvish.
Yeah, Yu Darvish.
Like, Yu Darvish was nothing like this for the last few outings.
Correct.
Nothing. And then all of a sudden he spins a gem.
Yeah, and of course, Yu Darvish, you always have to know that he has that in him.
Yeah.
But I feel like, especially when you're the Astros, you're used to tattooing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't love that only had one extra base hit. That was from Jose Altuve, a double late in the game that actually put him in position to score. He was the lone run that came in. And then also a little bit of news in the outfield department, the outfield that they have taken a lot of flyers on and hit in some ways. We talked about that yesterday. Shout out to Jason Hayward. But Ben Gamel will go to the IL 2 days after he suffered a left knee contusion during Saturday's game. Now, Figgy, did you have anything you want to say about a contusion?
I'm good.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
You have Tommy John surgery?
Yeah, I figured you might want to. But yeah, there you go.
So broken in 3 places, you mean?
We've yet to see that. However, I might possibly have my suspicions.
Scratch that, Figgy. I don't want to put that out there. It'd be enough lying going on that they do. I don't want to contribute to the noise.
Okay, but what happens if that's the reverse jinx and he's back real quick, right? It's a 10-day IL stint, so hopefully he can make it right on back right quick. But there you go. That's what's popping here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Our guy, B. Scott, always joining us in the 11 o'clock hour. I appreciate you very much,
It's fun, man. Appreciate y'all.
I feel like we left things on the table.
We did. That's a good thing.
Till Tuesday.
That's a good thing.
Till next Tuesday. Always make sure you catch B. Scott. He's always doing good work, making sure that the Sports Radio 610 YouTube page and all the website all have fantastic content for you. So don't let his hard work go to waste. Make sure you check those things out. YouTube, sportsradio610.com. See what's happening with B. Scott. All right, coming up next, are we seeing a turning point in NFL offense? There's been some trends early on in the season that have been really interesting. Let's discuss that next.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's now discuss what D&M Auto Leasing can do for you. Hey, man, interest rates are going down. I think pretty much now.
season. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy, myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. Appreciate you rolling with us. You can text in always, 713-572-4610, where we got this gem. As B. Scott was praising the work of Kaimi Fairbairn last hour. 346 said Kaimi Fairbairn could work remotely from home and still make it.
He probably could. Just practice his kicking at home, show up. I'm good. I'm ready.
You talk about showing up. We talking about he could probably kick it from the crib.
Yeah.
Just hit him up on the Zoom. Hey, we need you to kick this one. All right, I got you.
Oh, kick it from home.
Yeah, it's coming in. It's coming in soon. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Right between the uprights. All right, man. Let's talk about this, because one of the things that you mentioned almost in passing during the course of this show earlier is that we know that offense is down in the NFL, and I do want to acknowledge before we even get into all of the numbers and facts and figures of this that I get it, right? Like the start of a season, particularly in this new era of NFL where we, through collective bargaining, there's less practice time in the off season. There's less of a preseason itself, training camp, and those things are kind of restrained when it comes to the amount of time and the amount of number of practices that you can actually have the physicality, and that affects the way that an offense goes. But even with that being the case, right, because that is not brand new to this year.
Yeah,
we are seeing some trends that look like not only is offense down, but offense is shifting. And what do I mean by that? It might be time to establish the run in the NFL. And I saw this last week, and this is kind of some data that is assembled by, and I guess in this instance it was put together by Jay Grossman that put it out. And if you look at when it comes to the EPA, expected points added in a particular play, for the average passing situation has always been higher than the average run situation. This year, in week 1, those graphs flipped in a way that they had never before. And I want you to see this, right?
Look at that.
It's been very clear that when you pass the ball, you are going to get more bang for your proverbial buck, right? With that play, that you are giving yourself more chance to add points to the board. In week 1, that was running, right? Now, there is something to be considered here, is that the quarterback scramble adds in there, and that's a very unique situation. So even if you take that away, what you see is they've gotten a lot closer. So even like the large disparity in passing versus running that had been there, at least it came and met at a point.
Yeah.
And so I think we're starting to get to a point in this league where you might be seeing the shift back in the eventual pendulum of all things, where we've made it a passing league, and we might possibly be veering back to the point where it is beneficial to run the ball more than teams have been in the recent past.
What's interesting about that is how much of the success of the run is because you have a quarterback that's a real threat throwing the ball. That sounds counterintuitive, but you're saying like it's shifting.
Yes.
Well, is it shifting because this has been every rule is benefiting offenses and quarterbacks? Quarterbacks, are not something that you can really breathe on. The hip drop tackle, which has been used, big news here lately. Like all these rules and everything is benefiting offenses and specifically quarterbacks. So does that mean you should run the ball more because of those rules? And I think that's interesting right there.
Right, and to that, I mean, move forward in this, and the 832 is already on the same space, man. We got some of the smartest listeners in the world. 832 mentions defenses have caught up to all these high-flying offenses using 2 high safeties way more often than they used to, and that's part of it, right? Part of the expected points added, some part of the efficiency of throwing the football is you're going to get chunk plays. You're going to be able to get these big plays. And teams, we saw this with Patrick Mahomes. We're seeing this with various other teams, right? With the Vic Fangio defense, when that came in, the 2 high shell, right? The idea that, hey, man, what we're going to do is we're just going to say, completion percentage be damned. What we're not going to allow you to do is throw the ball over the top of our safeties.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Get big yardage. And so we're going to play back. If you want to throw the ball underneath, we'll rally and tackle. We'll swarm, in the words of D'Amico Ryans, and we'll make you be perfect more times than not. And in the time that you're imperfect, maybe we break on the ball and turn the ball over.
I totally agree.
Maybe we keep you ahead of the sticks one of the times to turn the ball over on downs or force you to punt in that situation. And I think that now that brings the overwhelming, or what had previously been the overwhelming benefit analytically, statistically, of passing a little bit back closer. Plus, because of all that, what do we talk about with base defense? Base defense is really a sub-package now.
Yeah.
Your real base defense is nickel football, right? 4 down, 2 linebackers, 5 defensive secondary players. And what is that? A smaller package of players, less players in the box oftentimes. And when you have light boxes, just generally speaking, football-wise, what are you doing?
I like this conversation because basically what the texter's saying, what I'm saying is defensive coordinators hate getting embarrassed. They do not want to be embarrassed. They do not want to be, what were you thinking? How could you let that guy get behind you? You know, that's Justin Jefferson over there. That's Nico Collins over there. Don't let those guys beat you. And so what they're doing is they're protecting against that. So is it, hey, it's better to run the ball, or no, hey, it's better to run the ball because defenses are telling you, we ain't gonna let you beat us with the pass.
Sure, and I think that's a good question, but it feels like a difference without a distinction.
Yeah, no matter how you got there, you're still here.
Or a distinction without a difference.
No matter how we got here, we're still here.
Right, and so I do wonder, and that what brought me back to these Texans in some of these ways. And yes, 281 said, do these numbers count for quarterback runs? In some ways, yes, right? I think that's what I was talking about, where the shift in EPA, where it actually has been in week 1, small sample. I want to make sure I plaster that all over this, right? In week 1, it was more efficient to run the football than pass the football, but that was because you were accounting for quarterback runs. When you took quarterback runs and scrambles particularly out of that, I think that also brought this to a point where they were even out. But when you're talking about quarterback runs, I just realized you might not be talking about scrambles. You might be talking about design runs, which is another reason why I think the run has become more beneficial. No longer are you playing offense 10 versus 11 in that instance, where in the past, with a run situation, you have your quarterback putting the ball in the chest, or in the stomach rather, of a running back, and getting the hell out of there because we can't afford to waste you and have you get hurt. Nowadays, the running quarterback and the zone reads, the quarterback draws, like all of these things, the RPOs, all of these things have brought the quarterback into the run game. To now the math is shifting, and now you have to account for all 11 of these guys. I think that also helps in advancing the run in some ways. But all those things, you bring them back to the Texans, and this Texans offense, we understand that Joe Mixon is here. They've invested in that way in the running game. But it's geared towards passing the football, and I do wonder if that is going to be something that is going to weigh on the way that this season goes, if these trends continue going that way.
And I don't think so, because I was going to bring it back to the Texans this way. I think that, we talk about, confidence in the offense versus confidence in the defense. My confidence in the offense is all about C.J. Stroud. And more specifically, and Figgy, you've heard me say this a million times, the one characteristic, the one trait I want from an NFL quarterback or a prospect is accuracy. And so because you have to be so accurate, these defenses can shut down your passing offense, can make it very, very difficult. C.J. Stroud is incredibly accurate.
Agreed.
We all know that already. The best quarterbacks in the game right now are taking advantage of these. Like no defense. The Kansas City Chiefs are not going to surprise any defense. They're all going to be catered towards stopping. Whether it's I know the run, although Pacheco is hurt, but I know the run is still there. But it's because Patrick Mahomes is so accurate and so good on the move as well. Same thing with C.J. Stroud. So I still think, bringing it back to the Texans, you're going to have to run the ball, but it's going to be ultimately C.J. Stroud's accuracy that separates them.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point to make, because, again, not just only C.J. Stroud's accuracy, but his discipline. And this is where, I don't feel like it's too much of a stretch to then talk about the human being, because sometimes we do the things where we're like, oh, look at all the intangibles, and at that point we're just kind of in some ways filleting ourselves, right? But no, for real, like the ways that he is a disciplined young man in a way that just feels well beyond his years. But that comes into the way that he plays. You can see the discipline show up. And with that being the case, the errant footballs that you see from some quarterbacks, especially young ones, right? The ill-fated decisions, you're not seeing nearly as much of that. And again, what did we talk about with the way that defenses are generally trying to go about you? They're like, we're taking away the big plays. We're forcing you to make the right play over and over and over again and matriculate your way down the field. Well, he is content to be able to do that and capable of doing that consistently. So I think offensively, you're right. I'm not nearly as worried about this team.
How
this
it
Texas
pertains,
team.
yeah.
And I think the fun thing about this is we look at this from the offensive side. I also think this defense is pretty well situated to handle that shift in offense. If
for
it
sure.
does indeed go
I
that
think
way.
they built it that way. With all the defensive linemen they brought in, obviously Al-Shaair coming in. That's to stop the run, man. With Jalen Petre's position switch.
Yes.
Jalen Petre's position switch is to stop the run. So I think the Texans defensively are positioned very well for this trend, if you can call it that, through 2 weeks. But I also think they're very well positioned because of C.J. Stroud's accuracy. Like, we can talk all day, and I think it's right. Kaimi Fairbairn won these games with his leg. The defense has outplayed the offense, at least in the first 2 weeks. But what were the two biggest plays in scoring drives or clinching drives of the entire season? It's C.J. Stroud's incredibly accurate throw to Nico Collins on the sideline with the defensive back in perfect position, and C.J. Stroud's pass to Nico Collins for the touchdown, and I think more importantly, that pass that I keep going back to when he kind of scrambled away and also threw it to Nico, I believe, on the sideline.
Funny how that keeps happening.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, yes, they have to run the ball. But if you have that guy, and as much as Kaimi Fairbairn provided us the points, that guy is going to be the difference. It's not going to affect the Texans as much.
To go back to one of the things we were talking about with B. Scott, though, is I do think that is where Bobby Slowick earns his paycheck, right? Because I do think that now that we're seeing just in general, again, if you're just joining us, the offensive trends through 1 week, it seems like running the football is becoming a lot more beneficial when we talk about the analytics of it, the efficiency of it, than it had previously been. I think Bobby Slowick, it is now even more of an onus upon him to make sure that, hey, we help these guys. We help the offensive line. We help Joe Mixon and whoever else is toting the rock be as efficient as we can be, because there's more now to be gained. There's more meat on the bone, in a way, to be had in running the football.
I do think there's something of a fly in the ointment here about how it's not pertaining to the Texans. Get well soon, Juice Scruggs, and really get well soon, Joe Mixon. Because then, if you are going to, you still need to run the ball. There's no question about that.
And Bobby has said that is the basis of the way this offense should work.
Yeah, and if Joe Mixon is not there, then you're relying on Cam Akers. And frankly, I think, like, if Joe Mixon can't go on Sunday, who starts at running back?
Ooh.
Who starts at running back if Joe Mixon can't go?
Well, also,
I think we're all thinking it.
We have to also ask,
we're all thinking
is Dameon Pierce healthy, right? Because Dameon Pierce...
I might be thinking something else than you.
No, if Dameon...
you're thinking Cam.
I'm assuming Dameon Pierce is healthy.
I was going to say Dare, to be honest.
Oh!
Yeah.
I feel like they trust Dare way more than we think.
No, but as the running back, I'm not hiking my leg on your take there, but as the featured running back in a running game, I think they're going to start Dameon Pierce if he's healthy. And maybe
more to your point, who gets the majority of the carries,
yeah,
as opposed to, like, who is out there first. And I do think that if he is healthy, if that hamstring is on the up and up, I think Dameon Pierce, because, again, they have made it abundantly clear at every given juncture that they trust him and that they're willing to go with him. Now, what would be nice is, at least in that instance, he would be splitting time with Cam Akers. It does feel like they would balance that out a decent amount, because it feels like they trust Cam to a certain degree.
Well, that's when this trend really hits home.
Yeah.
Like, if you can't have Joe Mixon for a week or two or whatever it is, and you're starting Dameon Pierce, I'm not feeling real good.
And see, that was always the issue. We talked about that during training camp. Like, we were so focused on Dameon Pierce, and I was too, but I'm like, everything would have been fine if Joe Mixon was healthy the whole time. But when it comes to a time like this, now we like, maybe you should have took that RB2 a little more serious.
So, yeah, I just found that to be an interesting trend in offense. Now, some other stats that are happening, just to let you know that offense is indeed down early. Through the first 2 weeks of the season, offensive 20-plus yard plays, right, on offense.
Yeah.
Lowest that they've been at least since 2015, right, lowest over the past 10 seasons. Sack rate up quite a bit. 7.8%, which is more than the last 5 seasons in week 1, which that's something interesting to watch, because we trust CJ to escape those things. But if the pass pro isn't the way, it doesn't get better, you're going to have to watch teams try and apply that pressure to CJ. But yeah, just again, I think that's going to be interesting. But the thing that I think I felt great about is that when I looked at the way that this trend is going, and when we talk through it, the Texans are situated well to be able to handle that.
Oh, I think they absolutely are, mostly because of number 7 and a lot because of Joe Mixon. But and by the way, just as an update for those who may not know, I guess last night somebody reported, I believe it was Aaron Wilson, reported that the results of the MRI were not something that made it seem like long-term with Joe Mixon, but D'Amico Ryans did say they're playing it day by day, day to day.
He sure did. And day to day is better than week to week. I'll tell you that for damn sure. But yeah, next week when you have the Vikings in Minnesota, especially with the way that that Brian Flores defense operates, I'd love to have Joe Mixon in tow. But there you go. Kind of a potential offensive shift in offense in the NFL. Again, really early on to try and make large sweeping assumptions about the way it goes. But definitely caught my eye when I saw that. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about time to get you our lunchtime confessions. We'll do just that next.
Coach D'Amico's. first. New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You know, one thing I'm not a big fan of is when someone demands an apology. Like, oh, I demand an apology.
Oh, yeah.
You know, okay, well, I mean, a lot of times people say, sorry.
Right. Did that give you...
Apology. I have never cheated in my life.
I think apologies should be like, you're sincerely, not because someone tells you to apologize.
Yeah, like, do it make it better?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, do you feel better after that?
What did you gain from this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I say all that to say this. I don't demand an apology, but for you and Figgy, I think you should be thanking me.
Oh.
I think you should be thanking me. And there's a reason for that. You guys know
spitting on somebody.
Okay.
You should be kissing my feet.
I think you should be thanking me, and I say that knowing that it probably is not landing very well. But I do think, like, as much as I have a very limited, I think probably better than most people my age, but still very limited knowledge of rap and hip hop and all that. Y'all should be thanking me for this 45 years ago today. 45 years ago.
You were in the
today.
Sugar Hill Gang?
What, you made this
I was
song
in
or
the
something?
Sugar Hill Gang.
Congratulations.
No, it's my people, my generation.
Why we gotta thank you?
Yeah, why we thanking you for? What did you do?
Because I'm in that generation, 1979.
You didn't do nothing.
I danced.
I danced. Wow.
I danced.
He coming in on the group credit. He coming in on a group project. Hey, put my name at the bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm doing. But we get, the Sugar Hill Gang and the impetus for everything we are hearing now, everything we saw at halftime of the Texans game, started right there, man. I remember watching them on Soul Train. Oh man, that Sugar Hill Gang was something. Those are my people. That's my generation. Man.
I guess you could say like the commercial viability started in that place, right? But I mean,
first #1 rap song.
Hip hop. It started
hip
out
hop, whatever you want. First one ever, and really one of the first ever, literally. But they were.
Yeah.
I still have that on my playlist. Sugar Hill Gang? Come on now.
Shout out to Sugar Hill Gang, even though they definitely ripped a whole bunch of them rhymes.
Well, who doesn't? Like, listen to our intro.
That's where it started.
Have you heard our intro?
Yeah, fair enough. Touché. All right.
These are my confessions.
All right, so Nico Collins is very good at football.
He is.
That's known. That's not the confession. That'd be a really weak confession. After another instance of him being really good at football on Sunday Night Football, he was in the locker room talking to media, as one does, and he said this quote. Or speaking about like kind of the scramble drill,
okay,
he seems to have a great rapport with C.J. Stroud on. Quote: "We work on those every day as an offense. Just boom, scramble drill. Okay, boom, find the open space. I feel like it's just what we do. We out here hooping."
Uh-oh.
Yeah, hold that.
Okay.
Hey, we using hooping unilaterally in every sport. And for any of y'all that were like, no, hooping's just for basketball, tell Nico Collins. Argue with Nico Collins about it.
Yeah, that's a Reggie Atatula special every Monday. Who hooped?
Who hooped?
Who hooped? How about that? I'll give you credit.
It wasn't even really a confession. I just wanted to say that.
I'll give you credit for that if you give me credit for the Sugar Hill Gang.
I don't like this trade. But okay. Thank you, Lopez, for the Sugar Hill Gang.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I saw yesterday that young Miami of the City Girls was at the Texans game.
Mm-hmm.
She was there Sunday Night Football, and I got to confess, man, I love that girl, man. I wish I could have seen her in person, just at the game.
Okay, this is where my limited knowledge comes in.
Yeah, you ain't gonna know who she is, but she's was part of the rap group. I don't think they're a rap group now, but
no, City Girls.
Yeah, City Girls. I got a thing for Young Miami, but also I gotta confess, man, I wonder what she was doing at the game. Who is she dating?
Yeah.
Oh,
who is she dating?
There
man?
you go.
That was my thought when I saw it.
I think that's what it is.
I don't know if that makes me. I don't know what that makes me or what that says about me.
That makes you human. I think that's fair.
I wanna investigate this, man. I wonder how would you feel if she was dating CJ Stroud?
Oh,
okay.
I hadn't even gone for what you were going there.
Who is it again? Tell me the name.
Young YUNG Miami.
Okay, I'll tell you in a second. I wouldn't feel too bad.
Oh, all he needed was the picture.
Oh, yeah,
He was like, I'm not doing any further research. Open and shut case.
Yeah, you don't know anything about this girl.
Is she controversial?
How do you explain this, Fig?
Is she, shall we say, loose?
Oh wow, that was not quite.
I'll put it this way: she was in a relationship with Diddy recently.
Okay. Is that points for or points against?
I mean, you know that Diddy just got hemmed up by the feds, right?
Well, there is that.
Yeah.
There is that.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna have to say more than that because I'm lost on why y'all.
Yeah,
I mean, she was a female rapper.
Yeah. Still not helping.
I don't really know how to say the things that I feel like I want to say.
Text board will say them.
I'd rather err on the side of caution
I feel like she don't have any public bodies on her like that. It's not like an Amber Rose situation where you could go down a laundry list.
Mm-hmm. So what's the hesitation? Texters, they're too cowardly to say it.
That's
you
right.
tell me.
What
did she do?
I would be fine with it, but if you listen to her music, she kind of come across as like a I don't want to say
heathen.
scammer.
Is the heathen is the word that you're using?
I was going to say scammer.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Oh, she's a scammer.
Yeah.
Possibly. I mean, allegedly. But 281, they said that they don't think Stroud's getting down like that. He's a good Christian boy, which I mean,
yeah, he just took Amber Rose back to the hotel. No big deal.
Yeah, right. Sure.
Okay.
That's it. She just needed a ride.
Yeah.
We've been there, done that.
Houston doesn't have Uber anymore. Uber Black.
You just being a gentleman.
You missed it. They banned it. Yeah.
I just need a ride.
Yes, you do.
All right, so I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Okay.
So Peyton Manning reacted to Saquon Barkley dropping his third down pass last night like a gambler that had a lot of money on the game.
Really on play. No! Oh! Ooh. Wow. Ooh.
Wait till wait for Peyton.
He listened. Jalen watched what Matt Ryan said. He said, I'm running that play again. I'm going to give him the perfect throw. Front shoulder, like Matt said, get it out in front. Wow. It's why you don't throw, though. I mean, it's why you don't throw. It is why you don't throw, but
man. And by the way, the visual is he stood up and slammed he was sitting down, stood up and slammed his chair back, ran to the back of the room and with his back turned. This is on live national television, and then turned around with this look of complete exasperation on his face. That is how a gambler looks when they lose a bet.
Oh, you're accusing him of the depravity of sports gambling?
I'm saying that is how a gambler looks. That's how I've looked when they lose a bet.
That's just a good man who loves him some football.
Just passionate about the game.
Super passionate about
football. Man. What do you think? 50, 20,000 on that game?
He ain't gambling that. I mean, I know he a rich man.
He endorses Caesar Sportsbook.
I know he a rich man.
He's big rich, like in a way that I think is kind of funny that we don't necessarily think about. Or I guess it seems like people don't think about a lot. Nah, and they've come from money. It's not just
yeah.
And he endorses Caesar Sportsbook. I'm just saying that looked like a guy that lost a bet.
Nah, he just loved football. It means something to him.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This audio came out on Sunday from the Broncos. Bo Nix, quarterback of the Broncos, and also previously was a 17-year quarterback in college football.
17.
He was asked about an interception that he threw, and this was the detailed explanation he gave.
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Chop back, threw it to the other team.
That was it.
Threw it to the other guys. Oh, thank you for taking us through the interception.
My confession is I hate that question. And I hate a lot of questions.
Oh, to take us through?
I hate questions that aren't questions. Is really my confession.
Talk about.
That's
Lopez's favorite one.
Sends me up a wall.
That is
Lopez always talk about.
That's a trigger.
And so
talk about. You went to school, dude. Like ask a question. Like
so yeah, man. That's
talk about the offense.
Because I think we've gotten to a place where players, coaches, everybody, they know what you're trying to get to, so people will answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
But in all reality, if somebody does what Bo Nix did there, fair play, because that was what you set him up for. You did not ask him a question that led him to a place to give you
I agree.
an answer. And so,
it's a trigger.
Not
as bad as talk about, but it's a trigger.
Yeah. So, in your face, hold that one.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You got it?
Oh, Figgy, I was like, wait.
I pulled the Lopez. Man, my mama crazy, man.
What? Your mama's crazy?
So yesterday she called me. So I was downstairs. I got to work. I was getting a little energy drink. And I was about to pay for it with Apple Pay, but she kept FaceTiming me. So I kept hitting ignore so I could pay for my energy drink. And she called me like 3 times in a row. So I finally paid, and I was walking out. She called again, FaceTime me again. And I answered it. I'm like, Ma, I'm going to call you when I get to my desk. I'm about to get on the elevator. She was like, yeah, call me as soon as you get there. And I text you something. It's something about your auntie, her sister. So my heart dropped. She was like, look at your text message. It's about her. I'm like, all right. So my heart dropped. I'm thinking the worst.
Yeah.
She sent me a picture. It was, I guess, what's funny is my mom not even on Facebook, but it was a clear post of my auntie from Facebook, pretty much saying she trying to sell all her stuff out of her house and some unfortunate stuff happened. So I'm like, what is this? And so I called. She like, yeah, I don't know what she doing or what she going through.
Oh, she just wanted to gossip?
Oh,
yeah.
come on, man.
I'm like, Mom, this could have waited. You called me 4 times in a row for this? I'm like,
Mom, man, it's Mom.
And look, my mom is older now. She about to be 70 this year. And I'll be worried every time my mom called a couple times in a row like that.
No, of course.
I'll be thinking somebody died, something happened. And for that, I'm like, Ma, you got to do better than that. Like, that could have waited.
You know what? Here's breaking news. She won't.
Yeah.
She's too sad.
It's getting worse.
She's too sad. She feels compelled to call you. She calls you.
It's getting worse. She do all that just to gossip.
Yeah.
I'm like, that is crazy.
Yeah, Lopez, since you want to go ahead and take credit for the Sugar Hill gang, you're also going to take responsibility for this. Why y'all people be texting us like, call me, period, as if you don't know that makes us think, something bad happened. You just wanted to gossip.
Hand to God, not me.
That was the longest elevator ride of my life. I'm sitting there like, man, I wouldn't get no service in the elevator, so I ain't know what was going on. I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm like, I thought something happened, like something serious happened.
Yeah. Something did happen. There was a post.
She's selling her stuff
that needed to be gossiped
and she don't know what's going on with her. I'm like, man, she is fine.
She is fine.
She is fine.
Oh, Lord.
Goodness gracious.
You got one more? You good, Lopez?
Although 713 says Young Miami is a hood girl.
That's
accurate.
True. That is accurate.
That's true.
Let me get one more in.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I will once again confess, like I did at the start of the show. My bad. I came in too negative on a victory.
Oh, you know what? We could get over it, man. That is not true. It was a good discussion. It was a good discussion.
What was negative?
He was like, what was your biggest gripe yesterday?
I felt like the offense and the run game was not at the level, and it was odd to come in with not the vibes of a conquering victor, and I probably should have saved that for Tay. My bad, y'all.
Nah, you was good, man. No, that's good stuff right there, man.
Yeah, it was good. That's what we're here for.
Okay. All right. I'm still going to make sure I apologize to the people. All right. That's our Lunchtime Confessions brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. Thanks for hanging out with us. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Let's do a thing that I don't think we did last week, but make sure to do it this week. College football on a Tuesday. Let's go back, revisit some of the fantastic things that we saw from this weekend in college football. We'll do it next.
The Texans improve.
Challenge in Stafford.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. We're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy, myself, Reginald Atatula. Hope you're having a lovely Tuesday thus far. Let's get into some college football on this Tuesday. Interesting week. I know that you came into the weekend of college football not necessarily super impressed by the slate.
No, I wasn't. There weren't a whole lot of big time, must-see type games. But boy, there ended up being some interesting things happening over the weekend.
And I love interesting as a word because sometimes it's used to mean good and sometimes it's definitely not. Let's start with one of the times where it was definitely good, and it was kind of an expected outcome, but not necessarily in the way that it happened. Texas 56, UTSA 7. The University of Texas rolls, but also Arch Manning steps into this one. Quinn Ewers, who was obviously the guy out there, he ultimately gets injured. He had, I believe, what was it, an elbow injury?
It was, why am I not
that's
remembering
not right.
this? It wasn't an elbow.
Why did I go there? But I had that, he suffered an injury on a pass to tight end in the second quarter.
It was a rib or something?
Stayed in for play. Non-contact injury, actually. Yeah. And then he ultimately went to sideline, went to the locker room, and returned to the sideline in street clothes before halftime, which made room for Arch Manning to step in.
Give him the Heisman.
Arch Manning, 9 for 12, 213, 4 touchdowns, and 1 sack. And then he also carried the ball 2 times for 63 yards, including just a big run that happened pretty much first play in, if I remember correctly. And, yeah, man, you say give him the Heisman. Feinbaum feels the same.
That's what Paul Feinbaum
Paul Feinbaum feels the same. We don't need to hear him, but you get
that boy
it.
fast, too.
21.7 miles an hour. That's
never
20.7.
Never seen a man run that fast.
No, well, unless you were Cooper, right? Unless you're Cooper. Cooper has the speed to him.
Yeah.
Peyton and Eli, not so much. But, yeah, Feinbaum, what he did say, to be very clear, I don't want to misrepresent him, that he will win a Heisman at some point in his college career, unlike his uncles. I could see that, but I still feel like Quinn Ewers is in that place to have a lot of love. And the University of Texas Longhorns do what they're supposed to do, be to be one of their sister schools in the UT system, but they also move up to number 1 in the AP poll with a big-time win and continue to prove that Arch Manning, when he gets his time, he's going to be a problem.
And he definitely has, they definitely have earned it. By the way, oblique muscle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Non-contact oblique muscle for Quinn Ewers.
Where did I get elbow from?
I knew it was something like that. But look, man, Arch, there is no quarterback controversy at Texas because they're both awesome, But I did have a question as I walked away, because Ewers has the injury. It's not just performance, based, but the performance has an impact. Will Arch or Quinn Ewers start the majority of games the rest of the way?
Oh, it'd be Quinn. I know that you have the injury with Ewers. I think once he's back, he's going to go back to being starting, and I can't imagine that he misses a ton of time. But I guess when you start talking about those core injuries,
that's what I'm talking about
in the trunk. Yeah, you have to ask those questions, but I still think that Quinn Ewers will make his way back.
I think he would when healthy, but I think the injury matters, especially if there's any question at all. If it's 2 or 3 weeks and Arch starts again, I'm not even going there. I just think it's a matter of we have this amazing option. Let's make sure Quinn Ewers is healthy, and then who knows if they're going to continue on this roll.
Yeah, man, good for Texas continuing to roll because they remember before the season even started, they had quite a few injuries that they dealt with the running backs, now quarterback, and it all keeps rolling. Of course, it'll get really real soon once they actually get into the conference play. But as of right now. When it comes to in the next 8 games of playing top 7 AP ranked, Texas only has 1 of those types of matchups.
That's what I was just about to say.
Oklahoma has 5 of their next 8 against top 7s. Tennessee has 6. Ole Miss has 5. Or no, all these guys are who Oklahoma's playing rather.
Yeah.
So yeah, they don't. I mean, look. They get into SEC play, it'll get real interesting. But it looks like they might be atop the SEC, especially when you consider what Georgia had against Kentucky. They barely escaped a 13-12 victory in a defensive dogfight. Did you get a chance to see any of this game?
You're talking about Georgia?
Georgia, Kentucky.
Absolutely. I tuned in as soon as I saw the score and stayed with it. But I think that's why Texas, with being number 1, it is very well deserved. I mean, because Georgia had some struggles. Now Kentucky's not awful.
No,
they've got a good defense and they know what they're doing.
And it feels like this is a kind of an understanding between Mark Stoops and Kirby Smart, is that when these teams get together, they just do this.
Yeah.
Right? Kentucky brings the ugly game out of Georgia from time to time. I don't think that this is who Georgia will be. However, there were moments where it did feel like Brock Vandagriff, who was the quarterback for Kentucky previously, was at Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
They chose, I guess, Carson Beck gets to stay over him. There were times where it looked like, hey, man, Brock Vandagriff might have been the better quarterback in this one. But yeah, ultimately, Georgia gets the win. They keep moving on, and I think that's going to be the big takeaway. But I think it does open up the idea, as it did in the poll, who is at the top of the SEC.
And they will decide it on the field. And when they do, the Longhorns really just have to get through October 19th. They don't have, as SEC schedules go, they don't have that murderer's row like you would expect them to have. They came into the SEC, and they are really, really good, and they got really fortunate with their schedule. They have, this week, Louisiana Monroe, then Mississippi State at home. Then they have the Oklahoma game and Georgia back-to-back. And after that, it's really not that daunting for the Longhorns. Vanderbilt, Florida, they stink. Arkansas at Arkansas will be interesting. And again, Kentucky in Austin will be interesting. But if they can get through October 19th, it's a slide until they face the Aggies in the rivalry game on November 30th.
Speaking of the Aggies, did they find something out? Did they figure something out? I know that Connor Wegman was one that got a little bit of ire early on in the season. Marcel Reed steps in. Looks like it looked pretty much a lot better in what was a continual piling of dirt on the Billy Napier tenure at Florida. How'd you feel about your Aggies this week?
The interesting thing about Marcel Reed, I should say impressive thing, not interesting, is he really found out, because Wegman did practice a little bit, or tried to. He found out that he was going to start just a couple hours before the game and then perform like that. I am a Connor Wegman truther. I think he's really good, but he didn't look really good week one, then slightly better against an overmatched team. So we'll see. But Marcel Reed, I mean, he definitely, and he's going to play again this week, by the way, at least from what I'm hearing. But no, Marcel Reed, a good problem to have, a quarterback like that can step in and perform like that.
Yeah, and the thing that in that game, I want to give A&M their credit, but the thing that was just glaring to me was that Florida came into that game, and not already with all the poor development and program things with Florida, they didn't have a plan for utilizing two quarterbacks. It seemed like they were just kind of throwing a dude out there haphazardly, which just makes me feel like, oh, this thing is all the way done with Billy Napier, Florida, which continues just a crazy slide in that program of just poor runs with coaches, and makes me think it might be the place more than it is like the dudes themselves.
They're an absolute mess, and that's why maybe it's not quite as impressive a win, but it was impressive for Marcel Reed, and anytime you go to the Swamp, it's somewhat impressive.
Speaking of a win, shout out to the University of Houston getting a win again over Rice. Bayou Bucket 33-7.
Got the Bayou Bucket.
That's right.
Figgy, you were there, weren't you?
I wasn't at this one. No, I was at the first game.
Okay, I thought you went to this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's big. It's big here.
It's big for both. It's a city thing. Yeah.
And so that's why I wanted to make sure to shout out the Cougs getting their first win on the season, even though they got damn close against Oklahoma. All right, how about this? What's the wildest thing you've seen a game cancel for? Because obviously we've seen like kind of rain, lightning kind of.
I think I know where
cancels.
you're going with this.
College football gave us a very interesting one. Obviously, sickness can happen at times and make things go. Especially we saw during COVID when that definitely popped up. Not quite to that level, but enough to cancel a game. Whooping cough. Whooping cough. I don't know how to pronounce that properly. I'm gonna be completely honest. But an outbreak of whooping cough forced Portland State to cancel their game versus South Dakota, and it just ravaged the Portland State football team, and so they legitimately had to cancel a football game because whooping cough, which has been called the 100-day cough for the extended duration of the illness, took them out. Apparently, the symptoms can include coughing fits, fatigue, and labored breathing. And when I saw those things, I was like, oh, yeah, we better cancel this football game because labored breathing is the last thing I want to be doing while playing
when
football.
You're running?
Yeah, you can't do that.
When you're running around everywhere? I didn't know whooping cough was that bad. I'd heard of it.
Didn't either.
Yeah.
Didn't either. Like, for some reason in my brain, it was just like, it was one of those, like, kind of baby diseases.
Exactly.
Like colic or whatever. I'm like, all right, whatever. No. It'll take a football team out, and it did. Portland State had to decide that they were not going to play football this week. So I thought that was an interesting note to see. Also, another interesting note: Wake Forest. They played Ole Miss, one of your rivals at A&M, and after they took their beating, they immediately said, "We are opting out of the second leg of the home and home. We've seen enough. We don't see this happen ever, but there was a home and home situation." And so Wake Forest decided they were supposed to play Ole Miss in 2025. No, we are not. So they will pay $1 million as a cancellation fee after a 40-6 loss on Saturday. I actually kind of applaud them for this.
But there was going to be a home game.
Yeah, I still applaud them for this.
Was curious to me, but why do you applaud them?
Hey man, just knowing you're bested. Like we just don't need this in our lives.
They're not UTSA. All due respect, UTSA has been decent here and there, but maybe a better example like Louisiana Monroe or something. They're Wake Forest. Like that's a big time FBS program.
And yet and still, they were like, "No, we're good."
Yeah, we ain't playing.
Yeah, that didn't work out the way we wanted to. We're good on that. Like sometimes I appreciate, and I say this a lot. I think that quitting is underrated. We've gotten to a place where we never quit. No, sometimes quit.
No, go ahead and get out of that.
Sometimes quit. Sometimes you absolutely should quit. All right, real quick before we go, this was one of those games that you wanted to keep an eye on. I wonder if you did. Colorado State.
I did.
Colorado handled up on Colorado State. It did not look anything like last year.
And they are
Colorado
cocky,
State
man.
And that's the thing that was amazing.
They are cocky.
How did you get a game with the Colorado and the primetime build and all the things that we've gotten, and Colorado State was the more annoying team? How did that happen?
I don't know how that happened, but it did. And then the other one that was interesting to me is just I thought Purdue might make things a little difficult on old Notre Dame, and what they put 60 on them? It was something like that.
Notre Dame was clearly pissed off from the last.
Oh my gosh! I was like, okay.
Coach was like, "Y'all boys have these boys breathing down my neck right now."
Exactly.
Going back to Colorado real quick before we go, Travis Hunter. I mean, just an incredible dude. I mean, he thus far in the season has currently ranked second nationally in receptions, receiving touchdowns, and 7th in receiving yards, while, mind you, being incredible defensively. Like, he's playing like a first-round pick as a wide receiver and a cornerback individually, and yet still he has a plus 3,500 to win the Heisman, and he's got worse odds than the likes of Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, Jalen Milroe. Do you think that's a good long shot pick to take? Because he has just been phenomenal.
I mean, the value is there, and if they start winning some games, more against bigger competition, he'll skyrocket up. I'm just saying, I mean, to me, I don't even need to look at everybody else and do all these breakdowns we do and all that. That's the number one pick in the draft right there.
Yeah.
I'd take him over Shedeur.
Oh, absolutely. I think, and this isn't a strong quarterback class when it comes to the draft, but that dude is, like I said, if he was just a wide receiver, first-round pick. If he was just a cornerback, first-round pick. And I do think that you probably have to have a conversation of if you want to play him both ways. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. I haven't been sold. But he looks good enough to be able to absolutely do that at that level. There's been only a few times where he's had to tap his helmet and come out. Like, that dude is incredible. And even though they might win 4-6 games maybe, it still feels like he's been so damn good against his peers that
he's
he
the best
probably
football
should be a
player in
Heisman
America.
Player. Yeah. There you go. A little college football on a Tuesday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Let's get back to the pro football level with your Texans. Clearly not the most impressive win, even though still a fairly impressive win on Sunday Night Football. The coach says they need to clean up some things. What is the most important thing that you think that the Texans need to clean up? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
Good question. Right now, ability.
right here on Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, John Lopez, Figgy, your man Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on a Tuesday in H-Time. Hope you're holding it down, heading around the city and whatever you're doing. Let us know what you're doing. I don't know why. I'm just kind of curious because I think about that. I'm like, we have a time slot where I'm sure a lot of people listening are like sitting at their desk at the office, but I'm like, am I just stereotyping? Like, how many people are just
a lot of people working at home? My new favorite thing with our listeners is it was when they put us on their big TV at home or their office.
That always makes me nervous.
That kind of freaks me out a little bit.
It makes me want to wipe my face. Like, am I shiny right now?
Like Reggie was just doing some mock basketball moves and shots during the break. Like
Because I do
you
it all
could
the
have
time.
seen that on your big TV.
Yeah.
Like I was actually watching him on the YouTube screen, checking out his form.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was using his legs right and all that. Elbow was a little bit too far outside, but that's nitpicking. It's got to be in a little more. But that's just me being the old
Coach
coach.
Lopez.
Yeah, that's just me being the old coach. But
keep your elbows in.
No, just the shooting elbow, just right, even with your right hip. But anyway, you could have seen that.
That might be why my form's off, honestly.
See there, I'm helping him already.
Like Michael Redd.
But
or you can go the other way where the elbow goes so far in that you look like Michael K. Gilchrist.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're over your belly button. But you could have seen that, and that still kind of freaks me out. But yeah, I'm curious what our listeners are doing as well.
Please indulge me in this way. And we appreciate you hanging out with us. YouTube, Twitch, the Odyssey app, and of course texting in 713-572-4610. That line is in fact available for you to let us know what you believe is the most important thing for the Texans to clean up after week 2. 2 victories, 2-0, but this team is not satisfied in any way, shape, or form. And yesterday in his media availability, the head coach of this team, D'Amico Ryans, was asked, is there one thing you'd say that the Texans definitely need to clean up right now?
The things we have to clean up, I think it starts with just being more consistent, right? I think we targeted really well and ran the ball well our first week, then coming in this week, presented different issues with the front, but we still have to be consistent and run it as best as we can. And from the penalty standpoint, I think I know we have to play cleaner there. We allowed drives, right, to continue. We took big explosive plays off of the board. We took interceptions off of the board, like a lot of plays right there where we hurt ourselves with penalties and also just protecting the football. Like, we have to do a much better job of protecting the ball on the offensive side. We're carrying the ball. Like, we can't give the ball up there when we're in the red zone. We got points. We cannot give the ball up in that situation right there. So a lot of different things, different players have things to work on. That's the beauty of the league. Like, who can make those adjustments, who can make those improvements and continue to get better as the season goes on.
That's right. It is the beauty of the league. There's things to figure out, but let's get real sports radio with it. If you can only fix one, Lopez, where are you going?
So the obvious answer, we could almost all say it together, is the penalties. But that's not exactly where I'm going to go to, because I think there's an offshoot of that that might be more important. Like clearly, penalties, right? I mean that's
115 yards of penalties is not something that's sustainable.
That's the obvious answer, and I'm not saying it's not more important than what I'm thinking. And he also said, some of these mistakes, obviously the fumble Cam Akers had, inside the 5-yard line and stuff like that. You know what I've been thinking about ever since yesterday? I don't know who it was. Somebody texted me, and said, as much as I agree with you, things we were saying yesterday on the show about Al-Shaair and the sideline incident, and we've talked about it a little bit today. I'm gonna fight everybody, that kind of thing. He said, as much as I agree with you, in terms of what he had to do, he could have gotten thrown out of the game.
100%.
And I've been thinking about that. And then I started thinking about, Derek Stingley running across the field and basically punching Dalton Schultz at training camp. Then I started thinking about Nico Collins, justifiable as well, just like Al-Shaair's, but slapping that dude and getting a penalty. I'm wondering, I shouldn't say I'm wondering. I'm a little worried that you play us, you're going to get hit hard, which D'Amico said yesterday.
He sure did.
He said that yesterday. You play us, you're going to get hit hard. I don't want that to get too good to him, because then, you know what I mean? Like if it gets too good to him, then are they going to be over the line too often? And is the next one going to be your middle linebacker thrown out of the game or your best wide receiver thrown out of a game? The little I don't even know what the right word is here, and I should. I used to be in the business, but
one would think
attitude.
Yeah.
Is their attitude being affected by we're going to hit you and maybe taking it too far, you know?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? Like, ultimately what you're asking, it seems, is what's the line, right?
Yes.
And when you exist around the line, inevitably you will step over the line or fall over the line from time to time. And I think that's a good question to ask. I think what the corresponding question that I always throw in with that type of perspective is it worth it? Right? Mm-hmm. What is the return on investment there, right, of being at that level? Is that physicality to the edge?
We want you physical.
Is that, what that imposes, what that makes for a team, right? Does that then lead wide receivers to not really want to get into a block, or does that, then have guys avoiding really going and getting yards because they know that the Texans are going to put it on them when they get to that spot? Ultimately, is that worth every once in a while getting a situation that might cause just a penalty, not necessarily in the ways that we're talking about, execution, but a penalty of that nature
that debilitates the team?
That absolutely does for a moment. But does that mentality and the way that it affects your opponent, is that worthwhile? And I'm not sure if I have a good answer for that, but I guess traditionally the thought is no, right? Traditionally the thought is you need to be clean. And if you need to pull back a little bit on the reins to make sure that you don't step over the line, it's the way to go. I'm interested to see how they try and find that balance.
I am too. That's why I said I'm more intrigued by it, wondering, because it is a tightrope you have to walk. Because I am thrilled. Trust me, we've got a lot of experience being on the other side of this. I am thrilled that the Texans are a team that, as D'Amico said, that if everyone who plays them is going to know they're going to get hit. I love that. I compared Alshire to Brian Cushing. I love that. I like that. I don't blame Nico Collins for slapping the dude's face or whatever he did when he put his finger in his face. I love all that stuff. But there is a tightrope factor there.
Yeah.
I don't want it to get too good to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it depends how they play, because it's going to be some times where they are physical and they maybe lose the game. Like, I don't want them to feel like, hey, kind of go in as like sore losers, if that makes sense.
And start fighting.
Yeah. or don't really show them any respect.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's all about respect. We talked about that earlier. But, I think I'm actually fine with how they're doing this now. I think when it start getting away from the game and they're being disrespectful, they're the team that's actually being disrespectful, that's when it can kind of go off the rails a little bit.
And to be fair, right, in D'Amico's defense, because I don't want to make it sound like he has a lack of institutional control. Again, what we just played was him saying, we can't do that, right? Yeah. We know what the circumstance is, that even if you are justified, whoever hits second is often going to be the one called and caught. But you got to be on it. I'm honestly a little surprised at the number of folks who overzealous aggression, right? Somebody mentioned Houston Bad Boys, right? Somebody said that it was over the lines and unacceptable. I'm surprised at how many people have kind of pointed to some of those things. Although someone from the 281 says, nope, D'Amico's bringing back House of Pain, Bulls on Parade, Monsters of the Midway type thing, right?
And then also you got to be a little smart with it too, because I know they was playing the Chicago Bears, and I don't know how they're going to be, but you can't really do that with the Chiefs. You can't, because a team
maybe not.
A team like that, it can take advantage of a penalty or something like that, and that could turn the whole game around.
Again, if you ask me, would you rather it be this way or the other? It's this way all day, every day. I want this type of team. I'm glad this is what the Texans are, but it is like that moment when I got that text yesterday. I was like, yeah, he could have. He could have been thrown out.
I appreciate you bringing it up, because I thought the low-hanging fruit would have been taken, and so I will take the low-hanging fruit penalties, man. I might widen this out in the same way that D'Amico did to try and get a little bit more range on my selection. Discipline in general,
That's
right?
What he
and
said.
That might kind of come to what you're talking about, but as much as I'd like to say pass protection, which has come up on the text line, and that's another one that definitely, if you clean that up, it would be very helpful. I think that, as has been mentioned during the course of the show, I think you mentioned it, I think B. Scott mentioned it earlier in the 11 o'clock, you have the blessing of C.J. Stroud that's able to alleviate some of the issues that come with pass protection not being at an A-level standard yet. Now, do you still need to fix it? Yes, absolutely. But you have that. There's nothing that compensates for penalties.
No.
Especially the ones that are backbreaking.
Killers.
That kill
It hurt them
drives.
this past weekend.
Right. Kill drives, award points in essence, right? Because I think about the Kalen Bullock, tackle, PI that happens, that then puts, Chicago on the 6-yard line and allows them to score the only touchdown that they had. And it's reasonable to ask if they would have scored a touchdown if that had not happened.
Yeah.
Right? Those are the types of things that allow a team that is not on your level, I think we can say that fairly about the Bears, to play along with you. And I think that as much as there's other things, that absolutely needs to be gotten in tow. And one of the issues that I have is that there are players on this team that you almost feel like are going to have a yellow flag at some point during the game.
Yeah. The other thing that I'd like to see cleaned up is really more a Bobby Slowick thing, not necessarily the players on the field. I'll say what we talked about, what I mentioned when we were talking with Brandon Scott. Like, I was just blown away by the first impression of Bobby Slowick's approach in this game, and then it disappeared. And it might have disappeared again, to be fair, because of what the Bears did as an adjustment, and so he had to change his approach. But man, you do have C.J. Stroud. You do have that guy, and he made some key plays. I would just like to see some of those exotic, I guess, for lack of a better word, things that they were doing on their first drive, their second drive.
All the motion.
Where you could let it rip a little bit. You got to run the ball. We know that. You've thrown out the stats about how this has become more of a running league in terms of having success. But you do have that dude. Kind of let it rip a little bit.
Yeah. And we were talking about this a little bit because a texter asked us about, or not really asked us, but talked about they would like to see Bobby or just the offense in general maybe not run as much on early downs, particularly first down. And I was like, oh man, I don't think I really saw or accounted for and took account of the kind of pass run balance on early downs. And so I went and looked at it, and the Texans are 4th in early down pass rate. Good for 51.5% of the early downs they are throwing the football, which is 14th, right kind of middle. They're sandwiched in between the Tampa Bay Bucks and the Jacksonville Jaguars when it comes to like the frequency with which they're throwing the football on first down.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how I feel about that, but I do kind of hope to see that balance out a little bit into a place where maybe you're tossing the ball a little bit more. I understand they're trying to establish the run, and I know this kind of operates a little bit antithetical to what we've talked about is the possibility of a trend in the NFL. But after week 2, when I looked up and I go, okay, maybe the running game isn't as much of an advantage or strength that it seemed like after week 1. I'm not saying you abandon it in any ways, because then you're setting yourself up for the okie doke. That's setting yourself up for failure. But maybe we lean on the offensive element that we know is incredibly strong, and then allow yourself to kind of feed the guys.
That's kind of what I've been saying. Let it rip a little bit. Whether it's first down or whenever, you need the run. Nobody's denying that. But there's a handful of guys that are as good as C.J. Stroud. So if you have a handful of the best receivers, you're going to want to use that receiver. You have a handful of the best defensive ends, you're going to want to use that defensive end. You have a handful of the best quarterback in the league, that's even more important and imperative. You'll want to use that guy.
Is there anything else that comes to mind for you? Because it feels like I feel like it says something about this team and how the confidence that we have in this team, that I don't know that there's a lot of areas. There's a magnitude that you want to see in difference, but I don't know if there's a lot of areas with this team that you're like, I need to see that difference.
Offensive line.
Sure.
Offensive line. I used the reference earlier. Game 1 was like a first date. Game 2 was like a second date. Like you start, first date, you're like, ooh, this is great. It's going to be great. I'm going to marry her. She's going to be the best thing in my life ever. We're going to have a bunch of kids, and we're going to be happily ever after. Game 2 was like the second date where you go, I don't like that little mole on her forehead, or so, or whatever. I'm not too crazy about her attitude about whatever food. You're just kind of like, okay, which one is it? Is it the first impression, or am I kind of getting exposed here?
Fig, John is trying to figure out if the Texans are wifey material.
Yeah, exactly.
After the first date,
the offensive line,
man.
Hey, don't act like you've never done that after a first date.
Buddy, I thought about kids and marriage.
Yeah, you have. Don't act like you haven't.
I mean, I don't know, not necessarily in the way that you're talking about. But I the premise stands.
A good first impression.
The premise absolutely stands, and of course, the offensive line pass pro, but also run blocking. You'll hope that gets cleaned up in a lot of ways, and hopefully a healthy Juice Scruggs will help in that regard. But there you go. Your head coach, D'Amico Ryans, man, discipline. Discipline seems to be the big thing that he's pointing to. But with all that being the case, ultimately they got to get to work on making sure that those are clean, because they've got a Minnesota Vikings team that they're going up to face that has started off pretty well themselves. One of the 2-0s that we were talking about yesterday, and it's looking a lot better than I think we had previously anticipated. So excited for that one. What I'm also excited for in the Loop Sports Radio 610 is that at this time of day, we hand it over to my man Fig for a little bit of Figgy's mixtape. What we got?
Yeah, man, the Eagles lost last night, and the Philly native ain't showing no brotherly love. And the pause moment on the afternoon show.
Oh, wow.
That had me cracking up like crazy. Plus, I got a list of the most unhealthy fast food items in America, and something might shock you from that list.
Ooh, love that tease. We'll talk about it next.
The Texans improved to 2-0 with a win. Radio 610 and the free Odyssey app. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610. It's Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. So yesterday I was watching some of the Monday Night Football game, and I gotta confess, man, I went to bed after that brotherly shove they did. I thought it was over. I thought the game was over at that point. I got in the bed. I usually do one last scroll on Twitter, and I seen everybody like, "Wow, the Eagles they lost this. They about to lose this game." I'm like, "What in the world happened?"
Yeah.
So I was in the bed trying to download Sling so I could watch the rest of the game. I'm like, "What happened?"
Yeah.
I had no clue what happened.
Yeah.
But the Eagles lost the game. It was a terrible loss, man. That, talk about I don't even want to be in that locker room to see how that loss felt.
Yeah, to speak to how terrible that loss was, the Falcons, their win percentage got down to a 0.7% with 1 minute and 56 seconds left in that game. Jesse Bates gets an interception. Kirk Cousins leads a game-winning drive, and ultimately the Falcons and Kirk Cousins get a primetime victory. In Philadelphia, mind you.
Yeah, no, it was bad. That play before they did that brotherly shove when the guy just tapped the offensive lineman on purpose. So I guess it was so they don't start the clock or whatever it was. I kind of wanted to see that keep going, man, just because Sirianni declined it so it could stay 4th and 1 or whatever it was, 4th and 2. I kind of wanted to keep going to see what would happen, just to be petty.
Just a back and forth.
Yeah.
Nah, you take it. Now we're rabbit season, duck season is what we're going for.
Yeah. But one of the biggest probably Philadelphia Eagles fans that I know of is Gilly the Kid.
Okay.
He got a podcast, $1 million worth of game. And look, he was not happy with that play calling from last night when everybody in the world, I guess, wanted Saquon to run the damn ball.
Man, that f***ing loss on Nick Sirianni. You supposed to run the ball, get the ball to Saquon. Even if they don't get it, we got 40 seconds left, dog. Let me tell you something. Kellen Moore, let me tell you something. We're going to change your f***ing name to Colin Moore because we need to call more f***ing offensive coordinators and fire. I can't believe this motherfucker didn't run the ball, man. We got Saquon f***ing Barkley for a reason.
Well, I mean, he doesn't make a bad point.
I'm always amazed, though, and I try and say this with no judgment, even though I'm sure it'll sound judgmental. The people whose thought is like, I'm gonna talk into my phone right now and let people know I'm mad, because that's not the way that my brain works.
Yeah.
But he was delivering though. He was spitting.
Yeah, that's how I feel about people that cry in the phone.
Yeah.
Like, so you crying, you in the moment, so you decide to record.
There's far too much of
crying,
that going on.
There's a lot.
And then you just hit stop, like, all right, that was good. Let me edit the first part.
Yeah. There's far too much of that going on. I think half of it is staged.
Yeah.
But it does bother me too. It's like, I'm so mad. I'm gonna, and all these broken TVs drive me nuts too. Somebody throwing a chair. That TV's probably been broken, and you just wanted to do a video.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, you threw your $200 TV.
Yeah,
like whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, exactly.
Congratulations on the likes. So I was listening to Clint and Ryan yesterday on the drive.
That's right.
And this is probably one of the funniest pause moments ever. So for people that don't know what pause mean, is when you say something in a conversation, it sounds a little suspect.
Yeah. Out of context, it can be like, yo.
Yeah, hey, yo, pause.
What are you doing?
It's kind of like a, hey, yo, pause.
What are you trying to say here?
I know. Sometimes it just come out weird, pause. So Clint and Ron, they kind of had that moment. Well, Clint had that moment, and T-Mill and Ron kind of lost it.
As the game, we have to be better.
You're going to get hard if you play us. That's just how we operate here.
Whoa. You left that hit.
I said you're gonna get hit hard.
You didn't say it. You said you're gonna get hard if you play us.
Man, pull that back.
Please, 713-544-16. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. That'll be today's outro. If you heard him say gonna get hit. I like it. I don't like it.
I'm clearly losing it because I bet $1,000 right now.
Hey, let me tell you what right now, D'Amico Ryan, baby. I'm gonna tell you what. Hey, Minnesota, be listening. Hey, your ass is gonna get hard if you play us.
I do love the instant like. No, I know what I said, right?
No,
like,
you don't. No, you don't.
You're gonna get hard if you play us.
He was focused though. He knew exactly. I don't blame Quinn. I've been there.
Well, I kind of do.
Yeah. I've been there plenty of times where I just lose a word.
Yeah.
Whether it's in typing or even just speaking it out loud. So I sympathize with that situation. I do. It does kind of hurt that he was immediately repeating what D'Amico had just said.
Well, not verbatim.
Well, yeah, not quite.
Not verbatim.
You're gonna get hard if you play us.
Well, I mean that's quality defense.
Yeah, I'm just glad they was like, whoa, hold on. It got me thinking of all the pause moments that I ran across a few pause moments that just had me cracking up, man. I ran across this video from NBA 2K.
Oh, from the game?
Yeah, from the video game. And the commentator, so little backstory on this, James Harden, ironically, James Harden, I guess he made a move to the basket and dunked the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was the commentator describing that play.
Athletic move by James Harden, beating the D and then rubbing it in their face with the slam.
They knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
They were having, because this one thing I always think about with all these games and the announcers, in order to get all of the various work, like it's hours in the recording booth.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes when you're doing a job like that, you do a little something.
Have
for
a little
you.
fun.
You do a little something for you.
Yeah.
Knowing that I'm going to throw this little gem in there, and somebody out there will appreciate.
But it's an algorithm that puts it all together, right?
I mean, in some ways, but I think it's still like, there's little kind of clips of runs of statements that are then kind of filtered in, and I imagine that full run of play, if you want to play that one more time, was intentionally said that way in order to.
Athletic move by James Harden, beating the D and then rubbing it in their face with the slam.
Okay.
Hey,
I still like.
That's a crazy thing to say, though.
Clint's better.
Yeah. I'm going to see if you like this one better. Pause.
All right.
I feel like everything I say is a pause moment now. But Cameron and Mace on It Is What It Is show. I don't know I think it's just a YouTube show. But they are the kings of the pause.
Yeah.
So everything they say pause right after it. And
that or, hey, yo, that's crazy.
Yeah. So this is them. So one of their things they always say pause to is load management.
Yeah.
So that one just would throw the whole show off whenever they talk about load management.
Wonder why.
So this is Cameron starting off with load management, and he tried to say pause right after it. It did not go well.
Question before we get to load management, pause.
Oh, that was crazy.
I said, yo, you said, hey, yo, my
Yo, the way you said it was crazy.
We're going to be petty. We can start now. Let me know.
I said low. Yo, you said low.
Yo, he's going crazy.
Yo, extra D on his, right?
Is he reaching?
Camera. It was an extra D on his, he said.
D is wild, yo. You should chill. You're going into a rabbit hole right now.
Hey, yo.
I remember seeing this clip, and that's the problem with it. Is like every time it derails what they're talking.
Yeah, what Figgy said.
They'll be trying to have like a serious conversation, and all of a sudden, right now they're going back and forth on who said the craziest thing, and then they end up in a rabbit hole.
They was trying to talk about Kawhi Leonard and the whole NBA load management thing, and it just got way off track. So they do a lot better now because I think they had to dial it back.
They had to. I remember I was like, hey man, we gotta if we're gonna do this,
we're gonna have a conversation.
They was talking about this for about 10 minutes, man. Yeah. So I thought that
you
was
said
hilarious.
low. I said low. I was like, was there a difference there, Mace?
Extra D is wild. So I ran across this article or some type of little survey about the most unhealthy menu items in fast food.
All right, let's find out where Reggie's going to lunch.
I haven't looked at these because I wanted to get the gist of it.
Yeah, so they got like a lot of little fast food restaurant spots in America, pretty much, and ranking their items from like the most unhealthiest.
Yeah.
So Five Guys, when it comes to hamburgers, is the unhealthiest cheeseburger.
Oh wow!
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Followed by Whataburger.
Okay. That checks out.
And Smashburger.
That checks out too.
Yeah.
So these are the ones I like.
I know.
Yeah. So the least unhealthiest ones out of the bunch is McDonald's.
What?
That's the least if you want to the least unhealthiest cheeseburger, you go to McDonald's.
Okay.
And Burger King.
Huh.
Now, Burger King, I get. That's that what
flame broiled.
Flame
Oh,
broiled,
you're gonna buy into the marketing of this?
Yeah. No,
It's
but they do. They have the
flame
grates and everything. They cook it on the flame.
Well, let me take that back.
Yeah.
Culver's is the least unhealthiest.
Oh, Culver's.
Is it
Culver's?
Culver's?
Culver's is delicious.
It's Culver's and then McDonald's and then Burger King.
Yeah, Culver's is delicious.
I feel like we're probably talking about grades of unhealthy here because
it's all unhealthy.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I still feel like my arteries are being clogged.
It's the least unhealthiest.
Yeah,
and
because
they gather all of this from like the fats and the sugars and all
saturated
that
fats
stuff.
and those types of things.
I always thought you always hear like McDonald's, that meal has 9,000 calories or whatever it is. I guess not. I guess somebody else has more.
I also remember the what was it Super Size Me or whatever.
Oh yeah, that too.
That which we apparently
that was disturbing.
But apparently we found out after that, like during that documentary, like apparently he had been drinking a boatload of alcohol, like he was an alcoholic during that time, and maybe just maybe the adverse health benefit or
alcohol's worse.
Yeah, was all the alcohol he was drinking, and maybe not the full diet of McDonald's that was happening there. So maybe just maybe McDonald's a little bit more healthy than we gave it credit for.
Yeah. So Popeyes had the unhealthiest chicken sandwich.
I'm not at Popeyes for the health benefits, just like I'm not at Popeyes for the service.
Yeah. So Fatburger and Zaxby follow Popeyes, who have the least unhealthiest chicken sandwich. Is McDonald's the McChicken?
How about that? Now I want to go to McDonald's.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not going that far.
And then that followed by Dairy Queen and Culver's.
Okay, yeah. So, I can see that.
Y'all starting to see a little theme here, right?
I'm just saying things. I don't know.
Culver's is so good though. Yeah. And I want to know how unhealthy is the Popeyes red beans and rice, because I wail on that.
Yeah,
I kill that.
Wait. I feel like the burgers that you were mentioning. Right, when you say the least unhealthy versus the most unhealthy, the way that I'm seeing those lists is the ones that are more delicious versus the ones that are not as delicious. Because honestly, all the unhealthy ones are the ones that I'm trying to eat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the less unhealthy ones, I'm actually usually going away from.
Mm-hmm.
Nah,
so it might just be that the flavor is the part that makes this unhealthy. At which point I'm willing to trade that off.
And I'm not a Burger King like junkie or anything. I can't even remember the last time I've been there, but they do have a pretty solid burger.
Okay.
They're pretty solid.
Popeyes had the unhealthiest chicken nuggets, followed by Arby's and Shake Shack.
Shake Shack.
I ain't know Shake Shack had chicken nuggets. Huh. Yeah. So who have the least unhealthiest is McDonald's, followed by KFC and Wendy's.
I like KFC. You don't see a lot of them anymore. Is that just me?
Nah, they slowly disappearing.
Yeah.
Man. They turning into church's chicken.
Yeah.
At this point.
Mm-hmm.
Five Guys have the unhealthiest fries, followed by Steak and Shake and Bojangles.
Okay.
I've never really been to Bojangles too much.
Real regional.
Who had the unhealthiest?
Unhealthiest
fries.
Five Guys.
Five Guys. That's their signature thing.
Yeah. Well, don't they make them things?
Yeah.
Fresh?
You go to Five Guys for the fries.
Yep. So they got the unhealthiest, followed by Steak and Shake and Bojangles.
All right.
Yeah, who have the least unhealthiest is In-N-Out, followed by McDonald's and Church's
All right, something's
Chicken.
upside down on this list.
You see a thing here, right?
Because In-N-Out and McDonald's are always known as like the fattiest, most unhealthy, et cetera. Especially the fries. McDonald's puts sugar in their French fries.
I don't know if they still do that.
I don't know if they still do or
They
not.
had to shift that at some point. I want to know who commissioned this.
It's upside down, right?
I want to know who commissioned this study, if we can even call it that.
Mm-hmm.
Because somebody hypothesized.
I think I put the link on the rundown.
Sounds like McDonald's.
Yeah, somebody hypothesized that was McDonald's.
Yeah,
it was Ronald McDonald. R. McDonald.
Yeah, R. McDonald
was the scientist that commissioned
Damn,
this.
we're good. McDonald's is so healthy for you. No, not necessarily, but that's crazy.
Yeah, just hold on. So Fatburger had the unhealthiest vanilla shake, followed by Sonic and Five Guys. Who got the least unhealthiest?
Don't say it.
McDonald's.
All right,
get out of here.
All right, where's the
Burger
clown at?
Get out of
Where's
here.
the clown at?
and Arby's.
Where's the clown at?
Maybe Ronald McDonald put this.
He had to.
together.
I think this is
Him or Grimace.
You know I love a good
Or
conspiracy.
the Hamburglar. It was one of them.
Yeah. You know I love a good conspiracy. This is a McDonald's generated poll.
I thought that was hilarious.
That is hilarious.
Also, I just feel like as an exercise in general, if we're talking about which burger is more healthy, I don't know what we're doing here. We need to go get you a salad if you actually want some health.
I feel like eating healthy tonight. Well, let's go to McDonald's. They
That's
got
right.
healthy everything.
That's right.
Yeah, if you want to see that full list, go to plushcare.com.
Shout out to Jay in Freeport who says that Five Guys uses peanut oil and there's a lot of sodium, and so maybe that's what's
Sodium will get you.
changing this. Yeah. But I mean, at that point, I feel like if you're eating fast food, I think you've already budgeted. This is a problem.
Oh, yeah, you've committed.
We need to balance this out a little better. At least I would hope that you've budgeted.
Hey, if you want to eat a little healthier, go to McDonald's.
I don't know about that.
Don't do that. They didn't pay you to do that, did they?
No, they did not.
That definitely felt like one of those smile at the camera moments.
Yeah.
Here you go. Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday here in The Loop. Coming up next in The Loop, just how important would it be to have Joe Mixon back for this particular game that's coming up in Week 3 versus the Vikings? We'll talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing right
Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. It's been a terrific Tuesday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. You got Lopez, you got Fig, you got myself, Reginald Atatula. Thanks for hanging out with us. I asked earlier in the program, what are y'all doing out there in Houston and abroad as you rock with us on Sports Radio 610? Got some interesting answers. Some folks out there delivering for UPS. Uber drivers said they listen to 610 all day, and then somebody else was just like, cranking out these tax returns in an office, just like the stereotype that I said. So it's cool no matter where you are, what you're doing. We appreciate you making us a part of your day. But as we get ready, ahead of handing it over to the drive with Ron Clinton T-Mill, I did want to circle back around to this, right? Obviously, the hip drop tackle was a big deal during the course of the Sunday Night Football game, right? You had Joe Mixon leave that game ultimately after that play, and he got on Twitter letting his displeasure for the lack of a flag being known to the masses. But with that being the case, right, like you get past the actual rule of how's that officiated, but now you're in a place where you're having to kind of wonder what the availability of that player is going to be for your Houston Texans. And I do want to take a moment to think about the idea of what does it look like with him and what does it look like without him, depending on what that injury is. Because for the time being, we're in this Schrodinger's or Joe Mixon as of right now of whether he will or will not be injured or ready to play and those types of things. Yeah, look, Joe Mixon needs to get healthy and get healthy quick and really stay healthy. As Figgy was talking about earlier, he's a guy that, if he can stay healthy, you're going to feel really, really good. Here's the question I have for you guys. Okay. If Joe Mixon cannot play on Sunday, who's your starting tailback? Starting is Dameon Pierce. I think you're right, but it's not exactly the one I would be picking. No. And that's where it gets interesting. Yeah, that's the conversation that we had time and time again. That the people might be sick of at this point, not just because we're having the conversation, but because it feels like the answer that we deem to be the right one, by and large. I don't want to say that we are all in the same boat on the answer, but the answer that it seems like is the majority of people's answer is not the one that is the Houston Texans' answer. And I like to give deference to those people in that building that, obviously have a lot more experience when it comes to this than me. And in theory, at least, know a lot more about football than me. But with that being the case, like it just feels kind of odd that they have latched on to Dameon Pierce in this particular way for moments like this, right? We anticipated Joe Mixon being the bell cow. But what if he is not? Then that raises questions and for how long? It's seeming like you might have to answer soon. Because if Joe Mixon can't go, Cam Akers is going to be active. Yes, along with Dameon Pierce. Assuming Dameon Pierce is back from the hamstring injury that kept him from being active this past week. Exactly. So I'm saying, assuming that, and Joe Mixon can't go, and by the way, D'Amico Ryan said day to day, we'll see. There are reports of an MRI result that was not daunting or looked like it was going to be long term. So we'll see. But keep this in mind. The Vikings are averaging giving up just 88 yards a game on the ground. They are a good rushing defense. They're an even better pass rushing defense. They lead the league in sacks. So if you don't establish that run game, which we've talked about here and there today about some of the things that they need to do and the trends in the NFL and such, you need Joe Mixon. You need Joe Mixon. And frankly, you need Juice Scruggs too. I want to see if it was more of a problem of just a combination of that, and maybe Patterson wasn't what Juice Scruggs was up front. Yeah, and I think you're right. Right, we've already seen the ways in which, and it seems like it was exaggerated in some ways by the Colts defense not being what we actually anticipated them being coming into the season. However, you saw the very clear ways in which Joe Mixon elevated what was blocked up, what was schemed up, those types of things. And if you do not have that, like, what does the run game look like, especially with the amount of dosage that you're trying to go for, that Bobby Slowick wants from this offense running the football? Yeah, you absolutely need Joe Mixon to be healthy. And if he is not, I'm interested in how that might shift just the balance of it all, right? You know, like if Joe Mixon isn't there and you have whatever combination of Dameon Pierce, Cam Akers, Dario Gumbawale, and maybe even British Books getting a carry here or there.
You
right?
never know.
Like, whatever mix of that you get, right? First of all, we know that might shift some things in simply that maybe the outside zone is less prominent. Maybe they utilize a little bit more gap run scheme just to help Dameon Pierce be as effective and be all he can be, as the old Army slogan went, right? Maybe that's something that shifts, but also maybe they do shift into a place where they give you your wish, Lopez, and they open this thing up, let CJ
let him
cook a little bit more.
But I'm glad you brought that up about the outside zone, because Dameon Pierce against the Colts was relatively successful, but it was because it was a changeup. Because they had been running the outside zone with Joe Mixon, and then he came in, and they didn't run that. They just went straight at. They did what he does best.
Yeah.
Is that going to be a way to make a living if Joe Mixon can't go? Because we saw it last year. It was not.
Yeah, and look, we're definitely ahead of ourselves because we're not sure that Joe Mixon can't. But I think the reason why this becomes apparent is especially because after another game where it felt like, and again, we want to mention again, Juice Scruggs was not there, and it felt like you could see some of the differences, especially getting to the second level that existed there at center. But the run blocking and of course pass protection as well weren't at the level that you love, and so. If that takes a step back, what does it look like against, as you mentioned, a Vikings team that has been very stingy and a Brian Flores defense that is one that is to be commended?
I just can't emphasize enough how important it is to have him against these Vikings. Which I don't think the Texans have ever beaten the Vikings. I think that's the one team that they've never beaten. But I'll have to look at that. But not only that, this Vikings team is very good against the run, leads the league in sacks. And if you're going to let C.J. Stroud maybe, open it up a little bit more, have a little bit more opportunity in the passing game, you ain't going nowhere without Joe Mixon, in my view. I think Cam Akers can do a few things. Dameon Pierce, I'm not sure, but they're probably going to start Dameon Pierce if Joe Mixon can't go. So get well soon, man. Get well soon, Joe Mixon.
Absolutely. I mean, just in general, get well soon, right? I think you want that man no matter who you're playing against, but this particular matchup lends itself to a situation where you absolutely would love to have him out there. This does present itself as probably your biggest challenge as of yet in this young season. We welcome in our guys from the Drive, Clint and Ron. Clint, we still think the Vikings is going to be hard for this game.
Yeah, no, I think it's gonna be a good game. I think the Vikings are
what kind of hard he talking about?
Well, I get it now.
I kind of love that he was just gonna go right into the analysis.
I thought you kind of misspoke there, but
hey, you
I
play the Texans.
You better get hard.
You know what's going to happen.
You better get hard, otherwise
you're going to get hard. Hey, if you come in here, let me tell you what, you come in here soft.
Oh, buddy, it's not going to go well for you.
Hey, all the fellas, y'all know what happens when you come in there soft. It don't work out for you.
It's going to be a long night.
It's going to be, or a really short one. Really short one. They just have to bow out, boys.
Yeah.
That problem doesn't typically get solved at the snap of a finger, you know?
Yeah, you leave one word out.
It matters, doesn't it? Words matter. Don't people say that a lot? Words matter.
In my mind, I think I was talking about, because I was thinking.
Oh, you sold it.
Well, I was thinking about repeating.
He believed it.
I was thinking about repeating, like I wanted to really emphasize that line, obviously. Yeah. And the audio was a little bit longer, so as I'm in my mind, I'm going, okay, I'm gonna hit that. I want to read it because the audio was longer. I want everybody to know, like, this is the part of the audio that I really want to talk about.
Yeah.
And the delivery was good.
You sold it.
If you didn't miss that word, the delivery was great.
I would have bet a house note on it. I told these boys, y'all missed an opportunity. Y'all could have won some money right there. In my mind, I said hit hard.
Yeah.
I didn't say,
he threw the challenge flag immediately.
Ain't no doubt.
I like Tyler. Tyler's like, whoa.
That would have been a great one of those commercials where they throw the flag and they go to the replay.
Yeah.
Go to the flag.
That's exactly. By the way, just to clean something up, I just looked it up. The Texans are winless against only two teams in the entire NFL: Philadelphia Eagles and the Minnesota Vikings.
I'll be damned.
Yeah.
And the Vikings are significantly better than we thought.
Yeah.
Way better. Yeah, I did want to ask you from this perspective as an NFL quarterback yourself, Sam Darnold, like, how real does this feel to start?
Well, I'm going to be completely transparent, and Ryan knows this because we've done enough radio together. Like, I've always liked Sam Darnold.
Okay.
But I've had to take it on the chin because he's been so damn awful, right? He's just everywhere he goes. He's seeing ghosts in New York. Yeah. He goes down to he can't keep a job. He can't beat out guys that you think he should be able to beat out. But just from the quarterback eye, like, the dude is super gifted in terms of spinning the ball around the park from the pocket. I mean, he's always had that. I don't know if just in Minnesota, like O'Connell takes care of all the intangibles, the leadership, the chemistry and all that, or if he's really turned the corner and legitimately is playing the quarterback position at a higher level. He's always been able. He's always been capable, physically gifted, but now it's just funny how you throw a Jefferson on the other end of them passes, it starts working out a little bit, don't it?
That's what I was going to say, boy. Sam ain't going to trick me. Sam had a start like this in Carolina. Remember he was
like 4 or 5 games, right?
They were rolling on Sam, and then Sam was the third-string quarterback in San Francisco before you blunked, or blinked, or whatever.
Before you blunked.
I like to blunk.
I think we can make that work.
I need to see a little bit more.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson, that'll be big to see.
He says he feels all right.
What his status is, because that clearly changes him.
Yeah, it's definitely some things to look out for. And, if there's anybody that's going to keep you looking out for the right things, it's these fine fellas right now. Excited to get to the crib and listen to you fine fellas on my evening as well. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And, ladies and gentlemen, right now, the drive is live.
That's right. You heard him. That was Reg. And in the OG In the Loop, the drive is live. You heard Clint. You've heard
Reg and Lowe.
Did I say low?
No, you did.
As you
were talking, I was thinking, there's something there.
Reg and Lowe.
You just slowed it down, and so I hung up on. Yeah, I don't know. I like it.
Yeah.
Something there, boys.
You heard Tyler through his drops, but Tyler is in the building as well. The drive.
I'm so excited.
He's excited. Shout out to Mike Myers. Like for him to do some more stuff. Haven't heard him in a lot here lately. He did all them Shrek movies and just kind of shut it down.
Shrek 5 soon to come.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Are you serious, Clark?
I'm dead serious.
There is not a Shrek 5.
They are making a Shrek 5. Yes, sir.
This is getting Fast and the Furious like. How many Fast and the Furiouses are there?
Oh, I don't even know.
Have they reached 10?
I believe so. I believe so.
10? Who needed Shrek 5? We've got.
I don't hate it. I love all the Shreks.
Stop.
One of my brother's nicknames was Shrek, so I like it.
I think they're funny. I mean, they've gotten progressively not as good, but they're still not bad.
You should progressively stop doing them.
Oh, and Donkey's getting his own spin-off movie.
I can do that.
Donkey and Dragon. Their weird donkey dragon kids.
All these streaming services made a lot of things possible, didn't they? Back in the day when you had to have $100 million to make a movie that had a chance.
Yeah.
Well, these streaming services are like, the hell with that. That donkey on Shrek. Hell yeah, we can make a movie around that joke. Somebody will watch it.
I'm making waffles.
Yeah. Let's go.
That's what they all should do. Look at these animated movies, these Disney movie classics, and get like one of the secondary characters and make them the stars.
Well, let me tell you what, Olaf.
Spin it off, Olaf.
The spin-offs, the little spin-off of Olaf.
Who's the Lion King spin-off?
I haven't seen it. If there is one, let me know, because I've watched 1 and 2, and I've watched Lion King. Have you seen Lion King?
What's their names?
Simba?
No, not Simba.
I don't know, man.
The two
Timon and Pumbaa?
Yeah, Timon and Pumbaa. Did they have a spin-off?
I'm not sure.
They should. You get them a movie.
I know they're making a Mufasa origin movie that's coming out this year.
Give me a movie of those two.
Chief, I need
Nala. I want to know Nala's like.
When it comes out, let me know, because my Liv is dead set on that. If I watch Lion King Fire one more time, which is the one with real animals, which it's unbelievable how they've done that. I don't know how they made that happen, but it is. I walked in one day and she was watching. I'm like, what the hell is she watching? I thought she was watching Discovery Channel. They're real.
Yeah.
She says Lion King Fire. She calls it because there's fire on the graphic that on whatever Disney Channel. The graphic is red, has fire in it, so she calls it Lion King Fire.
Lion King Fire.
Yeah, man.
10 Fast and Furious. About that.
That's wild.
There's really 10 of them. I don't know if I've seen 2.
That's wild.
I can clearly stop. I stopped. I ain't got there ain't enough for me to keep doing that. That's just ridiculous. How many times they're going ludicrous and they slid in Tyrese? It's just
now The Rock.
All right, I was just listening before we came in, and I was listening through the break, and it was Jim Rome did his little break talking about the Eagles game last night, talking about Nick Sirianni. I'm sorry, man. Listen, I think Nick Sirianni has a lot of issues. I feel like he's got to damn near win a Super Bowl to not get fired. His initial entry at his coaching press conference when he got the job was weird. I think he's an out there guy, Clint. But if you watched that game last night, I can't blame Nick Sirianni for that one last night. I'm sorry. I mean, that was, listen, yeah, could he have run the ball? But I have no blame with said, hey, I feel like we got a great play that to me feels like a safe play. And I'm going to roll this thing out, and I'm going to throw it to Saquon Barkley, and bam, this is going to end the game. We're going to run it out. He'll either score a touchdown or get the first down and run it out. Jalen, channel view zone, rolled out, perfect pass, hit him right in his hands. The play was open. He could have scored a touchdown, taken a knee, gotten a first down. They got no timeouts left, and he dropped it.
Holy smokes!
And I'm hearing Jim Rome did it. Just run the ball. Well, no. Now catch the damn ball.
Yeah,
catch it. It's a
I don't
2-yard pass.
I don't think Nick Sirianni. I don't think Nick Sirianni's problems are on the field. I mean, obviously they had a rough stretch late last week in the play call and stuff. I mean, Nick Sirianni, his problems I think are first and foremost his last straw was firing all the offensive and defensive coordinators last year, and he was the only one that stayed in the building. So if this don't work, he's going to have a tough time sticking around. But his biggest problem is I just don't believe that him and Jalen Hurts are on any way, shape, or form on the same page. Nick Sirianni's got players showing up late to meetings during the week. He's got guys that just can't get right, I don't think the quarterback who the organization paid is the one you want to be at odds with when you're already got a short leaf with Nick Sirianni. So he's got bigger problems off the field. But you're right. Last night,
did you have a problem with that? Did you have a problem with that play call?
Hell no. You watch that game, man. It was all of it was perfect. Hit him right in the hands. Now we can I don't know. It looked like some kind of damn prevent defense. They were giving so much space underneath in that last drive.
On the
defensive side of the football. What the hell were they doing?
What was that?
I had no idea.
They got to the 13-yard line in 3 plays.
They were giving 15, 20-yard throws to the sideline. They were giving 15, 20-yard throws over the middle of the field. Like, it's impossible to do both. Like, we're either going to protect the sidelines and let them throw in the middle, or we're going to close the middle of the field and force them to throw to the sideline. You can't do both. He did both.
Kirk never had to come off his first read.
Nothing. I mean, it was one of them like, what? I mean, unless guys were blowing
that's
coverages.
where you go. Vic Fangio, whatever. Like, still, all right, man, you got a 6-point lead, and they don't got no timeouts. They scored, and Jalen had 34 seconds left. Like, that was insane. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you were in the huddle and you were Jalen, and that play came in on 3rd down and 3, like, you're not thinking like, oh, hold on now.
No. I mean, that's a safe. That's an extended handoff. That's like a long handoff, and if it ain't there, you feel like you as a quarterback when you're Jalen Hurts, you can go get it. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't at all. If he'd have dropped back and sat in the pocket and tried to throw a touchdown and got sacked back 8 yards deep, that's a different deal. No, that was a great call.
That was a safe play.
Yes,
right, and it was there. I mean, they're wide open, so I don't blame that. But that was. I mean, to go back to Philly's defense. Like, I'm watching Peyton, Eli, and Matt Ryan as they're watching this thing. I mean, we got down there after about 2 or 3 plays. Peyton's like, hey, I run the ball here. Let's waste out some time. He's like, I'm just like, damn, they got down here quick.
Yeah. I thought they got down there too quick as well. I wasn't watching the Peyton deal. I thought they got down there too quick.
I'd slow it. I'd run the ball. But it was like everything they wanted, they got. Damn near a pass interference. That's the only incompletion they had. It was just that was wild.
Well, to be clear too, I disagree with Peyton. I can't. Me as a player and as a football guy, like, it is hard for me to get down unless you're Pat Mahomes or somebody like that. It's hard for me to get down with. I just waste a couple downs and waste a little time.
That's what Eli. That's what Eli. Eli was like. He was like, yeah, but pay.
Is that what he calls him?
Yeah. But Pay, you got to score. He said, I know. But Pay, like, you can watch Payne saying, I know, but I'd like to get
chew
this
up a little
He
clock.
said, I've done this with Belichick. He said, we're going to score about 10 seconds left. Like, hold on, man, you got to. This ain't tied.
Mess around and not score, and then you look silly. Yeah, I'm going to score as quick as I can and hope my defense can hold on. They got down there quick, though. There was some time on the clock. I would have taken my time and made sure that I only got 4 more snaps off. Yeah.
3 plays there at the 13. Yeah, that was a crazy game. But, Nick, I don't put that one. Yeah, no. Now Clint highlighted all the other stuff that are problematic for him, but I can't put that one on him. That's on Saquon Barkley.
They can't get them
and Vic Fangio.
They can't get that Georgia boy to act right. They can't get him. They can't get him in the building on time.
What is it? Because they got a few.
Not big boy. The defensive end.
Smith.
Is that his name?
Yeah, Smith. The number 0. He wears number 0. Yeah. Kind of a speed, power get. Yeah.
Yeah, they could whichever one they drafted. Whichever one.
Jordan Davis.
It's the one that Jordan Davis ain't it. That's the big one that everybody's complaining about. They don't like him. His wasted pick as well because he can't rush the passer as big as he is. It's the other one. He was the one that had all the traffic. The speed.
Not the other
speed
Georgia
violations.
Kid Smith, the other D tackle.
Yeah, they got about 4 of them in there.
Yeah. Oh, I know you're talking about the one they drafted last year.
I can see his damn face. Yeah, but he's the one that had all the speeding tickets in there.
Oh, I got you. He had the speed racing stuff. Yeah.
There you go, Jalen Carter. That's who it is. Yeah, they can. Apparently, he can't get to meetings on time. That's why he didn't start the game. Apparently, he's having some problems buying in. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and
he's probably not alone out in there.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm gonna tell you those little things like that, with or without Nick Saban, Jalen Hurts ain't putting up with. He ain't getting down. If his team's doing that, if he's in the locker room is doing that, he ain't gonna be happy. And I think a lot of that has to do with Sirianni and the lack of respect for Sirianni. So I imagine that's going to be the part that really cooks Sirianni when it's all said and done. Is I think if you ask Jalen Hurts is going to be like, you can't win with that.
Yeah. We'll see. Well, they dropped to 1-1 and they had like a 90+% chance to win that game. And they took an L. It
looks like folks going to have to buy into old Kirk Cousins. His old can't move ass. He did all right in that fourth quarter, didn't he?
Hey, boy, that was the best thing to happen to Kirk.
Yeah,
that drop ball. It would have been Michael Penix Jr. I mean, they'd have been yelling. They'd have been yelling for his ass. Yeah, Kirk. And then, but hey, I think he might be in good shape for a couple of weeks now. So, big Monday Night Football game last night. All right. The Eagles had a chance to be one of the teams moving to 2-0, but they lost last night in that game, so they dropped to 1-1. There are several 2-0 teams: the Bills, the Chargers, the Chiefs, the Steelers, the Seahawks, Vikings, Saints, and Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and also, of course, your Houston Texans. And I think there are certain categories for some of these 2-0 teams, Clint. Like, I think maybe the Steelers are in a different category of the 2-0 as opposed to a team like the Bills, who I think arguably has looked as good as anybody the first couple of weeks. So I think there's a different kind of categories for 2-0 teams. How many of these teams that are 2-0 again, the Buffalo Bills, the LA Chargers, the Chiefs, the Steelers, the Vikings, the Seahawks, Saints, and Buccaneers, how many of them would you say have been more impressive than the Texans?
I'd say 5 of them.
5?
Yeah.
5 have been more really?
Yeah, if we're just talking about the body of work this year, a 2-ball game span, absolutely. Look, the Texans ain't beat nobody. The Colts look like they're going to be a damn dumpster fire, and the Bears, we saw that. I mean, the Bears they may be a better team by week 8, really good defense, but offensively they stink. They just flat out stink offensively.
I would imagine.
So the Texans ain't beat nobody if we're being completely honest.
I imagine Buffalo, you're more.
I mean, look at it, bro. Let's start at the top. The Chiefs have beat the Bengals and the Ravens, the top 2 teams in the AFC besides them two. At least 2 of the top 4
coming
teams
into it. Both those teams are 0-2,
and that's fine. I mean, look, but ain't nobody counting them out. I mean, I think Joe Burrow is 1-9 in his first 2 starts in the season since he's been in the league. They'll be just fine, and I ain't counting Lamar's regular season ass out for nothing. He's going to be just fine. The Chiefs have beat the Bengals and the Ravens. The Vikings, they've knocked off the 49ers, and they mopped the floor with the Giants. The Saints, nobody's been more impressive than the offensive unit. Clint Kubiak with the Saints right now, 15 straight. The first 15 offensive possessions of an NFL season, they scored points. And they destroyed the Panthers week 1, and they destroyed the Cowboys week 2 at the Cowboys' place, 44-19. I think that is a better 2-game span. You look at the Bucs, again, Lions were one of the favorite in the NFC. The Bucs beat them 20-16. Don't remember where that was at. Was that in Detroit?
Yeah.
Right? And they beat the Commanders 37-20, pretty convincingly, scoring 37 points. And then the Bills 31-10 over the Dolphins. Again, one of the upper echelon AFC football teams. The Bills did it convincingly with their brand of football, and then they outscored the Cardinals, again, playing their brand of football, 34 to 28. I put all 5 of those teams. Sample size based on action in 2024, the body of work, those teams have played better teams and beat better teams than the Texans have. The Texans have taken care of business. I think right now the Texans have handled their business. I mean, they hadn't done anything impressive. They haven't done anything that nobody expected them to do. The Colts game, I think is going to, as the season goes along, I think it's going to be viewed as a lesser caliber win than what we thought it was week 1. And so I put the body of work so far in 2024 of those 5 teams, those 5 2-0 football teams ahead of the Texans.
I didn't know if you'd have 5. Are you saying when you watch this that you think if they played, let's say they played some of the teams that the teams in front of them played, like if they played the Bills schedule, if they played the Chiefs schedule, if they played the Vikings schedule, the Saints or the Bucs schedule, do you think the way that you've seen them play, they'd still be 2-0? Like, do you think if they played better opponents that the Texans, the way they've played, what you've seen?
No, I can't say that with confidence. I can't say that with confidence.
You still think they potentially?
I mean, we've seen the offensive line and the run game struggle mightily against the Bears. Be a problem if we're being honest. If Joe Mixon hadn't ran for $150 and they had rushed for over 200 yards against the Colts, we would have some. If they just had an average day against the Colts instead of a dominant, explosive day against the Colts, that performance against the Bears would be a lot more troublesome. Look, I think they're a really good football team. They're a top AFC football team. I think they really, truly are a Super Bowl contending football team. But if we're talking body of work, this is important.
Yeah.
Everybody out there, context matters. We're talking body of work in 2024. What the Texans have done to get to 2-0 is middle of the pack of the 9 2-0 football teams right now. There are teams that have beat 2 really good opponents. There are teams that have beat 1 really, really good dominant opponent on the road at times. And look, we just haven't seen, we talked about this. It's really a good place for the Texans to be in, if we're being honest. Like, we have yet to see the Texans A game. We've yet to see C.J. Stroud have to use his superpowers. We've yet to see a situation where C.J. Stroud early in the game is like, oh, this is going to be a shootout. He got to put his cape on. We're going to throw this thing 50 times to win this game. They've been very comfortable in the games that they've been in, which is impressive. But again, stack them up against these other teams. The resumes in 2024, I don't think what they've shown is there yet.
Yeah, for me, I look at this like I just kind of take the Chiefs out of it. They're just, like of any team, the regular season is just so. Whatever, there's just like, let's just do what we got to do to get to where we're trying to get to. But the Bills to me have been the most impressive team.
A lot of questions around them coming into the season
in the league. What they did, the number they did to the Dolphins, like very similar to the Texans. Although I would say they've probably played better opponents, especially after you saw the number the Cardinals did on the Rams. Like when you see those 2 opponents they played, Josh Allen, very much like CJ, hasn't really had to just get on my back, let me drag you there, especially when you look at his numbers. Like, Josh hasn't just gone insane in these 2 games. So I think the Bills have been the most impressive team. And then, like, I'd probably say the Bills and the Saints. Bills, Saints, and Bucks I would probably put ahead of them just because I just think they've got some huge, huge wins against teams that look really, really impressive and look for real. Like Sam Darnold's hard for me to take. I need to see a little more. I take their coach very serious. I think Kevin,
their coach, their defense. I mean,
is serious. But yeah, I do agree with the point. Like the Texans have done what they needed to do, and we'll see. Maybe this week against the Vikings on the road. I think a team that's 2-0 that just beat the 49ers. They go in and beat them. I think the impressive nature of what they've done.
The opponent, based on what we know so far, there's definitely an uptick in the opponent this week. The Vikings are better than the Colts. The Vikings are better than the Bears. They pose a little bit more of a threat. Obviously, they're 2-0, and so yes, that would be a really, really good one. I'm gonna tell you what, the Vikings are much better than I thought they were going to be at this point. Even if their young quarterback wouldn't have got hurt, I still thought that the Vikings would be middle of the road, and they may be. But you go out there and beat the 49ers, all of a sudden you're gonna open some eyes around the league now. And when it's all said and done, the the opponent for the Texans is taking a step up. It's a more complete football team. I'm not saying the Vikings are an NFC favorite, but it's a more complete football team than either of the teams that you've played so far.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Someone texted in the Bills. I was like, yeah, I mean, the Bills have been really, really good to start. I mean, they held Tyreek Hill to 24 yards.
Well, the Bills
insane.
Defensively, they're
just a surprise with their defense. That's where a lot of
defensively they're good, and then offensively, if you look at the Bills, again, I've said this before. I don't know how long it's going to last, but when you've got a power run attack that includes a big-bodied quarterback that can with speed and power impact you, produce in a run game, and you're willing to use him. You want to talk about running the football in the red zone. You want to talk about running the football on the goal line, third down, fourth down in short situations. It becomes exponentially less difficult when your quarterback running is an option. And they're doing it to the tune of 60-plus points this season, or 59 points, whatever it is this season. No, they scored more than 60. What was that? Was it 31, 34? So they scored 65 points, in 2 weeks with that new style of offense. And then I know they don't have Diggs, but then you've got a quarterback that, if you need to get in a shootout, he can damn sure spin it with anybody in the league. So they're going to be a problem.
All right, coming up, something I'm ready to say about one of these players for the Houston Texans. I think a good conversation to start there. That's coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive. Before we get there, guys out there, it's grilling season. Hell, when is it not grilling season here?
on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I want to get down to the bottom of this. From the text line, and I'll get back to what I teased there about the player that I'm ready to say something about. But here, y'all love to hate, especially Fat Nick. Who you think's Fat Nick?
I'm trying to think about what we said. What was said that somebody might think was hating?
Oh, it's up and down.
On which part, though?
The most impressive team.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's okay. I mean,
who's fat? Which one is Fat Nick? 713-572-4610. Those are on YouTube and Twitch. Who do you think is Fat Nick? Who do you think they're talking about as Fat Nick? Man, I don't know.
Tyler, let me see your neck.
Tyler didn't talk much.
Tyler's
long neck. Tyler's long neck. When they say Fat Nick, who do you think they're talking about?
I don't know. None of the three of us really have a chunky neck.
I would just assume to me it would be me, because Clint's Houston's hero, and then I'm me. but there are some people who have said some things about you, Clint. So I'm not sure. Who is Fat Nick? No, someone texted in PHAT. No, it was FAT. It wasn't a cute Fat Nick. It was PHAT. It wasn't PHAT. It was FAT.
I mean, look, I'll take it. I got a thicker neck.
You got thick neck.
I've never thought it was fat, but look, I'll take it. I mean, I'm good with it, man.
Which end was he looking from?
Yeah, I think it's.
Who do you think they're talking about?
I would lean towards Ron. I just felt like going third person.
He said I would lean towards Ron.
Ron Hughley.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I don't know. Hating Big Messy. We'll see here. Well, here's some more hating for you. This was D'Amico Ryans talking about his receiver, Nico Collins, who currently leads the NFL in receiving yards, 252 yards. He has had a heck of a start to the year and kind of picked up right where he left off. Here is D'Amico talking about Nico Collins.
Nico he's been consistent. He's been one of our most consistent guys since I first got here. Watching Nico, watching the way he prepares throughout the week, like he's always been the same person. And Nico never gets too high or too low. Like Nico is always even keel, always consistent, and he shows up in clutch moments. But he doesn't have to do anything different in a clutch moment. Nico is just being Nico. Like he's making the plays that he makes, and he's been lights out again this for the start of the year. Man, he's having an outstanding year.
I'm ready to say it, and I have
do it.
I've waited. I'll wait on things, and I didn't believe it walking into the season. Now I don't know what level there is, because there are levels to this thing. There are the Tyreek Hill, Justin Jeffersons. There's the Amon-Ra St. Brown levels. There's levels. I think it is legit that Nico Collins is a number one receiver in the league.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
Now I know what D'Amico said in the media Sunday night, where he talked about we don't have a number one receiver. He said that multiple times. Anytime CJ's been in trouble this year, anytime CJ's needed a big play, third downs, end zone, whatever, it seems to be going 12's way.
Yes!
It seems to be going that way. That's where it seems to be going. And listen, I mean, we looked at it last year, and you say, hey, boy, there's a lot to go there. And you said it, hey, show that you can do that again. And I do think teams are walking in looking at Nico at times, not wanting him to get off. Pause. But he's been doing so, and it's been with ease. And now, Clint, he's going up and getting in high point balls between two people. He's going across the middle and catching slants and unable to be tackled. And I think the big thing, I don't think this was always the case last year, even though he had the year he had, Clint. When CJ's been in trouble, he's looking that way.
Yeah.
Right? Even with Diggs on the field, even with Tank on the field, he's looking that way, and that's what you do with number one receiver. So, listen, I'll look when you get evidence, when you get new evidence. I think I'm ready to say it. Nico is a number one receiver.
I think it's very safe to say. I think he's the number one receiver on this team. Obviously, I think he's a number one receiver across the NFL. You can't argue with consistent production. And that's, at the very least, that's what he's brought to the table. I believe that the difference between Nico last year and Nico this year, and I'm not saying he didn't make plays last year. He definitely did that. But there was a lot of catch underneath, good scheme, good play call, accurate throw, catch it, okay, and then you're tough to tackle. You know, he's not the easiest guy to tackle. You throw him a screen, hey, it's blocked up nice. He can split it, get on the sideline, and make a play. The plays I'm talking about making, though, are different. The ball should have never been thrown up into double coverage the way it was in game one, and he goes up and makes a play for CJ.
But you trust your number one receiver to do that?
Absolutely. There's a lot of times when you trust that's a level of this offense. If this offense goes to a level where Nico can do things like that consistently, not consistently, because hopefully your quarterback doesn't make those kind of decisions consistently, but if you can make one of those every 4 or 5 games that swings the game, swings the field position, it's absolutely huge. Look at the catch at the end of the game that ended up allowing them to ice the game. That was a good throw because it was outside to the sideline versus very tight coverage, but it was a difficult catch. He had to dive forward. He had to get a knee in bounds. That's making a play. And then what
about the catch at the end of the Bears game where he
pins it on his ear. Unbelievable catch. That's making a number one type wide receiver catch. And then you look at how he clearly has great chemistry, better chemistry this year than ever before with C.J. Stroud, because when the play breaks down and they're scrambling to be done, him and C.J., as you said, C.J. appears to be looking for him. He finds C.J. C.J. finds him. He finds a soft spot in the scramble drill, and it's a great connection. So, as I said before, I think Nico in 2 games has continued to be a playmaker, continued to produce at a really good level, continue to be the number one on his team, but he's done it in a different fashion, so he's added to his resume. I don't have a problem. One time I don't check up, don't hesitate one bit saying Nico Collins is the number one receiver on this team and in this league.
Nico Collins running a slant might be the most safest route that is going to get completed in the league. Like, we could see it. I remember I was just annoyed sitting in the press box. They had a pretty pivotal 3rd down, and they ended up throwing a slant to Hutchinson, and they took Nico off the field. Yep. And we're sitting like, what the hell is Nico doing off the field? Yeah, Nico he's taking it to a whole nother level. And, hey, I stand back, man. Hey, that dude is, like I said, I don't know that he's at the Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill level.
Right. Oh, he's definitely that silent. I mean, he's more of like doing it the way Keenan Allen did it, more the way like DJ Moore did it.
Yeah, he's on the DJ Moore level.
Yeah,
DJ Moore's a 1. He's on the.
Well, he's just the way he's producing like a 1 is just on a little bit more of an under the radar way than some of these other guys are doing. I mean, Justin Jefferson had a 97-yard touchdown last week. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, for whatever reason, he's just not talked about in that light. I think he probably will end up being there because you can't argue consistent production, and that's what he's putting up.
Coming up, the Astros took an L last night, but did they potentially find something that will help them the rest of the way? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, you out there, I need you to listen up, man. If you're wondering why you don't have that same energy, that same pep in your step that you used to have, well, it may be low testosterone now. It's not if, it's when. It's going to hit us all at some point in time, and I'm there, and I'm a big believer.
SportlessMadeSimple.com. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue rolling on this Tuesday. The Astros took an L yesterday, but we can talk about that later. But they took an L yesterday. But what I found interesting as you check out a little West Coast baseball is they're in San Diego. God, that's got to be the number one spot that I would love to hit if I'm a major league player.
Why is that?
I just feel like it's just a nice solid vibe, good weather, good.
I mean, you may have been able to experience it on another level if you wouldn't have went out there and asked for 12 tickets and suite access at the stadium.
He just didn't even take my call, man, and now he don't even take Tyler's
I think
call.
he sensed it. You know, what is Tyler trying to get tickets to now?
No, Tyler's just trying to get him to come back on the show.
Oh.
Damn, Tony.
Oh, we had something, man.
I did too, man. Tony's daughter's playing volleyball, I believe, and I just reached out, said congratulations, playing somewhere big. Just lost Tony.
Yeah, me and Tony Gwynn Jr., we DM'd back and forth quite a bit the other day on Instagram, but then whenever I texted him trying to set something up for him to come on the show, nothing.
I miss Tony in the pickup line.
Yeah, hearing the
whistles and
oh man.
Horns
hey,
honking.
I got you.
He
Come
got
on
better.
In. Come on in.
I'm glad he got better with that. It was rough at the beginning.
Come on in. Come on in. You good?
I think you should do it from the pickup line. I think we should call it pickup line with T.
Car rider line with Gwynn Jr.
Get out and have him wear the vest like he's yeah. Go ahead, pickup line with. No, but they're in San Diego, and the thing I looked at was the lineup, and I'm looking at the lineup the way they had it, and I'm wondering, is this the best lineup for them? Should this be the postseason lineup moving forward? Would you look at this and think this is the best? They had Altuve leading off, of course. Alvarez at the DH spot. By the way, we fully cool with Alvarez in the 2 spot?
No.
Yeah.
They really want it. Yeah. In the 2 spot, I just wondered. We'll put a pin in that.
I'm not saying it's the most ideal, but I'm good with it. More ABs.
Alvarez in the 2 spot, Diaz in the 3 spot, and he played first base. Alvarez was the DH last night. Tucker in right field batting cleanup. Bregman batting 5th and playing 3rd. Caratini behind the plate because Diaz is at first, of course. Payne at short. Jason Hayward, who started to swing the bat pretty well in left field, and plus with Gamble going to the IL, that makes sense. But he's in left field and Dubon in center field. Is this the best lineup you think that the Astros, this like postseason wise, is this the best lineup they can put forward?
I think that's the best 9 players, best 9 hitters they have that they can put out there. Yeah, I think that. I know all the baseball heads out there love it because if memory serves me right, I think all the way down that lineup you can go right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. I mean,
I'm trying to do the best I can.
So everybody out there thinks that is extremely valuable.
God, he did it, didn't he?
I mean, he made it happen.
Boy, he did it, didn't he?
Now you got Caratini can switch it up and so I mean he could really put a kink in things if he needed to bat right-handed. But boy, you got the opportunity. You damn sure got the opportunity to go right, left, right, left. Yeah, look, I like it. I don't like the order. I don't like the order at all. But I do.
How would you move the order? You like the 9? You'd have Bregman in the 2 spot. I'd
have Bregman in the 2 spot, Tucker in the 4 spot, Diaz in the 5 hole. That's where I would.
And then you drop Jordan down in the 3 spot.
Yep. Yeah, I'd go Altuve, Bregman, Tucker.
Jordan.
I'm sorry. Altuve, Bregman, Jordan Alvarez, Tucker, then Diaz. I like the other ones. Obviously, I like Dubon in center field. I like his bat being in the lineup.
Having Caratini and Diaz in the lineup at the same time.
Yep.
You know that and when you have the DH spot open, you could do a lot. Having them in the lineup at the same time, I think Caratini is one of the better hitters on the team.
Yep.
And that to me, if they ran out and I don't think he will because I think he will have at least Jake in there. But if they ran out and said, "This is our postseason lineup," Even I tend to agree with you. Bregman down there, I just like Bregman's eye in the 2 spot, and I think he finds a way to get on base, and I think he's going to see a lot better pitchers than the Tucker and sandwich between Tucker and Caratini, because guys like Tucker and Alvarez, I think they can really hit no matter who's in front or behind them, but I at least if he ran with this and said this is going to be our lineup in the postseason, I can run with that.
Yep.
Like that Absolutely. One to me, I can run with. Someone went the same way you did here on YouTube and Twitch. Tuvey, Bregman, Alvarez, Tucker, and Diaz in there. But Diaz in that 3 spot. I know he's having a good year, but
I don't mind it as is. I just think it's crazy to not have Bregman in the top 3 hitters. I think Bregman, they're like, to your point, it's a really good at bat. You're gonna benefit if the pitcher is wild. He's not gonna chase bad pitches.
Shout out to my guy Alex Bregman.
I mean, and I can't get away from Alvarez's comments when the first time or two he batted second. He said the only thing he doesn't like about it is Altuve's so aggressive. Sometimes he only sees one pitch. So if my big fella needs to see some pitches and wants to see some pitches,
that comment
there ain't nobody better. You want to see some pitches? There ain't nobody better to put in front of him than Bregman.
Yeah.
You're gonna see some damn pitches. And so I just for me, I think that would be. I think that would be ideal. I can't see Bregman batting in the 5-hole. Not the way he swung it of late, and assuming that elbow's all right, I got to have him in a 2-hole.
Yeah, YouTube and Twitch. I like Dubon over in left over Hayward with Myers in center. I could see that potentially being a thought too as well. But the way that Hayward's swinging, I mean, Jake is continuing to struggle at the plate, but the way Hayward is swinging it. We'll see, and maybe he comes in as a defensive replacement. But no, I do. That's the thing I looked at. I know they lost 3-1, and they only put up 1 run with that lineup. Yeah. When I looked at that lineup, I'm thinking, boy, that is
bad timing for that combo.
That is. I think it's the best timing. I think it's the best timing right there.
Yeah, fair. It makes it not a convenient conversation. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, but then you say to yourself, "Oh, he ain't just bringing it out here."
Yeah, that was good. You're right. I stand corrected. It was actually great timing.
That's our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Tennessee, they're 0-2, and honest to God, they probably could be 2-0. The Tennessee Titans could be 2-0, and what we've said is they got sneaky talent around them, and it all factors on what Will Levis is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here is his head coach, Brian Callahan, in his first year. Brian ain't holding back. This is him talking about some of the decisions his quarterbacks made.
I think the camera caught it pretty clear, if I had to guess. So, I was upset. It was dumb. It was the same exact thing he did last week, and he cost us points in the red zone. And that is what it is. He's a grown-up, and he knows better. And so, I was really irritated that he cost us 3 points in a game that we probably needed it.
Yeah, man, you don't really hear coaches just
I love it. I mean, it's straight up.
Like, if you don't like the first week against the Bears, the only reason why the Bears came in here 1-0 was because Will Levis personally, one of the worst interceptions. I think it was an underhand toss as he's trying to get it out with a lead to Tyreek Stevenson, and he runs it back for a touchdown. And they're in the red zone against the Jets, ready to I think it's like first down. They're in the red zone against the Jets, at least with a field goal in their back pocket. And he just got pressure and panicked like Will seems to do, turned around and tried to pitch a ball to the running back who wasn't ready at all. And, of course, it's a live ball that goes between his legs and the Jets recover it.
Dude, so y'all know my dad's a Titans fan?
Oh, I bet he hates it.
I was watching that game. We had a primetime game. There wasn't a lot for me to watch outside of what we had, that Titans game. Watched it with my dad. He was ready to throw something through my TV when he did that. And I couldn't even blame him. He did the same thing.
He
did the same exact boneheaded thing.
It's such a, just from a quarterback, like you've been taught, most guys have been, even the really good ones that have been great their whole life, have been taught the basics of protecting the football and not doing stuff. Don't do anything stupid. When a play breaks down, don't even do anything just completely stupid, right? And he just continues to do it. You're right. I mean, look, this is the quickest way to get ran smooth up out of town.
Your coach is talking to you like that.
Did you see what he said? Like he was actually talking about, was the camera catching him?
Yeah.
Was him saying, "What the F are you doing?"
Yeah. Yeah, because he probably took a deep breath after the one against Chicago. They probably watched it in film and just like, hey man, we can't do that.
I mean, it's a simple. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. I don't care what your thoughts was. I don't care what you were trying to do. Don't ever do it again.
And he turned his ass around.
Did it right again.
Back around and did it again.
I bet every time Callahan sees that mayonnaise commercial, I bet he cringes.
Yeah, hey, Will gonna be next.
I was a Titans fan. I'd cringe.
Will looks like he's got 2 or 3 weeks left. Oh. Maybe. All right, coming up, we'll get you on the Astros game as they took the L last night. Spencer Arrighetti on the mound. We'll talk about that and a crazy Monday Night Football game last night. And Tyler, there's a new number 1 team in the country. A new number 1 team in the country. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, hey, that number 1 team, hell, or any team. Guess what?
Codes only. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. Exclusions and more terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
You're gonna get hard.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, we'll get to the Astros and the rest of the Big 3 real quick. This breaking news coming across in the NFL. Sources to Mike Garafolo and Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network that the Miami Dolphins are placing quarterback Tua Tagovailoa on the injured reserve in order to give him ample time to progress through the stages of concussion protocol and meet with outside neurologists. The earliest Tua could return is Week 8 against the Cardinals, but the Dolphins are committed to placing no timeline on him as he works through the deliberate process and eventual return to play. It came out this weekend, Clint, that he was not going to retire, no plans on retiring, and now he is on IL and could be back in Week 8. This makes the most sense. Do you think we see him back in Week 8?
If he doesn't want to retire, yeah, I think we see him back. I mean, at the end of the day, I just don't know why or how the guy would want to come back. I mean, look, if you're talking about a guy that's made over $90-some-odd million, I believe, and if you count the injury settlement in the contract, I think it's upwards of between $70 and $90 million. Any way you slice it, it's more than enough to be set for life. If you got any kind of sense, you would turn that 70 into a lot more. You'd have the ability to do it. I mean, you've played the game at the college level, and won championships. You played the game at the highest level and shown that you can go out there and be one of the most productive quarterbacks and lead one of the most productive offenses in the game. I mean, chasing a Super Bowl, chasing 5, 6, 7, 8 more years of a career, to me, over what could like change, like literally change your life instantly if you get hit again. I'm out on it, man. I hope he doesn't play again. But if it sounds like he's made the decision that he is, and if that's the case, then yeah, I think we'll probably see him Week 8. Look, let's be honest. I don't think there's going to be any. I'm not a concussion specialist, but if he was able to clear protocol and go through all the testing and get back on the field after what we've seen him go through in terms of head trauma, there ain't no doubt about it. In a 6-week span, he'll be able to do it again.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he's back out there as soon as they'll let him back out there.
He went home that night. He went home on his own that night, which I mean was a good sign to hear, like to understand where he was, that he was able to drive and go home by himself. But yeah, I'm with you on that. Real quick, guys, you think the Dolphins are able to hang on to however long he is out? And if he, let's say he comes back Week 8, like they say he's eligible to come back. Skylar Thompson looks like he's going to be the guy right now. You think they're able to hang on and keep themselves in playoff contention with Tua out for at least 4 games, at least 4 weeks until Week 8?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That would be 6 weeks though before Week 8.
6 weeks.
Absolutely. Look at their schedule. I mean, they got Seattle, Tennessee, New England, Indianapolis, Arizona, Buffalo, Los Angeles. Yeah, I think they can win some of those games and stay at least stay respectable with Skylar. I mean, it's crazy that Skylar Thompson is their backup quarterback, given the knowingly coming into a season with a guy that one hit to the head.
They like it. He started a playoff game.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously they like him, but in my mind, Skylar Thompson is just especially a team that's as quarterback dependent as him. You look at the old Titans where you turn around and you hand that thing to Derrick Henry, early and often. That's a little different. You just need somebody that can drive the ship. But I mean, you're gonna ask that guy to go in there and sling it around the park, and that's Skylar Thompson.
At least just really The only thing is Mike McDaniel, I think, is a guy that can at least maybe get the best out of what Skylar could give.
Yeah,
they can
but
put them in.
But they're not going to win Super Bowl. I mean, they're not going to stay relevant doing that. I mean, if they've got to change, the point is they've got to change their offense. I mean, Skylar Thompson is not a guy that's going to go in there and throw the football with the timing and the accuracy that Tua did. I mean, Skylar Thompson has never been that elite of a passer, if you will, and their offense is at its best when they are a fast break offense and their quarterback can deliver the ball like in a special fashion in terms of early, on time, seeing windows quicker than most guys do it, anticipating throws. And I just don't know that Skylar Thompson is a guy that can do that and win ball games. Can he give you a nice little 6-game stretch and create some plays with his legs and do some – sure. Can Mike McDaniel do some things offensively to kind of protect him? Yeah. But I don't know what that looks like. What are they, 1-1 right now?
They're 1-1. They're going to need their defense to really step up.
Yeah, I mean, you're going
to help them through. Yeah.
You got a 6-game run here that's not too terribly difficult, but you do have the Rams on there. You do have Buffalo in there. Arizona's throwing around the park and scoring points. New England is playing better than we thought. Seattle's no slouch. So, Can he split those games? Can he maybe get 4 of the next 6? Sure. But is it going to be a brand of football where he has to play beyond 6, it'd be tough.
Yeah, if Tua's coming back, if he could just keep him in it, like that's going to be the ball.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
Fly ball right field. Tatis waiting. Backpedaling. Padres win. They hold on to beat the Astros in Game 1 of the series, a 3-1 victory over Houston.
All right, Spencer Getty gets the loss. Obviously, they only scored 3 runs. The Padres did, and that's not obviously crazy, at all. But it was one of those games where Spencer spent a lot of bullets to get through 5 innings. Right, like he's over 100 pitches through 5 innings. Again, like you said, I don't think he had a bad night. Obviously, to me, this was another game where, he labored. He had to throw a lot of pitches, obviously, and had to and couldn't get through 5. But 5 innings, and he had base runners traffic route with 8 hits. But again, we'll see if he's not slowing down, if his arm's not getting tired. These are games just like the last one where he went, into the 7th inning and didn't have his great stuff, but was able to kind of minimize the damage. 3 runs to a playoff team in San Diego on the road. Like, I don't mind that. I still think right now, for I think a lot of people, Clinton, I think you still right now at this point, Spencer is ahead of Verlander in the pecking order of who may get a postseason start.
Yeah, I need to see more. I need to see more from Verlander. I mean, I look at 5 innings, and 2 runs. Yeah, I mean, look, like you said, they swung the bat well. There were some hits. Obviously, that's a good baseball team in the San Diego Padres. So they're going to swing it well. But you give me a start versus one of the better teams in the league and a good hitting ball club. You give me 5 innings, 2 runs on a night when you clearly, again, like you said, you didn't have your best stuff. The ball was beat around the park a little bit. I'll take that every day, twice on Sunday.
Yeah. So there goes your boy Tay giving up a run again there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wonder how much he's going to be throwing in these. And that's cool because what they've done, when some of the guys out of the rotation, I don't know how many high leverage situations Taylor Scott's going to be in, because they'll have a lot of firepower in the back of that bullpen. But we'll see if they can get a win tonight as they try to make up things here in San Diego. Right now, they have a 4-game lead. Seattle didn't play yesterday, so they pick up a half a game on the Astros. Again, that meeting, that final one with Seattle coming up on the 23rd. That's next week. We'll see what they're able to do and what the lead is there. That's just the thing to monitor right now. I think they're fine, and I think there is probably preparation for the postseason. But that's the thing is to monitor, is not to let that thing get away so that series is any closer than it needs to be. So that is the latest there. The Astros, they lose 3-1. I love their lineup. I hope they run it out there again today. We'll see, but they'll try to even things up with the Padres.
Big 3 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, the Eagles, they lose last night, Clint, in a crazy, crazy game. As we said, it was well over 90% probability rate that the Eagles would win that game late in the fourth quarter. The turning point that led to it was a rollout pass that was incomplete, and Saquon Barkley, as he said after the game, said he let his whole team down. But I listen, I can deal with that. Hey, you didn't execute all the way. Everything was executed until he dropped the ball. To me, the bigger story with the Eagles is what was that in terms of two-minute defense with Vic Fangio and that unit. That was way too easy for them to go down and score like that.
Yeah,
that was, to me, the bigger thing.
Look, the Saquon Barkley drop, it happens, man. Trust it. Take it from me. I've dropped one before, and hell, I had two hands on it and was carrying it. So I wasn't even tasked with catching the ball.
And I'd call it again. It was a play that
absolutely, it was a beautiful call. I mean, now one may argue that, hey, I would have gone for it on fourth down. It was already a 3-point lead. 6 points really doesn't. I mean, obviously, it forces him to have to score a touchdown. So there's some value there. Could you have gone for it? Did you feel good enough going for it? And if you scored a touchdown, you put the game out of reach? Possibly, okay. But at the end of the day, you called a great play on 3rd and 3. Barkley drops the football, and you don't get it done. You kick the field goal. You force them into they have to score a touchdown, and then your defense goes into what appears to be a prevent mode. And the interesting thing about the defense, they allowed a long completion over the middle of the field, and they allowed a couple of long completions on the sideline. Like, are you going to defend the middle of the field and not the sidelines, or are you going to defend the sidelines and force them to throw it to the middle of the field? Hell, you're doing both. You're not doing either, actually. I mean, you're letting them throw it anywhere they want to. So, interesting approach by Fangio's defense in that last drive, no doubt. When you fire an offensive and defensive coordinator in the offseason, you bring guys in, you expect a fix. That was a rough look right there by Fangio, no doubt.
Yeah, it just that team is just, they're so talented over there. But you could just feel that something ain't right, and it does feel like it comes just not last night, but overall every day. Something isn't right, and it does feel like it comes from the head coach. It seems like it does come from whatever is going on with Nick Sirianni. I think there are probably a lot of players that just don't respect him or think he knows what he's doing, and just kind of move on past it. And you mentioned it earlier, when it's the quarterback, that's the toughest kind of thing to kind of get together.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that the head coach and the quarterback don't jive, don't really get along, if you will. And I don't know. I have no inside information, by the way. I think it's pretty obvious. I think that's those stories have leaked that they hadn't always been on great terms, and so I do when I watch them play, I do sense that.
Yeah, no, I do as well. All right, one more real quick before we get out. We didn't get a chance to talk about this yesterday. Sorry about this, Tyler. But the Texas Longhorns in the AP poll.
What are you doing, man? This is the big three, not the big four.
Well, actually, Tua was just kind of a breaking news deal here. I want to make sure we get to see.
I'm just messing.
We didn't get a chance to talk about it, but Texas has jumped over Georgia after Georgia had that weird game in Lexington. I mean, I thought that was going to be an ass kicking the way that South Carolina did Kentucky in, and that's 13-12 down there. But Texas jumps over, and Arch Manning got into the game, and Clint 9 of 12, 223, 5 touchdowns, including a long touchdown run. He had 53 yards rushing. They jump over him. They have looked really, really good, and then it didn't seem like they slowed much down when Quinn went out and Arch Manning came in.
Oh, they sped up when that happened. There ain't no doubt about it. I mean, look, it was a big, big day for Texas. You think losing your quarterback would be a terrible day, but you found out for sure. I mean, I think the Arch Manning hype train is probably a little bit premature based on what we've seen from him at the college level, but he got in there and quickly proved that the hype was real. And I mean, his first pass was a touchdown. He continued on through 4 touchdowns, and the run for a touchdown was impressive. So yeah, I mean, look, and he's going to get another start this week, by the way, I believe, against Louisiana Monroe, which is another team where Texas is going to have a huge advantage.
Well, he could look real good.
Absolutely. It is going to be interesting. The one thing you can say about Texas is their quarterback room is very healthy. The future of Texas Longhorn football appears to be very, very bright after Quinn Ewers. We'll see exactly how this thing is handled, when Quinn can get back, and how Sark handles that quarterback.
You get any sense or belief that Quinn is in trouble?
No.
Like you don't think there's much that Arch can do.
No, I don't. I think you got a lot of grown folks in the room speaking when it comes to the Arch Manning situation. I think there is a strong understanding. It's why he didn't leave in the preseason. I think there's a strong understanding of, hey, what's best for you is to sit behind Quinn Ewers, who's going to be a early draft pick, who's a really good quarterback. You're going to take over a program. It's a top 5 program. You're going to be in year 3. You're going to know the system like the back of your hand. If you do it right, which he has, by the way, I think the reaction, the biggest statement of all Saturday evening was the reaction of his teammates after he threw touchdowns and ran touchdowns. Clearly, they love this dude. Clearly, there's some leadership qualities there. So I just think there's an understanding. You got some real adults in the room talking about this kid's future. And I think Sark, I think the Manning family, I think he's probably mature beyond his years. And I think there's an understanding of, hey, your time is going to come. It's just not in 2024 unless there's a season-ending injury. And I think that probably holds water when Quinn Ewers comes back.
All right. There's something I think with the Texans we need to keep an eye on. We need to keep an eye on, and maybe Clint may not think it's that big of a deal, but I think it's something that at least worth the discussion. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check this out, man. When you're ready, when you find that
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, listen, I don't know. I don't think this is a big deal or anything at this point, but I do think it's something to keep our eye on.
Hold on, so.
Tron, have you noticed this? Have you noticed that, Nico Collins, we talked about it earlier, dude is a legit number one. He by 52 yards as of yesterday, leads the NFL in passing yards. He has been a beast. Have you noticed that what seems like they're having a more difficult time getting the ball to Diggs and Tank? Is that something when you're watching the game, or like Tank Dale? It is clear. It feels like the only way they can get him the ball is in some sort of gadget situation right now. And that is reverses, running the ball with him. He had the one in the middle of the field where I think he didn't have his feet underneath him on a scramble drill and didn't catch a ball that hit him in the hands. Unfortunate. But, I mean, he had one catch for -3 yards. That's why Tyler was buying Mad Dog.
Damn it.
Like, it's 2 weeks in, but has it been noticeable to you that it doesn't seem like Diggs and Tank, and I know Diggs had the 2 touchdown catches, but still, like, he's at 37 yards on Sunday against the Bears, and he was in the 30s again against the Colts, which is now matching what he was doing towards the end of the year. You surprised, or have you noticed that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously notice it, yeah. But if you watch the games, I'm not surprised at all. They were running it so well in the first game that they would have been crazy to put it in the air, at least in an effort to get somebody catches. And you got 3 guys, not enough balls to go around. Nico was getting plenty. And then this last week, he couldn't protect. And so, you look at Nico's his production, at least half of it was in scramble-type situations. And so it's not surprising that they don't have enough balls to go around on days where CJ's going to throw it 40 times, much less when, and I'm talking about in a good clean pocket, much less when they can't protect and they're really struggling offensively. So I'm not surprised that 2 of the 3 top receivers in this league have not seen as much action as one might expect given how these games have played out.
Yeah, we knew someone was probably going to kind of suffer with how many touches they're getting. But I'm just looking, I'm like, boy, it is really noticeable with Tank. Like, it seems like they are struggling to find ways to get him the ball, and he has turned into a gadget guy. Like, it almost to a point where they ought to let him return punts. Because that's, I think, a better way that they can allow him to get the ball in his hands. And as I said, I know that D'Amico has said there aren't any number 1 receivers here. There are 3 guys, whoever's open. Well, it's just like, it seems like 12 would be the one that's open all the time. So to me, it's just he's thrown the ball nearly 70 times in these 2 games, and these guys are 33 yards. 37 yards for Diggs in the first 2 games, and -3 for Tank at 40. We'll see. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they're just drawing coverage. I know you'll watch the All-22 and you watched it first time against the Colts. Maybe they're just drawing coverage and they're leaving him. I would like to see potentially them almost force the hand, like, hey, bang out a screen, do something to get the ball in those guys' hands. And it's just odd because what we've known about both of them, Clint, is even with Nico, those 2 guys can uncover so quick. in their pass rush.
Well, Nico's done from an uncover in a scramble scenario. Nico's done exactly what I think Tank would have done better than anybody, and what he did do better than anybody last year was find those voids and really be a big play guy in those situations for C.J. Stroud. And so this year, that guy, and really, let's be honest, a good bit of what Nico has done the first 2 weeks has been in the scramble drill, being that guy that C.J. somehow finds. And so if you really look at it, I think by design, which is why I keep leaning into like this is a resume builder for Nico, because we had like I said, Tank was that guy before. Now he's going up and making plays in double coverage. He's making great catches on the sideline. He's had 2 already this year. Nico has become that guy. So it is interesting. We'll see. I think they're going to have a tough time keeping all 3 of these guys happy. I agree with you. And I think we even talked about it earlier in the year. At some point, I would love to see Tank Dell become one of the featured return guys on this team.
Well, especially now, if like how many times how many handoffs? Does he got more handoffs than catches? Does he have more rushes than receptions this year? He might have more rushes. They tried to get him involved in the run game a good 3 or 4
well,
times.
look, if you can run the outside zone effectively the way they did in the first half, the only way that you keep it going is if you slow down flow, and a great way to do that is to hand that thing on some kind of misdirection to Tank Dell. And so that's going to be, as long as the outside zone, which it didn't work as well in week 2, but when it's working, Tank Dell and some level of misdirection is going to be a big play. And so I think you saying Tank Dell is kind of become a gadget guy, I think is probably fair. I think that's the way that they're going to have to get him touches on schedule and in rhythm.
He's got 5 carries and 4 receptions.
There you go.
On the season. Yeah, so we'll see. I don't know. She loves that someone said Tank should automatically be the kick and punt return guy. I didn't think that because I didn't think you really wanted to risk injury there, but. God, if the only way you're able to get him the ball is through carries and not as much in the passing game, he is a major weapon that can make big plays that you want to get involved.
Yeah, the interesting part is like Robert Woods returned the first kick for the Texans last week. Robert Woods.
I don't understand that.
So I mean, it's interesting that you see so many different guys back there, and I think. At some point in time, I think Tank Dell is. If you're going to go, and again, I'm okay with Tank Dell being a gadget guy given the current setup. I don't think he is.
Is that how you envisioned it? Did you?
No, I don't think he is a gadget guy in their mind. He's playing receiver a lot. It's just the way these 2 games have played out. There's not a lot of opportunity in rhythm and on time. In the first 2 games, and again, they ran the ball well and they couldn't protect. Those are 2 rough games, and you did what you had to do, and Nico got it done. But we haven't seen this offense. We haven't seen C.J. Stroud's A game yet. We haven't seen this offense hitting on all cylinders yet, and I think that'll be more indicative of where Tank slots in on this offense right now. But yeah, look, I mean, if there's the thing about the gadget receiver is, are you just a gadget receiver that's the only time you're on the field, or are you on the field all the time and they use you to do those things? I think right now Tank is a guy that's on the field a big percentage of the time as a true wide receiver, and he happens to be a guy that can do and is comfortable doing the different gadget stuff. So I like the way they're using him. Just I think these 2 games played out in a little bit of a funky fashion for everybody to get the touches they typically will get.
I imagine that there's going to be more of a concerted effort maybe this week to at least, if not both of them, to get those guys involved. Right? To get those 2 guys involved because, I mean, that is, it was the big 3. And right now it's really been the big 1. And the targets are low. Like, hey, Stephon, welcome in.
Yeah.
You ain't getting – we knew you wasn't getting them targets, but damn.
The pass game is yet to be unleashed. It's yet to be hitting on all cylinders. They hadn't even played 2 quarters of like, hey, let's spin it around the park. And last week's first half is really the only half where there was like good situation scenarios to throw the football around. They did it well.
Yeah. All right, coming up, early returns on something that I think was one of the biggest concerns for this team. We'll discuss where they are with that now, coming up next.
All right, if you
It today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Football, fall, and Sagamore Rye Whiskey. It's a match made in heaven, y'all.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line, Ron, that's a great question. Hell yeah.
What happened?
Is that my boy Ron? Got to take those good ones when you get it. Ron, that's a great question. I can't wait to hear Clint's review of the All-22. I can't see it. Why is Nico able to consistently get open and Tank is MIA? I can't wait till you watch it. Can't wait till you see what's going on in the...
I'm checking right now. The All-22 is dropped. It is Tuesday.
It is Tuesday. All right.
The All-22 has dropped, ladies and gentlemen.
Some film stuff on that thing. I bet you Clint will come back and see, oh, he's been open a few times. They just couldn't protect, or he just maybe wasn't the first read.
Yeah,
I think it would be hard to believe that all of a sudden, like the ability he showed to uncover, to run the routes he ran last year and to start this year, I don't believe he's lost it. But something's happened because the targets, everything is down. But I'd be interested to see what you see when you do watch that All-22.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's at the end of the day, the targets are going to be down. I can tell you that. They ran the damn thing 40-plus times in the first game and couldn't protect in the second game. So, I mean, it's when your quarterback is getting sacked and getting pressured and scrambling to one side of the field getting cut in half, I mean, you can't. I mean, at that point, it's just whoever uncovers whatever white jersey opened up last week on those scrambles, he's getting it to that dude. That's so it just the in rhythm stuff is just, that's why it's so not so surprising. That's why it's different, I guess, with Nico this year, is because typically that guy that was catching everything in rhythm and was more of like the first read in a progression was Nico. And now the other guys will benefit from it as well, right? I mean, Bobby Slowick didn't. I mean, he was good for all of them, but the uncover late guy, the get too late in the progression guy was Tank, man, and he was money in that. So you're just not able to get to Tank the same way in these first two games as you did in most of the season last year.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll hear about it, but yeah, Tank and Diggs, I'm sure it'll pick up. I'm sure we'll have weeks where they do what Nico has done as well. Speaking of other areas, there were some areas that we had some concerns about. Kamari Lassiter was an area that we had some concerns about. Looks pretty good so far. Interior offensive line, especially with the young guys. I think a mixed bag, right? Juice got injured the second game, played pretty well the first game. Kenyon Green played pretty well the first game, struggled a bit the second game. But one place, Clint, in particular, that I think we had some real concerns and wonders about was that interior defensive line. We talked to D'Amico about it. I know you and I both had questions, concerns. What will it look like in the run game with these two? They've done pretty well at this point. The interior defensive line, I would say, has obviously not been an issue. I think through two games they've given up 33 carries. The opposing teams with running backs 33 carries, and they've only given up 75 yards in the two games. I mean, Swift was just horrible in this last game, and they've also gotten 3 sacks when the guys on the edges kind of force the quarterbacks to step up in the pocket. So I think one of the biggest concerns through two games right now has been a huge success up to this point. The interior guys and Foley and Edwards and Tim Settle and Davis and that crew.
Yeah, look, they have played above board, no question about it. They have played above expectations to this point. Now, look, my My opinion of the situation is that the Colts are pissed off today because they didn't run it downhill. They got away from that run for some reason inside. I think they would have had more success. And then this last week, you played an awful offensive line in the Chicago Bears. Whether they were pass protecting or they're trying to run the football, they ain't been worth a damn in either. So I do think that caveat matters. But you can only play who you play, and when it's all said and done, this defense in the middle, the guys in the middle have been just as good as the guys coming off the ends in terms of stopping the run and in terms of rushing the passer. And so, what we've seen so far, it's been a solid group.
And your guy, and we had Travis Trapp on with us, Travis Johnson on with us, and he was talking about Mario Edwards. You were talking about him when you saw him at camp. That may be one of the guys that's the unsung hero, Clint, that maybe we didn't know was going to have that big of an impact. He got another sack in the game against the Bears, and he's been pretty good up the middle. He's been a big part of this thing, and we'll see what happens as they get Danico Autry in the mix coming up in about 4 weeks. They have held their own, and he has been a big major part of it. I don't know what did he say. He said he thought he could get double-digit sacks. We'll see.
Yeah,
see what happens there if he has those opportunities. But no, you were on him early too. He's been really, really good.
Yeah, no, look, he's been a pleasant surprise because even with Danico Autry, you worry about the team's ability to stop the run. I don't worry about this team against leaky offensive lines, against offenses that don't really have an identity, against quarterbacks that obviously have no answers for pressure. Like this team is going to appear, and I don't know how many they're going to win or lose, but they're going to be a better football team, significantly better football team than some of the duds that are on their schedule. And I expect them to play big time football, and they have across the board against two lesser opponents at this point in time. And so even with Danico Autry, you still worry about, because my bar for the Texans is when I'm talking about weaknesses on a defense or question marks about a player, I'm not referring to just generally speaking. I think this team is going to be a better football team than most. When I talk Texans at this point, the bar is simple. It is Super Bowl caliber teams. When I watch this team, do I see a team that I believe can stop the run against the Baltimore Ravens? Can they stop the run, against the top tier teams in this league as it pertains to running the ball? And I'm not there yet. They've been good. Again, you can only play the schedule that you have. They've been good, but I'm not ready internally. I hadn't seen enough of a good running football team to just run the thing downhill consistently and see if they bottle them up.
From who they've had in front of them, like there is. They're like, you said it. The Colts may have had some moments where Jonathan Taylor looked like maybe he's building up to it, but still, the way it turned out is like whoever's been in front of these two, they've shut down.
Yeah.
Not just stopped a little bit. I mean, they've shut down 18. 14 carries, 18 yards, man. That is just awful.
That's Swift you're talking about?
Yeah, man. That is just, the quarterbacks have been the guys that have been able to rush, against them. So man, give them some love. Shout out to them.
So far, so good, man.
So far, so good. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. Clint or Tyler, did you enjoy that roof open? That's the first time I had experienced it. I walked a little bit because I'm not gonna lie to you. From the press box, I can't tell. From the press box, at night it didn't look anything different. But then you walk out a little bit and you could see. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, aesthetically, I loved it. I could have gone either way. I would have been fine if it was closed, but I'm also very fine that it was open because aesthetically, I like it a lot more. It looks a lot cooler, especially with the flyover and the fireworks at the end, all that.
Yeah,
but it's a little steamy.
Was it a little warm?
It was a little bit.
What was it, about 80, 85, 86?
It wasn't anything you couldn't tolerate, but it definitely wasn't that normal NRG air conditioning that you're feeling when that roof's closed. So I could have gone either way, but I was fine with it.
What would be your temperature mark? Because I like to the point you were making, the stuff you're saying, all the videos that came out, especially the overhead shots, as you said, like the fireworks coming off the top, like that. Like I'm in it for that. What would be the temperature, the mark you'd say if it's this, then we can roll with it?
Well, to be honest, the real problem is the humidity. But yes, I'd go, if I'm picking a number, I'd go below 80.
Below 80.
Yes.
So set like 75.
Sure.
As long as
the humidity isn't at 99%.
Yeah, I was gonna say what would be the temperature mark that you would say that say like open up the roof.
The temp outside?
Yeah, the outside temp, because Tyler said it was a little muggy.
I'll be honest with you. I mean, the photographers and everything, they drank every bit of the water and everything in that workroom, so it was hotter than hell on that field. They were worked up about it. The thing that gets me, the night game, I wouldn't care. The night games, the day games, and if I'm not in direct sunlight, I don't give a damn. I really don't care how hot it is. Like I don't. But sitting there with that sun beating on you, and one of them seats where one of them panels are busted, or if it's open, obviously sitting in seats where the sun's banging on you, yeah, I'm out on that.
Yeah, that's
just sitting there baking in one of them seats, no.
Like if we roll in here and it's October, November, and it's a smooth 70, 72, 75, let that roof open. That's the first time I've experienced NRG with the roof open, and I've gone to almost every one of these home games.
Yeah, I mean the thing is from the press box, we don't even.
No, you
can't even tell.
Couldn't even tell. But when I walked out, I'm like, oh, I like this. It's a good look. Saw the photos and stuff. I thought it was a strong look. I enjoyed it. All right. As we continue, Clint, what you got? What you got coming up in the 4 o'clock?
Hey, Texas and Texas A&M, their quarterback situations made a lot of noise this weekend. In a major way. And what a super weak moment by one of the Philadelphia Eagles superstars. I'll tell you exactly who that is, and we will discuss it all. How about a little college football, y'all? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors. Look, if you live around these parts, man, you know exactly.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Let's have one of them college football parties, y'all. Hell, I tell you what, them Longhorns and them Aggies ought to be partying for similar reasons, no doubt about it. The Longhorns now are number one in the country, taking over that number one spot from the Georgia Bulldogs after they struggled to get by the Kentucky Wildcats, who had got skull-drugged by, I believe, South Carolina the week before. So not a great weekend by Georgia, but the Texas Longhorns continue to impress. They're 3-0 right now. Nothing major. Week 1's 52-0 versus Colorado State, who just lost to Colorado convincingly. So it's not even a good Colorado State football team. But then they turn around, they go to Michigan in the Big House, and they win 31-12. Probably, would you guys say of the top teams that have played, is that the most impressive win that we've seen to date? I mean, because you've got USC, LSU was a big game early on, Georgia, Clemson, but really, I mean, Clemson has been down. I mean, you're talking about Texas, a top 5 team that was a college ball playoff team last year, beating the national champ from last year and beating them convincingly at their place, one of the most difficult places to play football, 31-12. And then this week and next week, actually, they catch a little bit of a break. But this week, they played UTSA, University of Texas, San Antonio, and they handled their business, 56-7. The big story to come out of this one, obviously, Quinn Ewers was injured, and I think it's an abdominal strain. I think he's going to be out for at least one more week. But when you everybody understands the quarterback situation at the University of Texas, and the beautiful thing about it is it's Arch Manning is backing up Quinn Ewers in a day when kids transfer, make a ton of money when they do transfer. There would not have been a bigger transfer. Oh, ain't no doubt. There would not have been a bigger transfer this offseason when Quinn Ewers decided to forego the draft and stay in college. And Arch Manning could have got on the market and made millions of dollars and really picked his destination with the exception of a few schools. But he decides to stay and back up Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers goes out in this ball game with that strained abdominal, and Quinn had to stand on the sideline in sweats and watch Arch Manning go 9 of 12 for 223 yards and 4 touchdowns. That 9 of 12 doesn't sound nearly as sexy as it was. That he threw the ball exceptionally well. The first ball he threw went for a touchdown. He threw the ball all over the park, as you could imagine, 4 touchdowns. He also ran a long touchdown where he appeared to be the fastest guy on the field at that given time. So Arch Manning, I think a lot of the hype before had to do with the Manning name, had to do more with Eli and Peyton than it did with Arch. But it looks like, Ron, the Arch Manning hype is real. Now, I know it was UTSA. It was a team where it clearly where they were going, whoever played was going to have success. They had a huge upper hand, but that was a big day by Manning.
Yeah, they ain't sorry, though. Right?
They're a well-coached football team, no doubt.
Yeah, they're not sorry. This is to me where I think Quinn might want to pick it up a little bit, just and pick up his. You don't want to sit out too many weeks. To me, I know I think where you're going is like Quinn has earned the right with what he did last year. It is what surprised me in that game against San Antonio was his speed.
Yeah,
that ability, the ability for him to run, and once he gets going, and how fast. Now he don't run like Eli. He don't run like his Uncle Peyton.
No, he runs like his granddaddy.
His granddaddy or his dad, who was a receiver at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
He could get up there, and every time I watch, I keep thinking somebody's going to get an angle and catch him, and he's pulling away.
He's pulling away
from people. He's going 20 miles an hour plus. That part to me is where, if I'm Quinn, that's an element that definitely I don't bring to the table, and something Sark could add to the offense if he plays.
Well, if Quinn Ewers didn't have the Saturday before, the game in Michigan where he played really, really well, my thought going into that game, Ron, you and I talked about it, was I know Quinn he's a good leader. He's taken a team to a college football playoff. I would never minimize that or discredit. I would never question the kid's job. But I wanted to see more from Quinn Ewers. I wasn't just super convinced that he could carry a team to a national championship and another college football playoff. I know he'd go to a playoff because they got 12 teams getting in this year. But the thought was is he really as good as Sark thinks he is and Longhorn Nation thinks he is? And in that Michigan game was his coming out party this year. I mean, he jumped to the top of all the Heisman boards. Yeah. Without the previous weekend, I think Quinn Ewers would be in trouble. I'll be honest with you. I think he would be in trouble. But having played as well as he played, and he made some big time throws in that Michigan game, having quarterbacked that game and played as well as he played, Ron, I just don't think that there's any way there's nothing that Arch Manning can do against UTSA and against Louisiana Monroe to upseat Quinn Ewers. Now, I'll also say this. I think that you've got some real adults in the room that are making the best decisions for Arch Manning as it pertains to where he's at right now. If he were going to be disgruntled after the ULM game that they play this week, after probably playing well, if Quinn Ewers is named the starter, I'd imagine if that guy was capable of getting disgruntled at that point in time, or if his family was going to allow him to get disgruntled at that time, if he had that mindset, I think he would have been gone in the preseason when Quinn Ewers said, I'm coming back to Texas and I'm going to be the quarterback again. It just seems like what's driving Arch Manning is not playing right now. It's not money. I think there's just an understanding in his world of, I'm going to sit back here behind Quinn. I'm going to watch a great quarterback play the game. I'm going to learn this offense. I'm going to take ownership in the locker room when it's my turn. And then when I do get on this field, I'm going to light college football on fire. It seems like that is the mindset for Arch Manning. So I don't see this being that big of a deal, even though I'll be honest with you, I am absolutely stoked about watching a Texas ULM game for one reason. For
See
one
if
reason.
he can pull it off. I mean, he got 5 touchdowns, and then
like that, boss.
If he shows that again, like they're gonna at least have a hard time where it's not like, hey man, should there be a package? Should he be, especially if he shows off the legs again and he can run like that? There's going to be something about it. We need to get him on the field.
Well, we'll see how they handle it. I think it's going to be seamless. I think you got the right people handling this situation and the right mindsets within this situation, Ron. We'll see how it happens after the ULM game, because it just makes it's too good to be true if it's just seamless, right? It's one of those, like, not in today's football. There ain't no chance. So we'll see exactly how that is handled. Quinn Ewers, I hope he gets back to health. But the quarterback room at the University of Texas right now is as good as, is better than any in the country. And let's be honest, the future at the University of Texas appears to be awfully bright with Arch Manning in that quarterback room. They have replaced the wide receivers that they lost in the first and second round of the draft last year. It appears, after how they played against Michigan, that they've replaced the D tackles that they lost in the first and second round of the draft last year. According to Sark, this is the most talented team that he's had after making a run to a college football playoff and losing a boatload of players to the draft. So,
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
Well,
number one.
We'll see. We'll see now. We'll see how back you are. We'll see. But you're playing some good football right now, and you're in a really good spot. All right, let's bounce over to Tyler's squad, man. Hey, T, you got to be absolutely stoked, bro.
Oh, I am.
I mean, you have got to be absolutely stoked.
Ring, baby.
Look, man, when it comes to the Aggies, I was I had them picked as my Cinderella this year. Cinderella being a team that probably wasn't expected in Mike Elko's first year after buying Jimbo Fisher out for $400 million, probably wasn't expected to really make a push for it. I thought they had the inner workings after watching what Elko did at Duke and being really high on Connor Wegman. I thought that the Aggies could, and the schedule being really forgiving, given the fact that it's an SEC schedule. No Georgia, no Alabama, all the tougher opponents that you're catching at home. I thought this thing lined up beautifully for A&M to be a real surprise team late in the season. And it's not too late. It's not too late, by the way. They got one loss, I get it, sitting at 2-1. But the beautiful thing right now in College Station, T, Connor Wegman might not see the field. And if it were me,
I don't know why I would.
If it were me,
really, you're there,
bro. I don't. If it were me, he's definitely not getting back on it until this kid gives me until this Marcel Reed kid gives me a reason.
Let's go, Marcel.
Until he gives me a reason and shows me that doesn't play back, because there's time he's going to run into some tough times in the SEC.
Sure.
But when you're young and inexperienced, and you go on the road and you play in the swamp, and I understand that the Gators are not the Gators that, like, I played against in '96. They won a national title, and
they're in the midst of somebody getting fired.
I mean, I understand it's nothing, but when you go into that is a hostile environment. The dudes on the other side of the ball are still phenomenal athletes.
The swamp.
They're not. The Gators coach isn't getting fired. I don't know if they already announced it, getting fired or not. They're not. He's not getting fired.
It's coming.
I think they've already announced it. I think the report is no. Not that he's fired, but the report is that the board is gathering funds to make it happen. But we'll see what happens in Florida. But my point is that coach isn't getting fired because they don't have dudes. That coach isn't getting fired because the Swamp isn't one of the most difficult places to go and play. And look, I understand they may not be at their height right now. I get it. But when you're Marcel Reed, you hadn't played much football, and you take a team on the road with a first-time head coach, an organization that's been as dysfunctional as College Station has been under Jimbo Fisher, and you go 178 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. Doesn't sound even remotely close to as sexy as it really was if you watch the game. Marcel Reed, 13 carries, 83 yards, and a touchdown. Again, you need to see it. The kid is electric. And again, you're on the field with Florida. You're not on the field with UTSA. You're not on the field with Louisiana Monroe. You're on the field with Florida. I'm telling you, Ron, the actions, the arm action, the ability to spin the rock, I mean, it is impressive. And the athletic ability is going to play. I don't give a damn who I don't care who's on the other side of the football. Who did I watch them play in the bowl game this year? Last year, I guess. I'm sorry. Didn't he play in the bowl game? The lefty kid started it.
Yes. Marcel played in the bowl game.
It was here. Who? I can't remember who the hell it was.
I can't remember either.
Was it Oklahoma State again?
It may have been. I'll double check. I can't remember right now.
Was that last year? Damn, that feels. I guess it was.
Yeah.
Hell, I should probably know that on the board.
Oklahoma State was in black. Yeah,
absolutely. I'm telling you, he played in that game because Texas A&M lost their quarterback early, and he played lights out then too. Again, just super electric and.
Scary looking dual threat, man.
I'm telling
exciting.
You, but T, I think it's real. My whole deal is, I think I've watched a lot of athletes, and you go, yeah, but he don't really like. There's something funky in his throwing motion, or the ball doesn't come out of his hand right, or man, he's running scared more than he is being a true dual threat. Like, I'm telling you, you can argue last year in that bowl game that a lot of that was running scared. A lot of that was, hey, man, I ain't practiced.
Yeah,
I'm
panic,
not
get out
prepared.
of the pocket, let's go.
Let me go. I watched a good bit of this, and he appears to be cool, calm, collected, and completely in control and have the ability to throw every route on the field, most impressively the deep ball. I mean, he is there. I'm going to tell you, again, Connor Wegman is not getting back on the field until Marcel Reed gives me a reason. If he gets overwhelmed in the next couple of weeks and you see, hey, man, this kid's not quite ready, then sure, I'll go back to the big fella that is going to deliver some stuff from the pocket. But Marcel Reed is a different animal.
You two were so high on Connor.
I mean, we weren't the only ones.
Yes.
I mean, he was on a lot of people's high.
Are you with him? You want to see
Yes. Yes, I've seen enough just from the Notre Dame game. Like, that alone has me pissed off enough at Wigman.
I think that's fair. I mean, Connor did not look like what he looked like in Petrino's offense against Notre Dame. Now, it was first rattle out of the box. It was, and I get it. But the most concerning thing about what I saw from Connor Wegman, where I was obviously wrong, was I thought Connor Wegman was going to be much more fleet of foot. Against Notre Dame, bro, there was a zero factor in the ability to move the pocket, leave the pocket, and the ability to produce with your leg, make plays with your feet. Last year when I watched him in Petrino's offense, there was some of that. It wasn't. He's going to be a pocket guy, but there was some of that. I'm telling you, this Marcel Reed kid, there is absolutely some of that. And when you're a team that is, if you're not going to be able to protect and you're not going to be able to for whatever reason, your quarterback has the ability to look like he looked against Notre Dame, like your offense looks like that. You add that athletic ability, it's an absolute game changer. So it ain't nothing. It's not anything against Connor Wegman. I'm not a guy to condemn somebody for first week against Notre Dame coming out of the gate against that defense. But when I see a player that I think is a legit game changer and the arm and the athletic ability transitions to play against big boys, hey, man, you got to ride that wave.
The thing that I noticed, and I can tell Tyler's excited about it, and some of the other Aggie fans are. The thing that I noticed when I watched him wasn't really as much as like the things he can do. It was, I don't know if you all felt it. It felt like he was just kind of one of them guys that the Cats really liked. Like wanted to be.
No question about that.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
It felt like the rest of the team got a like a jolt of energy when he got in the game.
Big part of it too. Great
call. It feels
call.
like it just looks like they believe.
Oh yeah, he provided a spark to that squad.
That is a different. Yeah, when he came in, and he just he seems to have like the
juice,
Carmelo, Magic, John, the it I'm just talking about their personalities, where he's running, he's he looks like he is having the time of his life in Florida in the swamp, and that seemed to kind of spill out to the rest of the guys on the team in a way that I don't know has been able to have been done since Kellen Mond.
That's great. I see what you did there. That is tremendous.
But Kellen had that, finally.
That is tremendous. But, hey, man, look, the college football in the state of Texas right now, I know we got some work to do over here at U of H. I get it. But boy, Texas and Texas A&M right now are rolling. And I really like what I saw from the young fella at Texas A&M, man. No knock on Wegman. But if you're a coach, Ron, based on what you just said and based on just the electric arm and the athletic ability, the way the team responded to him versus the week of Notre Dame, Wegman's having to explain to the media that, hey, man, I took full responsibility to my teammates and they trust me, and he's having to tell us how much of a leader he is and tell us what he's going to do and all that kind of jive to a guy that just the team appears to rally around. It's going to be interesting to see how this thing unfolds, but I don't know how you pull Reed off the field until he gives you a reason. You can't just pull him off the field the way that Manning's going to get pulled off the field for Quinn Ewers. You can't do that given what I just watched.
All right, coming up, some Astros news. Somebody's going to the IL. We'll tell you the latest on that, and potentially lineup. Did we see their postseason lineup last night? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Twin Peaks, y'all. There ain't no better place to watch to watch live sports.
and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. I'm Listening, next Wednesday at 8, here on Sports Radio 610 and the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ben Gamble headed to the IL. I know it, boy.
They roll through them outfielders, don't they?
They roll through them, man.
Man, he was really performing at the plate since he joined this team.
Yeah, he had done something. But he's going to the IL. We'll see if he's able to be back by the time the postseason starts. So that's
I'll see you in October.
Look at, but as you said, they got a bevy of outfielders out there. Jason Hayward is in the lineup today, or was in the lineup yesterday. They've got a bunch in that bad boy. By the way, I just don't like it. I know you were looking at something, but I'm sitting here during the break, Tyler, and I just hear Clint listening to one of the worst moments of his life. And I'm just like, dude, like listening and watching it.
Tennessee?
Yeah.
Why would you do
and
that?
That's what I said. What are you doing? Stop.
Well, no, somebody just sent me. I didn't do it. I wasn't over here crying. I wasn't over here crying in my beer, man. No, it's actually cool. They're doing a. Last year we did a documentary. They produced a documentary that did really well. It was up for some awards this year. It was called Resurgence, and it was about Houston Nutt, who took over. For those that don't know, Houston Nutt took over for Danny Ford in my junior year in college, and we made a crazy run, beat a lot of great football teams, beat Alabama, still the worst loss in SEC for Alabama in SEC play. Anyway, won a lot of games, and I ended up fumbling away an opportunity at the national championship against Tennessee in Knoxville, and so that resurgence was more about Houston coming in. The program, was at an all-time low, and all of a sudden, boom. Next thing you know, they were redoing the stadium and all that kind of stuff. And then this year, I guess that one did so well that they're doing a new one, and it's called Redemption, which is about the year following my fumble ultimately. We go back and talk about it, and then we get to we beat Tennessee in Fayetteville. They were the number 1 or number 2 team in the country, and we knocked them off 28-24, same score that they beat us by in Knoxville when I fumbled the ball. So it was actually a good listen. It was a good listen. Another documentary, man.
Listen.
Well, I mean, I don't know why it has a. No, I do. I understand why it has to start like that, because that's where it starts.
You gotta skip that part. You gotta give a warning. Hey, listen, hey man, this first part, man.
You might want to fast forward just to 5 seconds.
I'm just sitting here looking in, and I just hear Stoerner fumbles, and I'm just like,
that's a tough one to watch, boy.
Gosh, damn it!
The toughest thing, Ron. I've never been one to go back and watch even like old highlights and stuff. I just don't. I don't know. I don't care. I don't have. But anyway, I have gone back one time in my life and watched that game, and I don't care about seeing the play.
I watched it last year,
Chief. When watching the game, and like I realized both from a team perspective how good we were, and at that point in time, the season that I was having, and if I don't fumble that ball, that year I had a better year than Joey Harrington, and he was up for the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
And it was one of them deals where, boy, it's painful to watch. Like the whole thing, and then knowing that's coming, it's just like,
yeah, it was one of your better games, wasn't it?
Yeah, man. Hell yeah, I had 3 touchdowns. I mean, I lit Tennessee up in 2 years, but anyway, wasn't meant to be, baby. Wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, I think when they were showing on SEC Network, when they were showing that, they showed it. They showed the game, and I remember watching.
Oh, when they were doing the SEC story thing.
When they were doing it, they showed the game. And I was just like, man, they got it. They got your post game interview in there too, as you stood in the locker room, and Saquon Barkley did, and just stop doing that to yourself. By the way, I said this on the other side. I feel like, to me, I would be A-okay. I'd move some people around, but I'd be A-okay if this was the 9 in the lineup. And the lineup they had last night, I wonder how close this will be to the postseason. And a couple of things that jump out: Altuve and Alvarez. And Alvarez is the DH, batting second. Diaz playing first base. Are you good with Diaz playing first base on a more of a daily postseason manner so that Victor Caratini can get in at catcher? Are you all right with him playing first base?
Absolutely.
Would that be what you would?
For me, I mean, I think. Look, I don't.
Vic's a good defender.
I'll be completely clear. I don't like what the Astros have done at first base in terms of rotating 5 different people through there. I hate it. Right, but at the end of the day, that is one spot. The DH and first base and left field really have been spots where they've constantly rotated different bats through there, different players through there. There's no rhyme or reason, and I don't know what the final answer is, Ron, but am I okay with Diaz playing first and Caratini catching, whether it's for multiple games or just one game when Diaz isn't catching, just to get the best lineup out there? And do I believe that is the defensive lineup that gives you the best offensive lineup? Yes. Yes, I love Dubon in center field, and yes, I'm willing to sacrifice whatever elite defense that is that Jake brings to the table for a better bat. And yes, I absolutely do believe a lot more in Dubon at the plate in clutch situations and just getting quality at bats and ultimately being a better overall hitter. Absolutely, I'm in that camp. So I love that part of it. When you look at left field right now, Jason Hayward is swinging it. He's swinging it well. He's a lot better than when we acquired him, I think. So I'm cool with that bat. Yep. Caratini's obviously one of your top 9 best hitters on this baseball team. So I love anything you do to get him in the game. So
I'd rather Caratini get the 3 or 4 at bats than John Singleton right now.
Absolutely.
Right, and obviously you got your both your catchers in there, and Diaz you'll carry a third, and Diaz can slide over there if need be, if you need to do something. But he's a switch hitter. Like I would, because that's where it comes down to. Okay, Diaz, yes, you lose something defensively at first base, but if it's going to be at any position that I'm going to lose something, it would be first base, where this isn't center field or shortstop.
I mean, but again, Ron, I mean, the truth of the matter is that it's the same thing as center field. Do you have a more comfortable, maybe look what some people believe is a better defensive? I'm not getting in the debate with you. I'm not trying to push your buttons. But if some people may think that, right? And sure, there may be a better defensive, more comfortable first baseman, but what you give up at the plate, to me, is not worth it. So I would rather, whether it's center field, first base, whatever it may be, I would rather have the lesser defender on the field and the better bat in the lineup. I personally would rather be there than the flip side of it.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. There's a point of where the thought is like, and I've seen some people on the text line, Diaz at first. I don't know, and I hear you on it, but yeah, this to me makes sense because Diaz is not he ain't horrific at first base, and Caratini's pretty good behind the plate as well, and his bat is needed. All right, some news to pass along coming up here on the other side, coming about your Houston Texans and Nico Collins. We've said a lot of things about him in the last several months. I think it's time we definitively say one thing about him as well. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, that weather outside's nice, y'all. That weather outside's nice. And, fellas, it's time to get outdoors. But I got a question for you. When you do get outdoors, do you feel like you're out of energy? Do you feel like you're lacking motivation and mental focus? Do you just not feel like yourself? Well, it's not if, it's when, y'all. It could be low testosterone. It affects millions.
That's 346-413-9313 or online at drbensalento.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I've noticed these little cute intros you're doing, Tyler. Are you choosing these songs?
Yeah. Not a fan?
Oh, I've noticed them, and I'm thinking, who's choosing these numbers? Who's choosing these?
Just mixing it up a bit.
Mixing it up, yeah. I've heard a couple of them.
Well, I mean, who did you think was choosing?
Well, I don't know. I don't know who's,
that man back there is on his ones and twos. He ain't letting nobody handle his business.
No, the production side.
Facts.
I don't know who else may be sliding in there. Because I've almost jumped the gun a few times when the music comes back. And then I've noticed, this is one of those. It's one of those rejoins.
Tyler specials.
One of those rejoins. Yeah.
Little T-Mill on the mic special for you.
No, that ain't T-Mill on the mic. You know what T-Mill
No, it's
is.
not.
That's one. You're talking about dropping a ball.
I think you should go T-Mill on the mic and overdo the voice guy to bring us back.
I think T-Mill on the mic should be a regular guest on our show.
Like as a different person.
I mean, I think there should just be an appearance by T-Mill on the mic, on a weekly basis, or hell, he can do it randomly from time to time.
I think we get like a chain or something, a big chain, maybe the bling would be fake, but rhinestones, some chain.
Yeah.
And when he puts the chain on,
is when T-Mill
when he becomes T-Mill on the mic. He's no longer Tyler Milner.
That is
when
good.
The chain comes.
That's a good play.
Put on. It is
for the YouTube folks.
We're no longer dealing with him. That's a different. We're no longer dealing with.
King Dingaling in there.
We're dealing with T-Mill on the mic.
I think your gold chain with rhinestones in it should say King up and down a dingaling. I think that should be. I think that's what it is.
I have thrown around the idea before.
The King Dingaling.
I'd rock the hell out of that.
King Dingaling bling. That's it. Boy, that is one of my best right there.
King Dingaling with the bling bling. Hey.
Oh boy, I tell you what.
That could be a fun deal there. Real quick to pass this along, the Texans. They've worked out a couple of players. Scott Quisenberry, you remember him, center, interior lineman. They worked him out. And Irv Smith Jr., Alabama tight end, has been around the league with a lot of teams. I remember the Vikings, I believe, drafted him. I know he's with a couple of teams.
That's correct. Maybe Casario's doing a little research through him for Minnesota this week.
Well, I don't think he's played. The last team I know he's with was Kansas City. So I think he was with them during camp. So I don't know if I think Minnesota's been a while. I think there's been somebody between Minnesota.
I really liked Irv Smith coming out of Bama, man. Really liked Irv Smith. A little more of a Brevin Jordan kind of player than a inline tight end. Yeah.
He actually got caught up just with the numbers in Kansas City. They got Kelsey. They drafted a tight end, and they had another one in Bray they just gave money to. So I think he got caught up in the numbers. So the center one is the one there, Scott Quisenberry. It's like, one, is the juice thing a little bit longer, or are they saying to themselves, we need some insurance. We need something else back there. We need some insurance if juice goes out because maybe Patterson wasn't enough there, and maybe they go in a different direction at center just in case something happens to Juice, because they said it would. They didn't think it would be long term with Juice, but working.
Well, look, if a groin is not injured beyond, hey, let's test it game day and see if he can go, then he's going to be fine. If we're in the test it on game day and let's see if you can go kind of stuff, you are really, really close to being able to play. Given that, unless there was some kind of setback during that, let's see if you can go, unless he hurt it worse then or hurts it in practice this week. Given neither of those two things happen, I would expect to see Juice Scruggs back. The Quisenberry thing does, though, rub you in a way of like, hey, man, wait a minute. Is it worse than we thought? Or were they not happy, as you said, with Patterson and his performance?
I think it's the latter. I think maybe it's a just in case something happens with Juice again, we got
to have somebody.
We got somebody that we want to feel more comfortable with back there. So That's what the Texans have done, and something else I believe the Texans have done, and I believe they have found themselves a legit number one receiver. Now, I will say this: Nico Collins, to me, who leads the NFL in receiving yards through the first 2 weeks, and clearly to me has been the most consistent. And when you look at both weeks, because of the struggles that the run game had with Mixon, he has been this team's best weapon by far. The first 2 weeks, consistency and big plays. And Clint, this was not something that I had walking into the season. But at this point, when you look at everything he did last year, and we start to look at things towards the end of the game where, hey, there's no Tank, there's no Robert Woods, there's no who's 85? Noah Brown. None of those guys are here, and we need to come up with an offensive game plan because we got to throw the football because running is not the best thing that we do. And he against the Browns, against the Colts, the Browns, was the clear lone guy out there, and he played like a number one receiver. His numbers last year were number one receiver-like, and he's coming this year, Clint. And I don't know if you sense this. I don't know if the people who have watched this sense this. Like, it seems to me that CJ looks at him when he's in trouble or looks at him when he needs a big play. I'm sorry. I don't think it's a coincidence if they are Clinton Tyler in scramble drills and 6 or 7 of the times he's in scramble drills, it seems to always find 12. Just like I didn't find it as a coincidence that it always seemed to find Tank last year.
Yeah.
So hey, third down, he's hitting Nico.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
To me, I think he's even shown that he's taken more of a step this year to be able to hurt you in many ways. He can hurt you on the screen. He can hurt you going up to on a deep ball. He can hurt you jumping up and high pointing the ball. He is just taking that next step. Now, I think there are levels to this. I don't believe he's on the Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams level. But like if guys like Deebo Samuel's a number one receiver, if DJ Moore, who we just saw, is the number one receiver, I think he's in that space.
Yeah, look, I don't have any problem calling Nico Collins a number one receiver at this point in time. I mean, we can get into the levels and layers of it if that's the conversation being had, but simply calling Nico a number one wide receiver, and I've been the biggest critic of Nico Collins. I'm there. Again, I mean, I think there's a couple of points here that need to be made. Like Nico Collins coming out and going over 100 yards right now, leading the league in yards it's important to be consistent, right? The small sample size of 1 year doesn't do it for me. Like, you got to show that you can do it multiple years. The way that the first 2 games unfolded, the way that they were played, it wasn't your typical C.J. Stroud put the team on your back, throw the football to victory, right? It was a run-dominant football game where the opportunities were going to be limited. Nico went for over a buck, right? This last week, it was nothing was in rhythm. Everything, with the exception of a couple of catches, was very, very difficult. The protection wasn't there. CJ was running around, and the production was there. He goes for $135 or whatever it was. So, I mean, Nico has one, again, very early on proved that he's going to pick up where he left off last year. This thing is going to be consistent. The sample size is going to continue to grow. Nico has also proved that when things aren't pretty, throw the ball up into double coverage against the Colts, he'll go up and get it, right? As you mentioned, the scramble drill, the ability to make yourself available, find the soft spots in coverage in a scramble drill. Last year, that was usually Tank Dell. Now, all of a sudden, Nico Collins through 2 weeks has found a way to be that guy for C.J. Stroud. So, yeah, look, I don't have any problem at this point in time saying that Nico Collins is clearly the number one on this football team, and he is a number one wide receiver in the NFL. And that contract that they signed, again, I didn't agree with it. I thought it was rich. I thought it was early. But again, Nick Caserio is right, because that contract is by the week is becoming more and more of a bargain.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
You bet, Nick, for the Houston Texans. Absolutely. He's a number one receiver in this league. The production shows it. The film shows it. He's continuing to get better. I love the chip on the shoulder Sunday after getting the personal foul when he pushed the guy. I love the way he finished the touchdown run. Nico Collins is trending upward on a weekly basis.
Yeah, I mean he's the catches he's making. Now that one on the sideline they had to get reviewed that he pinned to his helmet and got his feet in was a big time catch. It's as if he is the focal point and where they're going. And as I said before, I think the thing that jumps out to me, and you could talk about it when you played, when you played in college, it was Anthony Lucas. When you needed a big third down to convert, that was probably where you were going. The guy that you played with briefly in Tony Romo, when he needed a big play, he was looking for 88 and Dez Bryant all the way. Like, we can see it now. Like, that to me is where it changes. It's kind of changing courses because it seems like 12 is where CJ is looking. Now, it's through the first 2 weeks of the season, but it also makes sense because with his body and the routes that he could run and his size, like that's where you want to go. And that is where they are going to me right now. And so I give him that. I didn't think that was the case rolling into this piece.
Well, I mean, it's natural, right? When you roll into it, he had one really good year where he was clearly the best receiver on the team. And all of a sudden the team goes out and signs one of, if not the most productive wide receiver in football over the last 4 or 5 years, whatever it had been. So it's obvious. You look at it and you go, man, who's going to be the guy that gets the bulk of the catches this year? And then you go to training camp and you watch, and Nico Collins, under the radar guy, super cool, nice and chill, doesn't make a whole lot of plays in training camp, works extremely hard, but just isn't a guy that's out there jumping off the field consistently.
The only thing he was just burning Derek Stingley. Maybe that was something we should.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, he was a pro. He was being Nico. What I'm saying is, it wasn't. You didn't watch practice and you're like, "Ooh, did you see Nico? Wow, did you see Nico? Damn, did you see that 50-50 ball? Wow, did you look at it?" I mean, Tank was quiet as well. Tank and Nico were both quiet, not being disrespectful, not minimizing anything they did. They were just quieter than most. And you watch practice, and Diggs jumps off. Brevin Jordan jumps off. When Joe Mixon, the couple of times he was out there, jumps off the screen. I mean, it's like Derek Stingley Jr. jumped off the field. I mean, there's Christian Harris when he's at, not this camp, but typically he jumps off the field. Obviously, Will and Danielle Hunter. Like Nico just is kind of an under the radar guy, and so it's natural to think, is it Diggs or is it Nico? Who is it? Right? And I think through 2 games, it's pretty obvious. It's Nico Collins. It's 12, baby.
All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for big game 2 tonight for Hunter Brown and the Astros. Also, what does the latest mean for the Dolphins with Tua, and how does that affect their playoff chances? And the Steelers, Mike Tomlin, starting to make more decisions. We'll continue that as we continue to roll through right here live on The Drive.
you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Holy smokes!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
The Drive is live. It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Ronner and
The Big Dilf.
Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Mr. Moneybags. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see he's got the bags out. Before we get to Tyler's bets, because I want to see them. I don't know how well did you do last night? Monday Night Football and the Astros.
It was a red number, but a very small red number, so no success. But I actually did good on my bets on Monday Night Football, but I had some baseball wagers that took me into the red a bit.
Pick it up tonight. Real quick, just to let you all know, the Chicago White Sox are on a 3-game winning streak.
Did hell freeze over?
That old Razorback's tearing the cover off the ball, man.
They got four wins. 4 wins away from 40. 11 to play.
Woo! Gonna get down to it.
You think they get to 40? 4 wins,
No.
11 to play at 36.
Based on their record,
3 in a row, baby.
I don't think they can get 4 of 11. I don't think so.
They got the Angels right now, so they we'll see what that is. Just absolutely pathetic. Pathetic. 36 wins right now. But let's before we get to the Astros, want to let people know 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes, and the Astros will face the Padres game 2 tonight. Hunter Brown's on the mound against Mike King. 2 pretty good pitchers, good pitching matchup between these two. Tyler, what are your bets tonight? What do you like as Clint is looking? Because Clint can parlay now.
I got
he ain't got room for me.
I got 3. I do. I got 3 Astros bets for you tonight. If you want some action and you want to win some money, Astros over 3.5 runs. The odds are tremendous for it. It's only at -115 last time I looked. Yordan Alvarez, y'all know that's a favorite of mine. If it's listed and the odds aren't crazy, I'm taking it. Yordan over 1.5 bases at +130, and Hunter Brown.
That seems low.
Over 4.5 strikeouts. Lock that one in. Also, pretty good odds for that being such a low number, but Brown over 4.5 Ks for sure.
Put 300 on.
300. I'd like to tie the Yordan bases and the strikeouts together.
That's
okay.
That seems like easy money.
How much you want me you down
whatever
for?
100 pays.
Alrighty.
I think you should do the same, Tyler. I think you should parlay some of this. Like those two feel pretty good.
We parlaying.
Now I know he was 1 for 4 last night, but those feel pretty good. And then them walks don't count on them total bases, do they?
That's the dangerous part with Yordan.
What about a hit by
2 singles? Nope, it's 2 singles. It's got to be hits. It's got to be hits.
Got to be hits only.
2 singles or a double. Anything better.
Reached on a fielder's choice. I need that reach on a fielder's choice.
I don't even think fielder's choices. They even count as an at bat.
They get if you're on.
I don't think it does though.
I think it does. Fielder's choice, yeah. It does. I mean, it's an over, but yeah. Just saying, he got on though. He got total bases.
I think it's got to be via the hit.
It's got to be via hit.
Via the hit.
No. Yep. That sucks. Like if you're trying to throw it, like if you're out there and you're betting, I mean, and I'm the starter, God, I'm hitting his ass every time.
What is it? Yeah, a fielder's choice isn't it bad? A sacrifice.
Sacrifice, yeah. I'm hitting his ass.
Well, I'm locking you in, Mr. Stoerner.
There it is.
4.5 Ks, 1.5 bases for Yordan, $100 risk. If this thing hits, you will win $253.97.
Hey, I ain't felt this good about a bet in a minute.
Let's go. Let's ride.
Did you do it
I mean,
too?
hearing it to win $250.
Did you do it too? I
might throw a little on the parlay, but I'm already on them individually pretty heavy.
All right.
How you like that, Ronald?
I like it. I do like it. I like it for you. I can't do it, but I like it for you. I just don't have that in my heart. Good for you. But Hunter Brown gets the ball tonight, and the big thing with him is just continue what he's been doing, continuing to stay the pitcher he has been since really June, July. He has been one of the best pitchers in baseball. I think his last outing was a little rough. I think he gave up 5 runs in 5 innings, but to kind of return back. And this is good because Clint, this is a playoff team that has a pretty good lineup, that has some guys in there that can give you problems with Machado and company. And that rookie, I'll be honest with you, I don't really like the way he. Actually, I do. It was he had a little Siri in him. The way he stared down that homer he hit straight away center on Arrighetti. He just, I can't remember his last name. I think it's Grisham, but he had a little stare down action from center field. He stood up there, I think, a little bit longer than some.
You watched it, huh?
I think Roger would have hit
it.
I think Clemens would have hit him.
With the ball or the bat?
The ball.
Oh.
Well, hopefully not the bat. But we'll see what happens tonight. But Hunter Brown continue to be solid, and you want to see this lineup start to kind of score some more runs and get themselves getting hot. Guys like Tucker, guys like Bregman, who kind of been in and out of the lineup. That's to me the big key, is see if this offense can get rolling.
We'll see, baby. I can't get off my bet.
You feel pretty good,
excited about it.
I do have bad news, though. I had room for you, but not quite enough to get to 100. So you are locked in for $72.23 wrist, and if it hits, you'll get $183.45. But you can get the rest with your other guy. I maxed out the best I could. It's because I'd already put it on it individually. I didn't know that they counted those together if you wanted to parlay it.
What did you say, 73? How much?
72.23 to win $183.45.
Why can't we just keep even numbers? 100 to win 250.
Because I'd already put some on it.
He gave you everything that he could possibly give you.
Thank you, Bob.
$72.
You're welcome.
And some cents. I hope you win that, man. Damn, you could
hey, man, as much as you bet, you need to call your bookie and say, hey, man, all the handcuffs are off, boss.
I really should.
I mean, at this point, I mean, you're maroon money, man.
Yeah, it's not like I'm going to skip town.
You're going at this thing every night. Hey, man. No, I mean, he can put a limit on how much you lose. Like, hey, you lose $5,000, you got to pay up before you can bet him more. But damn, we got to. I mean, you can't make me bet $28 less than what I was wanting to bet.
Sorry, man.
I mean, not me. I'm talking about you. But take the handcuffs off, bookie. The hell are you doing?
I don't think he does special treatment.
This is Tyler. This is big money, man.
It's T-Mill on the mic, bro.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Mike Garafolo and Ian Rappaport of NFL Network had this reported earlier today. The Dolphins are placing quarterback Tua Tagovailoa.
Just leave Tua out there.
Yeah, man.
I mean, we know who he is.
Tagovailoa. I'm forced to say it. On the injured reserve in order to give him ample time to progress through the stages of the concussion protocol and meet with some outside neurologists. Tua also will be eligible to return Week 8 against Arizona, but the Dolphins, they're not placing any kind of a timetable on when he can return. So it looks like Week 8 at the earliest, but Tua will go on IR. Not surprised there. Missed some time. Although, however, earlier this week he did say it was reported he is not retiring. That is not on the table for him right now. He is going to play. I think if we move to the football part of this, because obviously he's going to have some time, and I think you made a point earlier. Hell, he's passed this sucker before. I think, 6, 7, whatever weeks. I think he potentially will pass it again and be cleared to play. But this is a team that maybe before the year the Texans thought they might be in playoff contention with, and a team that they play later on in the year. And potentially Tua could be back for that game. What does this do for the Dolphins? Do you think 6 weeks, they're 1-1 right now, Skylar Thompson looks like he's the guy. Do you think 6 weeks, do you think that potentially takes the Dolphins out of this? Is this one less team that the Texans may potentially have to deal with in the in the AFC playoff
look, I don't
race?
think so. I think this is a good football team. There's a lot of talent on that football team. They're coached really, really well. I think Skylar Thompson can go in there and win 3 or 4 of these next 6. I don't think he can quarterback them to a playoff. I don't think he can quarterback them to a championship. And
if he was out for the year and he just had to go Skylar,
I don't get that. I mean, but when you look at the talent that they have, I mean, you want to talk about scheming guys open, and when you scheme them open, boy, they can hit a seam. All you got to do is find a way to get the ball in Tyreek Hill's hands, and you can score points. Jalen Waddle, obviously. I mean, this is a fast break offense. They've got plenty of guys that are game changers. I think defensively they'll be fine. The schedule over the next 6 weeks is it's not too terribly difficult. They do have the Bills. I think they have the Rams in there, but at the end of the day, I think they can survive a 6-week span without Tua and still be a playoff caliber team. Now they may have to do a lot of winning on the back end of this thing, but I think they can survive it.
Yeah, we're seeing some pretty big injuries. Tua may be the biggest. Pretty big injuries to start right now. Cooper Kupp, he's going to miss some time.
Yep.
So him and Puka are both out right now for Stafford. When you just said the Rams.
Well, we got right here at home. I don't know what Joe Mixon's situation is, but he's awfully pissed off about it with the Twitter responses about the league not calling the penalty, and obviously with D'Amico Ryan's comments yesterday, we'll wait and see about.
We'll learn more tomorrow.
Learn more about how Joe Mixon is, but it's an ankle. It's obviously an ankle injury that kept him out of the game from being himself last week. So. A running back with an ankle injury. We don't know the severity of it yet, but clearly it's injured to some degree. So now you got to deal with the weakening of the joint, the weakening of all the support around the joint, and the rehab in it. And it's just, boy, an ankle injury for a guy that uses and is so hard on those ankles, play in, play out. That's going to impact the Texans one way or another.
Oh yeah. Injuries rolling through, but Tua is going to be on IR, and potential his return week 8. The Texans see the Dolphins later on in the season in December, so that could be something that potentially they still see Tua when they come here in NRG later on in the year.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Steelers are preparing for week 3, and I guess Russell Wilson still has a lingering calf situation, but they're planning that Justin Fields is going to be QB1 the rest of the way. I can't get a good read on Mike, and I think Mike is doing it on purpose to know if, like, Justin Fields has this job, if he's even if there was no calf situation at this point. I get the feel, though, you're winning 2 in a row. They keep winning games. It is hard to think that they'll go the other way, especially they keep winning games and he's not hurting them.
Yeah,
and he does add that element.
He adds that element. There's no doubt about that. I mean, it's one of those things where if you're Mike Tomlin and you see, boy, this kid's coming, man. He's come. His eyes are in the right place. He's reading the right. The ball got deflected. I don't know. I haven't watched the film, but clearly they're not. It's not alarming quarterback play where they can't wait for Russell Wilson to get back. So clearly, it's something that they feel somewhat comfortable with, and the ceiling, if he can play at or above at any point in time, and as long as he's winning in the meantime while he's trying to get to where he can play at his ceiling, that talent, we talked about it, man. I thought even with a healthy Russell Wilson, I thought there was a chance that you could see Justin Fields, man. If this game slows down for this dude and getting this little bit of experience in this new system potentially could be a key ingredient to the game slowing down for him. If it slows down for him, man, look out.
Yeah, we'll see. Now, when you look at his numbers, and I think that's a good point that you're making, is what are the coaching staff seeing in film and if he's close? Because you look at the numbers. I mean, Clint, he's not done anything crazy.
No.
They've only scored 1 offensive touchdown through 2 games. Now, I believe I read this is the first time in his career he's going back-to-back games without turning the ball over, which is wild in his years of being in the NFL. But, like 13 of 20, 117 yards. He only rushed for 20-something yards in the last game. That's not great, but he also has a defensive coach that, hey, all right, we can win this way.
Yep.
I don't know if you're going to beat everybody, but we can win this way.
That's going to be a long 17 weeks. But the key is, and I got to believe that Mike Tomlin understands that, is they've got to see, like, with just a little bit of experience, a little bit of coaching, with just a little bit of a tweak here, we could catch lightning in a bottle with this guy. If that's not the case, they'd be rushing Russell Wilson back immediately.
Let's ride.
Thanks, Tyler. Coming up, the Texans are one of 9 teams that are 2-0. 9 teams that are 2-0. And listen, there have been some impressive ones. There have been some not as impressive 2-0 teams. We just maybe talked about one in the Steelers. Where would you place the Texans in that? How many teams would you say have been more impressive in their 2-0 start than the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to
Dear Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Houston Texans sit atop the AFC South 2-0 and have shown to be the clear best team in this division as everybody else is 0-2. And they have done what they've needed to do. 2-0 on the road in Indy against a division foe, and then they take care of business on Sunday night against the Bears. But they're not alone. There are nine teams, including the Texans, that have made it through 2-0. And some, I think, you would say are more impressive than the others. I would say, to me, like the Steelers and the Seahawks are the least impressive. Just one, their opponents and just how they've played. I mean, the Steelers, as I said, have one touchdown, and they've won 13-6 and 18-10. Right? The Seahawks was fighting like hell with the Patriots, and then they beat the Broncos. So there's some other ones, right? Like the Chargers and the Raiders. We feel better about it after they beat the Ravens, but they got the Panthers in there. So that's it. There are some other teams that have been a little bit more. Or have been more the impressive side than the others. But everyone's 2-0, and I would throw out you two. You all can join in on this, 713-572-4610. Those of you in YouTube and Twitch as well. If you look at it, the Chiefs, they've beaten the Ravens and the Bengals. The Vikings, they just beat the 49ers in a big upset this weekend. And the Giants, the Saints, blew out the Cowboys in Dallas and blew out the Panthers. The Bucks win at home against the Commanders and then go on the road in Detroit and beat the Lions. The Bills dominate the Dolphins, and after a slow start, they come back and take control of that game against the Cardinals. The Texans, we know, beat the Colts and the Bears. The Chargers, as I said, the Panthers and Raiders, and then the Steelers and the Seahawks. How many teams, when you look at that, objectively, if you can be, how many teams, when you look at that, would you say have been more impressive? Not the best, but more impressive to you through the first 2 weeks?
I think there's 5 of them on this list that have been the 5 2-0 football teams in this league that in 2024, the sample size of 2 games has been more impressive than the Texans. Look, we have not seen the Texans A game. We have not seen C.J. Stroud, the C.J. Stroud of last year. Now, I understand we ran the football well in week 1, and this past week the pass protection in the run game was a real struggle. We have not seen a complete Texans game yet. We have not seen really an A-plus game against an A-plus opponent yet in Houston. Now, you can only play who's on your schedule, so the Bears and the Colts, get it. I think there's 5 teams on this list that have a more impressive 2024 resume. I'll start with the defending Super Bowl champs, two-time defending Super Bowl champs, going for a three-peat, the Chiefs. They beat the Bengals in dramatic fashion late, but yet they beat the Bengals, and they beat the Ravens. I understand that the Ravens are 0-2, and I understand the Bengals are 1-1, I believe.
No, they're 0-2.
They're 0-2 as well. That's fine. Joe Burrow has started 0-2. I think he's 1-9 in the first two games of the season in his career in the NFL. The Bengals are going to be just fine. And I don't think there's anything after watching the Kansas City Chiefs Ravens game week 1. They ain't nothing wrong with the Chiefs other than their record.
I like that one right there.
That's beating two of the top teams other than yourself in the AFC the first 2 weeks of the season. I think that they're at the top of the list for me, and then we can start going down the teams that have big-time victories. The Vikings beating the 49ers. After I watched the 49ers week 1, they were absolutely tremendous. Beating the 49ers is nothing to turn your nose up at. The Saints, 44-19 over the Cowboys. The way they drugged the Cowboys and they drugged the Cowboys at their place and dominated the Panthers week 1. 15 straight drives. The first 15 drives of the NFL 24 season for the New Orleans Saints, they were scoring drives. 15 straight. That's unbelievable. So I'd put the Chiefs, Vikings, Saints, and then I go Bucks beating the Lions and then convincingly beating the Commanders, or vice versa. They convincingly beat the Commanders and they beat the Lions this week. And then you mentioned the Bills outscoring the Cardinals in week 1 and then blowing the doors off the Dolphins in week 2. I got those 5 teams, Chiefs, Vikings, Saints, Bucks, and Bills, as having a better 2-game sample size in 2024 than the Texans. More impressive than what the Texans have done to date in 2024.
Yeah. When you look at it, it does feel like the Texans have, hey, man, business-like done what they needed to do.
Handle business.
Yep.
Handle business. And if we're talking about the Texans, I like what I've seen. We have not seen their A game, and we have not seen a game where C.J. Stroud has to take it over and win it. And they're 2-0. But the truth of the matter is, Ron, they played the Colts. The Colts are not who we thought they were through 2 games. It may improve. I don't know, but they were not who we thought they were going to be. In the preseason, they are not who we thought they were going to be. Was that guy acting like a horse?
Yeah.
That was nice.
Have you actually seen that in person?
No.
Have you watched him in person?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
he's a character.
I got caught 3 or 4. I think he's a Christian youth pastor, and that's where he brings it. 'Cause, I mean, he is into it. Like he's got to dance. He's got to. I probably watched it 3 times in a row, man. That kind of caught me off guard, but they could probably use him in the middle of the run game.
I know what you're talking about because I heard the midday show talking about it. I ain't got that one. I don't have it. Point being, Bears and Colts, Ron, are not they're not impressive wins. I mean, when the season ends and we get 8, 9, 10 games in, those 2 wins on this schedule are going to be at the bottom of the list. They hadn't, again, you can only play on your schedule, but there's there's not a whole lot that's going to be impressive about the Texans. I mean, the Texans' 2 victories this year, the Bears and the Colts.
Yeah, like we've talked, like I kind of, like the Chiefs, I kind of push kind of off to the side there. The Bills, Bucks, and Saints, I think you have to. I don't trust Sam Darnold. We'll see. Maybe I'll be having to shut up after Sunday. Hopefully not for the Texans' sake. But the Bucks and the Bills and the Saints clearly, right now I don't think the Bears are a great football team. Right? Like the Commanders and the Panthers aren't either. But we look what the Bucks and the Saints did to them. They beat the hell out of those teams, right? They beat the brakes off of them teams like you should beat a team that struggled. And I said it, I think it's the Bears game for me that is kind of dragging this down a little bit. I mean, as I said yesterday, man, you tell me that he's going to be 0 for 11 on pass, 0 for 11 in interception. Caleb Williams on passes over 20 yards. He'd get sacked 7 times and hit 11 times and turn the ball over twice, right? And Nico would go off and all of that. I would think it would be more than a 6-point game, and that the Texans would have put up more than 19 points. So I think the Bears game is kind of dragging it down, but it would be really the Bill. Like, I think the Bills, to me, of all the teams, especially coming into it,
yeah,
I think the Bills have been the most impressive team. Them and the Saints have been the most impressive team. to me. So
yeah, they've been impressive. Look, there's a story, but the Bills have been impressive because of kind of the shift mid-season last year, losing Stephon Diggs. Then who are you going to be? What are you going to look like? And they look like the real deal on both sides of the football. I mean, look, the thing about the Texans, the reality about the Texans is they handle business. They're 2-0, but there were opportunities in both games because you mentioned the way that the Vikings beat the Giants 28-6. You mentioned the way the Saints beat the Panthers 47-10. The Bucs beat the Commanders by 3 scores, 37-20. Right? The Dolphins, they lose Tua. The Bills go on and beat them 31-10. Right? They were beating up on them anyway, but you get the point. Let's be honest with the Texans. There were opportunities in both of those games. If you don't blow coverages and allow those big plays against the Colts, you beat them convincingly. And hell, there were opportunities in that game to take two score leads and 3 score leads. They didn't handle their business. And with that context, and you look at last week. I mean, you looked over at me and was like, "Hey, man, these guys. There's plenty of opportunity for the offense to go get a touchdown right here and separate, and this game's over." And they never did it. So I mean, when it's all said and done, they handled their business, but they didn't separate from bad football teams the way they should have.
Yes, and as someone said, don't sell Chicago or the Colts short. Both of them have legit defenses, Gus and Katie. I'll give you the Bears. The Colts.
The Bears defense. You have that Colts defense. You give up 250 back-to-back days, back-to-back.
They say
running the ball. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. All right, coming up as we get through rolling. Early reports on something for the Texans that I think was a legit concern. You got to be feeling great about, as well as. I had a moment, man. This getting old thing. This getting old thing is for the birds, man. I had to let you know about that. And Courtney, by the way, the finish of it, Courtney told me, I don't even feel sorry for you.
Oh, this is great. I can't wait to hear it.
We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, let's head east.
recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here come the Astros one more time. Chandler Roan reports this, Clint, as we reported earlier, that Ben Gamble has been placed on the IL. It was a left knee contusion. So this is the thought here. This is coming from Chandler Roan. The Astros, who until last night had called Ben Gamble's injury a left knee contusion, now they say he has sustained a left fibula fracture.
Whew.
How about that? So the contusion was a fracture.
The contusion turned into...
Good God.
This boy's legs broke.
My Lord, dude.
How about it, Stros?
The contusion... just tell me, I'm trying to look here.
It's not ideal.
Like, this is a knee, right?
Yes.
Where's the fibula?
I believe it's I believe, is the fibula below the knee or above the knee?
I believe it is. It's like the leg. It's like...
It's not your upper bone? The fib is the up, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's the lower?
Yeah, it's the same. This is the same injury that Isaiah Pacheco has.
It's also known as the calf bone.
There's two of them in there, tibia and fibia.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think you're talking of the femur. Is that what you're...
Femur, there you go.
Yeah, you're up.
Hardest bone in the body to break.
Which one?
The femur. It's usually only seen in like really bad car accidents and such.
That hard one, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Well, God, dog, man. Do you think they reported this before they saw the imaging?
I mean, they could have looked at the imaging and just not seen the fracture, for all the hell we know. Like, I don't...
Hey, man.
Good God.
How does this keep happening to them?
I'd rather just go back to HIPAA, man.
Fibula fracture. They thought it was a left knee contusion. The knee. This is the knee.
I mean, they thought Tucker had a contusion for like 4 months, so I can't blame them for thinking this one was a contusion as well.
Hey, boss, do you think he told them, hey, guys, it's like my shin area is killing me.
This hurts pretty bad.
Let's just take a look at the knee. No, let's take a look at the knee. That's what I'm telling you, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I hope Alex Bregman's getting a second opinion on this.
I think he's got second and third opinions.
Just keep rolling them out there. Doggone it. Ain't that a beast?
Good Lord.
Well, Ben, I think Ben's gonna be out a little bit longer than just a 10-day IL. I think you may have seen the last of Ben this year. So hopefully he heals up and he is all right. But damn, missed that one. Cesar Salazar, another catcher, is going to replace him up there. So, dadgummit.
Don't have your head up your butt this time playing with the big squad there, Cesar.
Yeah, man, he had some moments earlier.
Whew. If I see a moment like that again where he almost got caught tagging up going to third, I will not need to see that fool ever again.
All right, man, he has a good swing. He's going to be that third catcher on that postseason roster. They put him on there. By the way, remember, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Jimmy Ward. He will be live on the Texans Players Show, which runs from 6 to 7, and then Texans All Access, the matchup edition from 7 to 8 rolls through, and then we are live in local right here, Area 45 from 8 to midnight. Chris Santiago, our guy, old Patrick Creighton, and Sean Bijani will hold it down for you. And they got a little late night action, so they may be able to get a little post game in. We'll see as the Astros are taking on the Padres later on tonight. By the way, when I told you getting old, and I should have known this. Friday night we went to the Skeeters. No, they're not the Skeeters. The Space Cowboys game. Went to Sugarland. His son had to sing the national anthem. Went to Sugarland. Went to the game. I just wasn't feeling any of the food options there, so I just thought I'd wait. We left. Said, we pick up. Let me get something on the way home. What do I want? And I had that commercial. They got me. They got me with the Chick-fil-A pimento cheese.
Oh, boy.
They caught me.
Things are good, man.
You had it?
Yeah, I had it.
So I'm rolling out. It's probably 10.
Isn't it pimento cheese honey?
Yeah, and they got a little hot honey on there.
Ooh.
I got in there. I said, yeah, let me go ahead and get that sandwich. I said, bet. I said, do you want the spicy chicken? I said, sure, why not? I had fun with it. So it's about 10:30 by the time I get home. Oh, and go in the cabinet, throw a little bit of Louisiana on there as well.
More hot sauce?
I threw a little bit of Louisiana on there because it comes with the jalapenos on the bottom, the chicken, which is a little spicy.
Hold on, so
You just fired it up, huh?
Oh man,
you deserve. I think I know where you're going with this. You deserve it if you.
Oh my God, that acid reflex.
Oh, it bit you. It should bite you. You should have known better.
I just felt like I could still do it.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
You deserve it all that. Why would you do all that?
Oh my God! The next day, not even the next day, man. About 4 o'clock in the morning, I
mouth watering.
I was hunting for something to take. Ooh, I'm sitting in there, and I got to get it. It hit me right there in the middle of the sternum. I'm sitting there trying to get in spots. And Courtney just looks at me the next morning. She's going to make breakfast. She said, I'm not, I don't even feel sorry for you.
She shouldn't.
You know what you did to yourself. And I saw that commercial came on for them jalapenos, hot sauce, and that spicy. It must have been 11 o'clock by the time I finished that sucker. And it tore me. It had me.
The only good decision you made was stopping and getting one. The poor decision, everything that followed was poor. I'm going to tell you, that is, you learn, man. You'll just quit things that you really, really like because it's too painful.
Ronnie, you're an idiot. Thanks for your feedback. But, God, man, 40, you just can't do it no more.
No, you can't do it. I'll tell you what else.
Damn. Tyler, can you still do it? Can you go in there and get you a good spicy sandwich and just roll through it late at night?
I can. I don't go.
No, Tyler, don't let him throw. Don't let him set that up like that. That wasn't like getting you a spicy sandwich. My man just went spicy chicken, jalapenos, and Louisiana.
Yeah, I don't do that anymore. But I also take my Nexium, so I can still eat some spicy food to a degree.
Oh, hell, you already taking stuff.
Oh, since I was 16, bro.
He got appeal for everything.
You ain't your regular 34. You're at
See, I can do. It's like if I overdo, I gotta overdo something that's really spicy. I'm gonna tell you, I've been watching what I eat the last 9 weeks. It's my 10th week into it, and it has worked wonders for my reflux.
Oh, I bet.
But now, if I overdo the tequila one evening, I'm gonna be in trouble. If I do what you just did and triple dip on the spicy, yeah, I'm gonna get.
We used to go out, kick it, and then there was those
days are wet.
There was a Mexican spot we used to go. Boy, I used to get these nachos with the hot sauce.
You don't even have to think about what
I didn't even think about it, boy. I felt it just coming, and I said, "Oh my God!"
Ron, we go. Me and my boys spotted in Little Rock, Heights Taco and Tamale. Hey, we would start.
Sounds like hell.
We would start with a tamale dip. Come in a skillet, man. It tasted like a tamale, but they had little bitty pieces of tamale in it. But it was all made out of the same ingredients, and you dip them chips, and we'd have jalapenos in there. And then we'd go to the fajita nachos with jalapenos all over. And the whole time we're banging not just tequila, but we're banging tequila with essentially trying to do it as skinny as we possibly can. Obviously, like tequila with just the lime juice. So just more acid,
just more.
And not even. Hey, I wake up the next day and feel like $1 million. If I did that right now, I'd be out of commission for 2 days.
Easy. I'd call in. I may if that was not Saturday morning, I may have to call in. Like I had to go help coach the football team. Thank God it was a 1 o'clock start because I was hurt.
Hey man,
somebody texted in, Ron, if you're gonna do it at noon. I'll be honest with you. I'm not certain I could do it at noon. I do think the late night really hurt me. But the noon, but that was I saw it and I just said, oh God, the next thing will set this off. Give me a little bit of this.
You couldn't resist it
because I wanted the Louisiana on the pimento cheese.
Yeah. I'm telling you. Let's be honest. And like Chick-fil-A is one of my favorite spots. Everything they do is the food, the service, everything's tremendous.
So Lord's Chicken.
I'm gonna tell you, man, their spicy stuff ain't it.
I co-sign that.
It is. I don't dislike it. I like it. But when you bump it up against their normal chicken sandwich, it's a step down. It's like if I'm just going to eat like a lot of times I would just order an extra. You can order just a fillet. You can order one of their chicken fillets. Like
I see you do that.
So I do that. That I'll do with the spicy one sometimes. But that pimento sandwich, bro, don't mess it up with spicy. Just go.
I mean, it was delicious
as is. If you want to dump a little Louisiana, I could see somebody that likes Louisiana that much to do that. But don't like that is a tremendous sandwich as is.
And I was hungry as hell, so it would. Yes. Hey, Ty,
you could smell it through the bag.
I wouldn't just take his phone, just taking bites, chewing it, every bit of it. Said it. I'll just say it didn't take me 15 minutes to eat.
So you liked it.
I'm just saying that, and the fries didn't take me 50. Boy, I'd like to kill myself.
What did you think about the sandwich, other than the fact that you made it hot as hell? Like, what do you just in general? What
that's not my first. That's not my first rodeo.
Oh, you'd had it. Okay,
I had it prior to the time they had discontinued it. They had stopped it after it was just a little short term thing. I had it before that.
Limited time deal.
I was hot when I went back and they didn't have that sucker.
The old LTO got you, huh? Limited time offer.
They got me. No, man, Yeah, pizza late. Pizza's not one that triggers the hell out of me for some reason. It's that hot and that acid. Yeah, I remember my dumb ass one time was having problems